ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes. I don't wanna burn these bridges anymore. It's easy to say things you don't mean when you're at war. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life. I need your love, I need your love with me for life.
TGIF, guys. TGIF, which stands for thank goodness it's Friday, if you didn't know. Anyway, hi, everyone. Hello. Hello, guys. Oh, my God, my hair's all kinds of mess today. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing out there? Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Okay, happy Friday. Oh, God, look, I'm already burping. Wow, great start. So let me see who we have here. You know what? It's very hot. Let me turn on the fan. 1 second. Let me turn on the fan. 1 second. There we go. Okay. I might need to strip later, but still. For now, we'll keep the fan on. Okay. So hello, guys. Hello. How's everyone doing? Let's see who we have here. Let's see who we have here. I am not Drusilla. Love you, Drusilla. Glad you're here. Hello, SoCal. Hello, SoCal. How are you doing, SoCal? So glad you're here, SoCal. As always. As always. Outer Signal. Hello, SoCal. I'm sorry, Outer Signal. Sorry, I saw SoCal throwing something at my screen while I was speaking to Outer Signal. Thank you, SoCal, for throwing a piggy bank at me, okay? Oink, oink. I'm your little piggy. That was gross. I'm sorry. I do apologize for that. I am calm, Drusilla. Anyway, so hello, Outer Signal. Hope you're doing well. Hello, in your groove. So glad you're here. So glad you're here. Hello, Virtual Violence. Hello, friends. Going to be lurking this time and play a game in the background. Oh, that's fun. I might actually end up playing a game to Virtual Violence. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Hello, Diego. Hello, Diego, also called Johnny Joestar. Hello, Diego. Hope you're doing well. Hello, James Nordoff. How are you doing, James Nordoff? One of our backgrounders. So glad you're here. Hello, Drusilla. Hello, Drusilla. How are you doing, Drusilla? I always love having you here, Drusilla, even if you're a degenerate. Let's see here. Fetty. Hello, Fetty. How are you doing, Fetty? Fetty is so fucking funny. Fetty is so fucking funny and also has the best pictures of animals imaginable. Look, I'm already cursing a whole bunch. So glad you're here, Fetty, as always. Hello, Jay Williams. Gotta love Jay Williams. Jay Williams, everyone needs to check out. Oh, by the way, everyone needs to check out Outer Signal's YouTube page. Just type Outer Signal Media. You'll get to Outer Signal's YouTube page, has great videos. Same with Jay Williams. Jay Williams is an excellent artist, absolutely fantastic artist, shockingly good artist. Not shockingly as in I'm surprised, shockingly in that I don't know how I would ever do that. I just don't have that talent. So you should check out his stuff if you join our Discord. If you join our Discord, it's linked at the top of the Twitch chat and the bottom of the YouTube chat. Go to Jay Williams profile, open it up. You can get to his X or Instagram account, and he takes commissions. Okay. Hello, Lurking Snow Leopard. How are you doing, Lurking Snow? We got to see Jay Williams' face yesterday, by the way. Oh, shocking, folks. Shocking. All right. Anyway, I don't know why I said that, but it's fine. Lurking Snow Leopard. Hello, Lurking Snow Leopard. Hello, Lurking Snow Leopard. How are you doing, Lurking Snow Leopard? Why are you like a little bird dancing around? That's such a cute little bird, Lurking Snow Leopard. Always happy to have you here, Lurking Snow Leopard. Hello, did I miss anyone? Did I miss anything? SoCal says, hello, SoCal. I'm on my cell phone. I won't be around long today, but had to at least say hello to Kate Reaper and the community. I don't call myself Fate. What is it called? Kate Reaper. I call myself Bringer of Justice. Okay, because she deserved to die. Anyway, so what else we got here? Hello, TJ. Hello, TJ. Looking at me with those round, scary eyes. Hello. Hello, TJ. Hello, Tater Tot Hot Dish. How are you doing, Tater Tot? I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad you're here, as always. Richard P. Hello, Richard P. So glad you're here as well. Guys, I'm so glad everyone's here. All right, let's go on here. What else? Let's go. Move it on. Let's move it on. Hello, Matt Sai Guy. How are you doing, Matt Sai Guy? Matt Sai Guy's, wow, this guy ignored me. No, I didn't, Matt Sai Guy. You hadn't said anything yet. Hello, Matt Sai Guy. So glad you're here. All right, what did I miss here? SoCal, did you get my email? Me? Did I get your email? I have not. No, not that I've seen. Maybe I'll go check. I haven't looked recently. Who did I miss? Who did I miss? Barbara! Hello, Barbara. How are you doing? Have I seen you in a bit? Regardless, so glad you're here, Barbara. Um, okay, have to attach a face to a name. That's true, Jay Williams. So technically, I think I already knew what your face looked like because I had seen your art. Like I think on your Instagram, whatever, doesn't matter. Fucking doesn't matter. Hello, Jay. Yes, okay. Hello, Venamos, another classic backgrounder. I said something after Drew, but of course you ignored that. But of course, Matt Saga, of course I did, because I mean that's what you deserve, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Whatever, it's fine. Yeah, I don't see anything after Drew. You're a liar. Okay. So going on. Let's see here. Did I miss anything? Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. All right. Are we done? Are we done with it? Are we done with it? Sam, it's too early for casual rate. What the fuck are you talking about? What did I say that was? You know what? I swear to God. I swear to God. What do you mean casual? What does that have to do with anything? What the fuck does it have to do? Anyway, you know what? I hate all of you. Whatever, it's fine. Okay, so guys, hello, virtual violence. Did I say that to you? Hello, how are you doing? Okay, whatever. Let's go on. So guys, first of all, I need to jog. Matt Saigai sent me the jog, so I will jog. Oh my God, I'm gonna need to fucking strip here in a moment anyway because I'm gonna get sweaty already when I'm already kind of hot. Okay, so I have like very, very little, very few things to. I have very few things planned. It's a Friday. It's a Friday. So we're gonna do some fun stuff. We are going to briefly finish. I hate you, demons. We're gonna briefly finish. We are going to briefly finish the Vietnam War shit. I'm gonna do it quickly. I'm gonna do it very, very quickly. Because yeah, I mean, not that quickly, but we're gonna finish up the Vietnam War. There's a lot of information again today. It won't be as long as yesterday, but there's still a lot of information. So the presentation isn't great, but all the information is there. So we're gonna finish up the Vietnam War. Then I don't have any set plans. There might be, we can watch some videos, and if God willing, we will play some, of that stupid game that you all love so much. What is it called? Life is Dumb? I don't know. That stupid thing. So if we make like, I don't know, if we get, what the fuck? How much money should we raise? How much money should we raise? Matt Saiga, give me a number. How much money should we raise to play the game? You're always, I don't know. Let's say, fuck it. Oh my God, I'm sorry. Jogging is making my brain not work very well. Though technically, according to science, the more you exercise, you'll be able to think clearer too. Anyway, at my age, though, nothing really helps with that. Okay, I'm not that old. Okay. Anyway, so how about we say 70 pounds, fine, $70. If we raise $70, I'll play the goddamn game. Okay, I'll play the goddamn game if we raise $70. How about that? Sound good? Let's do that. All right, yay. And yeah. We know you're 60 behind that mass CR. Well, I kind of feel like it sometimes. Virtual violence, I do. Okay. So anyway, so let's begin, shall we, folks? Happy Friday, by the way. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Let's do Happy Friday. Hello. Hi, LaCroix. Whatever. Hello to you too, I guess. Jesus. God, why have I cultivated a community full of assholes? I swear to God. I swear. Wait a minute. After that one video we watched, it's not an asshole, it's an anus. It's not an asshole, it's an anus. Okay. All right, I do, Fetty. I do need a treadmill under my desk. By the way, guys, fun story. Fun story here. You know my chair? It's broken now. Yay! So I have to get a new one, and I can't really sit in it. So I might have to sit on the couch because everything's falling apart. My headphones broke. My chair broke. Very symbolic. Very symbolic of all the shit happening all around us. Anyway, okay. All right, let's go. There, we're done with that. I love you too, LaQual. You're the best. Let's go on, shall we, guys? All right, let's go on. I have no news things to talk about. I don't give a shit. Whatever. Who cares? All right, whatever. Let's go straight into the good stuff. I just love it, LaQual. That is called planned obsolescence. For those who don't know, you know what? There, we already have a topic. Let's talk very briefly about planned obsolescence. Hello, Sir Bart. So, anyone know what planned obsolescence? Have I talked about this before? I feel like I may have. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I'll just do it again. Planned obsolescence. Okay. Whatever. I can't spell. Obsolescence. Did I spell that right? If I spelled that right, I'll be very proud of myself. I feel like I didn't, though. Whatever. It's fine. Planned obsolescence. Okay. So you can't even see what it says, can you, folks? Planned obsolescence, it kind of began it's been going on for a while. I suppose it mainly started in the 60s or 70s. I can't remember the exact time. Was it 70s? Thank you. Oh my god, I totally did spell it wrong, TJ. It just yeah, oh, I guess it wasn't correcting me. Great. So, there you go, obsolescence. So this is a principle this was a principle that companies really, really heavily started leaning into, okay? Heavily started, leaning into on, uh, the 70s and 80s, I think it was. Outer signal, a bit late outer signal. Thank you, though. Thank you. All right. And the idea here is that you make items that do not I got you, TJ, that fail, they're planned to fail after a set amount of time. Why? Why would you make things that you sell to people that are planned to break and fail, after a set period of time? Okay. You can't have ever expanding. Yep, there you go. You can't have ever expanding profits if things break. Now, early companies did not do this as much. Was there some of it? Yes. But once you reach a certain market saturation with the things you're producing, right? If you're producing really high quality items and suddenly, you start realizing that there's only so many of these things you can sell because then everyone's going to have a really high functioning thing that they won't need many more of. You will have to start making them break after a certain amount of time so that you force people to buy more of them. If anyone here has ever owned a like kitchen appliance from the 1950s, those things last for fucking ever. Okay, at least a lot of the kitchen appliances do. A lot of the electric powered, kitchen appliances are really good. I know people who still have I know teachers who still have staplers from the 1950s that look like they could survive a nuclear bomb blast. Because in the 1950s, there was a lot of unionized labor, and a lot of the stuff they created was really, really high quality. And then over time, it has gotten worse and worse over time. Where, if anyone here, does anyone here have a yeah, uh-huh. The more modern Instapot has run into this because their products are lasting too long. This is one of the issues with capitalism, right? Because it doesn't there's this idea that capitalism promotes competition, which improves products. That's not how that works. The competition is for who can make the most profits. So if making bad products that don't last as long improves your profits compared to competitors, that's what matters. So anyway, so isn't that fun? Has anyone ever had like earbuds? Earbuds that you put into your ears and then they break really quickly. Okay. They break really quickly. And it's like, why the hell these things are expensive and I just bought these earbuds. Why are they breaking? Or a cord for charging a phone, which seemed to break like very quickly. Why do you think that is? Why do you think iPhone made iPhones in a way where they have a battery that once the battery goes belly up, there's not really a way to replace the battery. You just kind of have to get rid of the whole phone and start over. All of these are called planned obsolescence. They're done on purpose. If you think there is not the technology out there to have a very long lasting battery that you can remove, then you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay. So, yeah. Uh, yeah. All right. My washer and dryer from the 80s works fine. Yeah, tater tot. So there are some appliances that are made later that are higher quality, but there's definitely a trend now that shit falls apart super easily. Right. So anyway, so that's called planned obsolescence, and it's really annoying. Yep, there you go, Jonas. Bought a Sennheisers for like 80 quid only for the left earbud to stop working in 2 weeks. Yep. There you go. There you go. Right? And yes, so sometimes hello, Mellow Munchies, how are you doing? So glad you're back, okay? Sometime they will add warranties to kind of make up for the fact that they break, but they know that a certain number of people won't do the warranty, will forget about the warranty, or it won't want to go through the steps to get the warranty met. So yeah, and so purposely limits the number of people who will use the warranty, so then they know and they can make more money off things breaking. So that's fun, isn't it? That is fun. That's planned obsolescence. So that's what I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with two kinds of planned obsolescence here: my headphones and my chair, okay, which had very much planned obsolescence. All right. So there we go. We got that. By the way, it's even worse for people who have things like ADHD, okay, who are kind of clumsy and have trouble with self coordination. I have that issue. It's not like, trust me, I've been yelled at my whole life by teachers like, be more thoughtful of your environment, slow down. It's not gonna change me. I'm sorry. I'm gonna break shit. And especially it's easy to break shit if things are very breakable, right? All right. That is exactly why I yell at you, Jay Williams, but just you. Okay, so Cal, don't forget about your own that's true. I have planned obsolescence too. Anyway. Okay, so that's planned obsolescence. Yay, guys. Yeah, I'm getting really hot. I need to take off this sweatshirt. Give me a sec. I'm like sweating. Jesus. Okay, I'm gonna have to go slut mode. Give me a second. And we're back. Okay. Why am I wearing a sweatshirt in June? Because it looks good, LaCroix. It looks good. It looks good. Anyway, shut up, Fetty. I hate you so much. Okay. So we'll continue. We'll continue on, right? We'll go on now. Let's sweater. If the fall of Saigon sounds fun, sweater. I'm barely. I know. I'm a fool. I shouldn't have put it on to begin with, because it is very hot here. But regardless, people will accuse me of being a slut or whatever. But I don't give a shit. I'm just kidding. Okay, so let's talk, folks. Let's talk, shall we? Let's fucking talk. Oh, that's funny, Fetty. Let's talk. Hello, Gwen, by the way. So, guys, we have duct tape the chair too, and it will match your. You can't. It won't. The duct tape won't work on the chair. I'm sorry to say. It's literally lurking still leopard. Duct tape the chair too, and it will match your headset slash wand thing. Hey, I am no longer using. I mean, you can see my pits, LaCroix, if you look close enough. Okay, fuck you, LaCroix. If you, I'm not using the duct taped wand anymore because I don't know where it went and it was shitty anyway. So I'm using one that just has a giant hole in it. Look at that. Look at that giant hole. Looks like the Eye of Sauron. Great. I'm a working class jester, folks. I'm a working class jester. You're gonna have to bear with me. All right. No, trust me. The chair cannot be fixed by duct tape. I looked. It's like shattered. Okay, so we're gonna have to get a new chair. We're gonna have to get a new headset. We're gonna have to get a new jester's rod. Okay, and no, what is it? It's not a. Someone called it the wrong thing. It's not a wand. Okay, I'm not a fucking fairy. Well, I am a fairy, but not the kind that has a wand. Okay, so to be clear. This is like, nope, can't use a screwdriver. Nope, 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 nope. Okay? Would all the straights out there stop being straight and being like, well, just go to the garage and get a screwdriver and a hammer and let's fix it. That's not how this fucking thing works, okay? It's plastic. It's fucking plastic, and the plastic broke and shattered in a way that I can't fucking fix it. What do you want me to do? Like melt it back together? Anyway. Jesus, all these straight men out there. Anyway, okay. All right, whatever, it's fine. I'm just can't love you all, you're fine. So let's go on. Okay, let's go on. We can talk about CR doesn't want to get hammered and screwed. I swear to God, LaQuaba, I swear to God. Jonas, no, wrong, Jonas. I'm just Jonas phobic. Okay, I'm just Jonas phobic, not heterophobic, Jonas phobic. By the way, I'm a pretty good handyman. I can do some housework. But still, I'm just Jonas phobic. Okay. SoCal says because your fat ass sat on it, jog them pounds off. Thanks, SoCal. Thanks. That hurt. Anyway, okay, let's go on. So let's finish up the Vietnam War shit, shall we? Let's just get through this. Let's get it over with. Let me go here. Vietnam. Vietnam. I'm starting to feel like I've been fighting the Vietnam War this whole fucking week. All right, Vietnam War, complete with war crimes against all of you. Vietnam War, Amazon Prime. Okay. I need to actually get the video up. Amazon Prime. All right. All right. Let's get this shit up. Here we go. Oh goodness. Is this the right one? I don't know if this is the right one. No, I don't think this is the right one. Is it the right one? Watch on Amazon. Okay. So, where'd it go? There it is. Okay. So let's talk about the Vietnam War. Where did we end yesterday, folks? Where the fuck did we end yesterday? I will tell you. Let me quickly make sure I get everything I need pulled up. DL. Okay, so here we go. So, all right. That's pulled up. This is pulled up. Again, the presentation isn't great today, but alas, there was a lot of information, so I kind of shoved it all together. So, guys, what is happening? Yesterday we talked about how Nixon is now in charge. Nixon is a fucking monster. And what kind of tactics is he adopting in Vietnam? What is he doing? What is he doing what is his plan for America in Vietnam? What is he generally trying to do? Okay. What are some of the things he's trying to do? Just generally, the strategically in Vietnam. Exactly, Jonas. Carpet bombing while gradually retreating. Okay, doing tons of bombing, while retreating. Okay, and there you go, Sir Bar. Ending the war with honor. Okay. Basically, it's a fighting retreat. Now, that's not how American historians phrase it, and American propagandists and shit. They will frame it as Vietnamization. He is taking our troops out slowly and then having the South Vietnamese forces kind of take over from us. And while also bombing the hell out of the North to kind of slow them down while we retreat. Okay. And this has incurred what other countries has he now sent troops and bombers into apart from Vietnam? What other countries have he and his advisor? And what's the name of his advisor? What's the name of the advisor that did this? Laos, Cambodia, right? And what was the name of the advisor who was really pushed for this as well? Kissinger. Okay, Kissinger. Excellent. Okay, very good. Mel Lunch is very good. Okay. So in response to this, guys, what is happening back home in America? What is the political on the ground situation in America when it comes to the war? All right. What is going on back in America on the ground, all across the country? And respond hating it. Absolutely, Jonas, hating it. Okay. People are very sick of it. There are protests all over the place. If we remember the Democratic National Convention, um, when they were selecting a new Democratic president, where did that happen? Where was the Democratic National Convention um, being held? What was the city where there were massive? Correct, Sir Bartholomew, Chicago. So in Chicago, the Democratic National Convention was held, and there was a massive police crackdown. People were beaten up. Okay, there's all kinds of shit happening. Okay, one other thing here. What did Nixon do when he thought that uh, in order to make sure he won the presidency? What really disgusting thing did he do to help himself win the presidency at the end of Johnson's term? Do, 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 do. Someone tell me now. La da 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 da. Okay. Yeah, he committed treason. Yeah, he told the South to not look for peace so that he could claim peace. Okay. So he literally secretly spoke with the South Vietnamese government and told them not to go to peace talks and to wait for him to be in charge so that he could get credit for ending the war. Okay. So fucking monster. Now, what we talked about yesterday, okay? So let's start up again. One thing that I told you guys how America actually ended up sending troops into Cambodia, didn't I? So America actually sent troops into Cambodia. Well, we didn't send troops. The South Vietnamese sent troops into Cambodia. Actually, some Americans were there, but not that many. We supplied air support. So the South Vietnamese army, with our support, actually went into Cambodia and actually ended up being victorious. They crushed a large unit of North Vietnamese soldiers. Regardless, they did this secretly. Nixon did this secretly. He also was bombing Cambodia and Laos secretly. Hello, Mayflower Kid. Yep, exactly, Lacroix. It is thought. Now, it depends on which historian you look at, Lacroix, because it can't be sure. But probably an extra 10,000 or so soldiers died because of his decision. As a matter of fact, From the time he was elected till the end of the war, it was about 20,000 more Americans died on the ground, and that's not including non-American civilians and stuff, okay? Uh, it's possible that some of those would have died anyway, but he definitely extended the war in order to keep himself in power. Okay. So, America finally found out, Americans on the ground, American civilians finally found out what was happening, that we were going in Vietnam. And what do you think that looks like to them? Nixon has told Americans that we're getting out of Vietnam, that we're withdrawing troops, and we were. What do you think Americans thought when they found out that, oh, by the way, there's now troops in Cambodia and we're bombing Laos and Cambodia? What do you think their immediate thought is? Does that sound like an end of the war? Yeah, the government can't be trusted, right? What's that word, by the way, Sir Bart? Do you remember the word I used to describe that interplay between the government and the people and the lies? Do you guys remember that? Yeah, it doesn't sound like we're pulling out. If anything, it sounds like we're expanding the war, right? It almost sounds like the war is getting bigger. There's more countries involved. There you go, Jonas. Your credibility gap further increases. Okay, so in response to the bombing in Cambodia, there was once again another massive uptick in protests all around the country, demanding an end to the war, demanding we get out of Cambodia. And it was about, in one campus in particular, something very, a lot of this happened. Well, there was a lot of tragic stuff that happened, but there was one campus in particular where something very tragic happened, and we'll watch about it now. And you guys will see that this was, again, we're talking about the home front to understand why the war needed to end, right? We were losing on the ground, and on the home front, the government was losing the political battle. The lies, they weren't successful. So let's quickly watch here. Let me make sure I remind myself about what ends up happening. Many of you know about this incident. It happened in the state that I'm from. Oops. So let's watch what happened. And so in response to us incurring into Cambodia, something happened here. Did I just do this wrong? I think I did this wrong. What number is this? I'm sorry, 136. Okay. I wrote down the numbers to remind myself where exactly to find everything. Okay, here we go. So something happened, and this is what it was.
I got holes shot.
Okay, 1 second. I'm going to have to go forward a little bit.
East to Southeast Asia.
Student strike. Anti-war rally on
Here we
the
go.
campuses was swift.
How could invading another country help bring peace to Southeast Asia?
The reaction
You got
on
it,
the
Sir Bart.
campuses was swift and predictable. The students and many of their teachers were against the president. Princeton students called for a nationwide student strike. Anti-war rallies were planned at Harvard, MIT, Indiana, Purdue universities, and other colleges.
On Monday morning, May 4th, 1970, some 2,000 students gathered on the Commons at Kent State University in Kent, Ohio. Some were simply moving from class to class. Others planned to attend a rally called to protest Nixon's widening of the war and the presence of the Ohio National Guard on campus. Governor James Rhodes had called in the guardsmen 2 days earlier after a mob set the old wooden ROTC building on fire and then prevented the fire department from putting out the flames. Rhodes had compared protesters to Nazi brown shirts and promised to use...
I just can't with these people. I can't with these people. You think they're the brown shirts? You're the one calling in the National Guard? Okay.
...every weapon to eradicate the worst sort of people we harbor in America.
Jesus.
The guardsmen's weapons were loaded with live ammunition, though no one in the crowd knew it. The students were ordered to disperse. They stood their ground. Tear gas scattered some of them.
Content warning. Absolutely, Jay Williams. History is a flat circle. Yeah, Lacroix. The hippies protesting are the real Nazis, right?
The guardsmen seemed to fall back. But then, members of Troop G wheeled around and opened fire on students gathered in and around a parking lot.
Pet gone bad. What the fuck was that? Very poor timing, pet gone bad. You are a pet gone bad. Hello, pet gone bad.
Somebody call for another ambulance! There's people dying down there! Get an ambulance up here!
This is a famous image. It makes me want to cry every time I see it. This you'll see it here in a second. It's a very famous picture.
67 rounds in 13 seconds killed 2 young women and 2 young men, including an ROTC scholarship student who had simply been an onlooker.
This image right here is heartbreaking. This is one of the most famous images from the war.
Dead child
The look of grief in her face, of horror.
on the ground was one of ours.
Yeah, rest in power.
We could kill our own students. What had happened to our country?
9 more students were wounded, one of whom was permanently paralyzed. Several hundred angry, grieving students sat down and demanded to know why the guardsmen had fired on their friends.
Sir, you've got a couple hundred students there.
An officer ordered them to disperse or we will shoot again.
How long will you give us? You've got 5 minutes.
Please listen to me right now.
Only the anguished pleas of geology professor Glenn Frank averted further tragedy.
Talk, Dr. Frank, talk. I am begging you right now. If you don't disperse right now, they're going to move in, and there can only be a slaughter. Would you please listen to me? Jesus Christ, I don't want to be a part of this.
That heartfelt cry from that professor wrenches my heart to this day. Jesus Christ, I don't want to be a part of this. Come on, guys. I'm going to cry, but who of us today doesn't feel that? You just want to scream into the universe about everything happening. You know, Jesus Christ, I do not want to be a part of this, you know? This is not what I signed up for by being born in this country. All right. Outer signal, CR, when you talk about government making mistakes that can trigger real public action, is this one of the examples you had in mind? Absolutely, outer signal. So as I said, guys, one of the big things that often prompts more radicalization when it comes to protests. Typically, the protests themselves don't do much. When the government overreacts, that's what does stuff. And this is an example of that. You will see what ends up happening because of the Kent State shooting. All right.
That just symbolized for me what this war was doing to our culture. These were kids on both sides. Young National Guard boys who had very little training and probably scared and not well led. And young men and women on the other side protesting the war out there for, idealistic reasons.
It's a shame that that idea that he was just talking about, the idea that the National Guard were kids, as were the kids that were killed, that is so close to having class consciousness. That is so close to having consciousness, realizing, wait a minute, all of us are the same, right? Even the National Guards are of one class. We're all the same class, and the enemy is up above. But like that was one of the missed opportunities of the 60s. Now listen, I love the 60s. A lot got better during the 60s, but there was a missed opportunity there of identifying class solidarity. Okay. Anyway,
Look at what happens when we let things get as bad as they got.
According to one national poll, 58% of the American people thought the killings justified.
that was another problem, is that 58% of Americans thought the killing was justified. Listen, that's why there you couldn't have a fucking class consciousness, because although a lot of people were close to it, there were a lot of Americans who were still massively brainwashed. And admittedly, guys, that particular stat, I said it before, a lot of the stats at this time were heavily biased towards white folks. So it is possible that it's a little less than that, but I do suspect it's over 50% that thought it was justified. Okay, probably like 51, 52%. So like that's still over half. And you have to understand, this is not me excusing it, but this had been going on for years at this point. So a lot of people, you know, don't care, don't give a fuck, don't give a fuck about what you know, about the government killing people. They just want law and order. They just want to live their own little selfish lives, and they don't give a shit. And they view it as like disorder that they don't like.
The parents of the dead ROTC student received a flood of hate mail, suggesting that they should be grateful.
What do you mean, TJ? You say, I don't see how that's the left's problem to the point that you have to lose your principle. What are you referring to, TJ?
Their boy was dead, since he'd been just another communist.
The direction of your march, usually leave it.
During the days that followed,
Did you guys hear that? I'm going to go
across
back
the
a little bit.
country,
Forgive me so you can hear it.
Listen to me. Jesus Christ, I don't want to be a part of this.
That just symbolized for me what this war was doing to our culture. These were kids on both sides. Young National Guard boys who had very little training and probably scared and not well led, and young men and women on the other side protesting the war out there for, idealistic reasons. And look at what happens when we let things get as bad as they got.
According to one national poll, 58% of the American people thought the killings justified.
Jesus. So TJ, I am not saying, TJ, I'm just stating a fact. 50% of the country was brainwashed. That doesn't mean I've lost my principles or that I don't dislike those people. I'm just, as a historian, that's a fact. That's why they thought that way.
The parents of the dead ROTC student received a flood of hate mail, suggesting that they should be grateful their boy was dead, since he'd been just another communist.
Oh my God. I totally forgot about that. Jesus Christ. Fucking monsters. Did you guys hear that?
The direction of your march, usually leave it.
During the days that followed, all across the country, more than 4 million college students demonstrated against the war and what had happened at Kent State.
Yeah, no, that I think Lacroix, that was the kid who was just visiting. He wasn't actually protesting. He see this sparked many more protests all across the country. Okay, this caused massive so fucking important. Come on, we can see it, right? I mean, it's so easy to like to see what's happening now when you look back at the Vietnam War, and this is only one example. All right, like this, you guys remember Renee Good and Alex Preddy? You can literally predict. It's not like when I predict things that happen, or when I say I'm like, this is probably what's going to happen. It's not that. It's not like I'm a genius. It's literally just, well, this is what happens. This is like what happened in the past. This is what's going to happen now. And then what's funny is that the government and stuff still does not fucking like are too dumb to notice this shit, right? Like, okay. No, I'm not J-Mac. I'm literally, it's just, right? Just know your history and it becomes very easy to see this shit. Okay. So that was the Kent State Massacre. That was the Kent State Massacre. I call it massacre. It's called the shooting. I don't know. I don't like that it's called a shooting. I think we need some good
Viewers like
propaganda.
you make this program
We need
possible.
some good propagandists out there. I call it a massacre, but anyway, because it was. But regardless, here, in response to this, I'm just trying to get some brownie points. These are hilarious. Okay, So this, the Kent State massacre happened. 448 campuses closed down and protest. This was a mass strike. Okay, this was a mass strike. Yeah, look, while I agree, there are people who call it a massacre, especially left-wing activists and people, hippies from the time call it a massacre. But in most textbooks, they call it the Kent State shooting and things like that, which I'm like, no, it was a massacre. But anyway, so 448 campuses closed down in strike. Now, that had an effect, folks. Like, the government really started panicking because it's only one step between striking and shutting down campuses, and striking and shutting down businesses. Okay, that was where they started getting really concerned. And the process of needing to get the troops out was accelerated by this. Okay, it was accelerated because Nixon's like, shit, this doesn't look good. We need to expedite this process before the election. Okay, Drusilla, how many were wounded? I think they said 9 or so. There were no 60. I can't remember. I don't remember, Drill. There were quite a few wounded. One of them was paralyzed permanently. One of the wounded people. Okay, so in after this, by the way, well, actually, let's go on a little bit. All right, so inclusion in civil war. Okay, let's 1 second here. So that happened there. All right, incursion. So now Nixon's going to try and speed up this process, knowing that, I mean, the country's falling apart. No, I know, Jonas, I know, but I'm saying that for propagandistic reasons, Jonas. Literally, I'm trying to change the perception of it. I know it's not totally honest, but I'm okay with that. It should be called a massacre because that makes people more interested in learning about it, and I want people to know about how the government killed protesters. Anyway, so on a side note here, Nixon started heavily promoting, trying to get more troops out. In the meantime, they tried to accelerate the process of getting the South Vietnamese military, to start taking more control of their own combat operations. And what we're going to do now is I want to show you. I often talk about the South Vietnamese in reference to America, right? The South Vietnamese military was a puppet state. I mean, the South Vietnamese government was a puppet state. The people of South Vietnam, however, guys, were kind of victims in all of this too. All right, they were being misled by America and their own government, and honestly, I feel bad for them. I feel bad for them because they also were they had not lived in the North. They didn't know what it was like to live in the North. They had only been fed propaganda. They had been victims of years of colonialism. They felt their country was free now because the French had left, so they're now free. And so remember, and this is one of the reasons why, guys, I told you about the history of Vietnam, because remember, this goes all the way back to the beginning of our lessons. The north of the country, the rulers of the north of the country historically were typically put there by who? Who would typically put the rulers of the north of the country there? Who typically controlled the rulers in the north of the country? Who? Because remember, before the French, China, absolutely. It was well known historically in Vietnam that rulers in Hanoi, way before the French, folks, is what I should say, were typically Chinese puppets. So also in the minds of many South Vietnamese, they believe that the North Vietnamese government was just a puppet government of China in the USSR. Okay. So to them, even to some South Vietnamese, that was still colonialism, or some kind of colonialism / imperialism. Now, there is some degree of truth to that, and what I mean is that, and it is not true, it's not like the French true, but yeah, China and the USSR were massively funding the North. I would not say it was colonialism. I barely would say it was imperialism. maybe a little bit on China's part, but like not much. Okay, like it wasn't nowhere near compared to other kinds of imperialism. But you can understand how in the South Vietnamese's mind, they were the ones who were finally independent, and the North was not the one who was not free. And the reverse is true, in the eyes of the North. They are the ones who are finally independent, and the South is not free. Okay, so we're gonna watch now the South Vietnamese military. They as much as, yeah, they were fighting for a side that we might not fully agree with, they were no, Jonas. Well, not much. They ended up changing their minds on that. I'll explain later, Jonas. Okay. Um, so it- so the South Vietnamese troops that were fighting, despite who they're fighting, folks, I still think they should be commended. They viewed themselves as also fighting for independence, okay? Whether they were or not, they were fighting bravely for their country, the freedom of their country from imperial domination, even if they kind of interpreted it wrong. So, and America was lying to them, and their government was lying to them, and and unfortunately, the North had made some errors that made the South hate them, hate a lot of the people, the Northern government, some of the massacres and stuff. So, what I want to show you now is that they started to be used as America started to pull out more and more. Um, the American government Nixon felt that he needed to show the American people and the world that the South Vietnamese army was ready to handle itself up against foes. Okay. And so as a kind of PR gig, he pushed um okay he pushed the uh what's the term? He pushed the South Vietnamese military to launch their own operation up into Laos to cut off the Ho Chi Minh Trail. So this was called the Laos incursion, and you'll see how it went. Okay, Lacroix, wasn't it weird? I know both the U.S. and China refused to do anything about Pol Pot in Vietnam. Exactly, Vietnam. Vietnam were the ones who went in and deposed him. They're really the heroes, Lacroix. And like, this is my yes, Lacroix. It's like a very yeah. The Vietnamese guys to me are the heroes in this overall. The North more heroic, but the South, even just the Vietnamese people generally. Um, and yeah, they are the ones who end up doing. I'll explain to you guys what happens afterwards. Let's put it that way. I'm getting off track, but okay. So, um, all right. So Nixon tries to get the South Vietnamese military to do their own big operation in an effort to prove to the world and to the American people that the Vietnamese are ready to take over their government and to avoid embarrassment for the American government because they're leaving. Nixon's like, if we just leave, it's going to look like we were defeated and that we left an incompetent government in charge. So I need to prove, no, we're leaving crack troops around. I mean, the South Vietnamese have crack good troops, so it's not really a retreat. Okay, so they sent troops into Laos. It was a fucking disaster. It was a fucking disaster. The South Vietnamese troops, the American intelligence was wrong. They thought they were facing, I think, 20,000 troops. They ended up they thought they were facing 20,000 North Vietnamese troops. They ended up facing 60,000 North Vietnamese troops. Multiple South Vietnamese units were destroyed. They were routed. Many had to surrender. They fought extremely bravely. Okay, they really did. There were units who held their ground to the end, but they were crushed. So it was a massive humiliation, and it showed. It showed that the process of Vietnamization, the process of transferring military operations to the South Vietnamese was going to fail. Okay, it's obvious that the military was not prepared to handle the war on their own. I mean, they couldn't handle it even when America was there, right? So you know what Nixon did when he found out about this defeat? He lied and he said it was a victory. He told the world, oh, they were majorly victorious, and this shows that the South Vietnamese are able to take control of the country themselves. Of course he did. So I want to show you a little bit about that moment. Okay. Yeah, it sounds exactly like Donald Trump, doesn't it, Fetty? All right. Let's see here. Encourage. So the 10-minute mark. I got to go here. So I'm gonna show you this about this incursion into Vietnam, and I want to start by showing you one of my favorite writers, and I guess veterans of the war is a North Vietnamese writer who's brilliant. You can even see, even though they're translating it from Vietnamese, he's a brilliant writer in English and Vietnamese. And you can tell when he speaks that he's very, very brilliant in using his words. So you're going to see him talk briefly just about what it was like for Vietnamese to kill Vietnamese, because it was a civil war also, guys, because it was North Vietnam versus South Vietnam. And then you're going to hear about about Laos, all right?
England.
Ignore this lady here for a second. There we go.
Was wrong, but that's what they were about. They were fearmongers.
Yeah, Jonas. Iran's military has been obliterated.
Từ năm 1970 trở đi,
From 1970 on,
đối phương ở trên
our
chiến trường
enemy
là
on the
quân Việt Nam.
battlefield was the army of South Vietnam.
Là người Việt Nam.
They were Vietnamese.
Và bi kịch của nó là chỗ nào?
That's the tragedy.
Cái bi kịch của chiến tranh Việt Nam là bi kịch người
The
Việt Nam giết
tragedy
nhau.
of the war is that Vietnamese killed each other.
Hỏa lực Mỹ, nhưng mà
American firepower,
xương thịt là người Việt.
Vietnamese flesh and blood.
It was fratricide. You can say, well, but they are communists. Okay, they're communists. They are the worst Vietnamese in the entire world. We were the good Vietnamese. But let's face, Vietnamese killing Vietnamese. How do you deny that?
Jesus.
If you don't call that fratricide, what do you call that? How do I explain that to my children?
The Cambodian incursion had at least temporarily reduced the flow of North Vietnamese men and supplies through that country. But they were still streaming down the Ho Chi Minh Trail in Laos. The White House wanted them stopped. But this time, South Vietnamese troops would have to try to do the job alone. By the end of 1970, both houses of Congress had barred all U.S. ground personnel, even advisors and special forces, from crossing the border. On February 8, 1971, 17,000 ARVN troops began moving into Laos to destroy the enemy's jungle bases and to cut off the Ho Chi Minh Trail. The Americans could only provide air support. Nixon and his national security advisor, Henry Kissinger, believed that a successful operation would boost morale in Saigon and prove to Hanoi and the American public that the ARVN could fight and win on their own, that Vietnamization could work. Their target was the North Vietnamese logistics hub, the abandoned town of Chipon.
In horrific terrain.
U.S. intelligence believed there were no more than 22,000 North Vietnamese troops in the area. But there would eventually turn out to be 60,000. And their commanders knew there was only one route the ARVN was likely.
So this location, guys, was in the mountains, and there's really only one path there. There's one road, or like maybe two roads, and they're in a mountain valley. There's only one way in. I mean, it was like a fucking bottleneck where you'd basically, so it was very easy for the North Vietnamese to be like, oh, well, they're going to come down this way. That's the only way they can come down.
Take. Harry Way, who had been fighting the communists for 8 years, was in the invasion force.
Before I went to
Laos, I'm feeling
I go that time and no come back.
I go that time and not come back and don't come back.
That is the mission.
This is the
impossible.
Mission impossible.
I told my advisor.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, he's speaking English.
Major David Quaterman Dan. Dave, if something happened to me, please take care of my wife and my children.
Oh my God.
Although individual ARVN units fought bravely, The invasion was a failure. Almost half of the 17,000 South Vietnamese who entered Laos would be killed, wounded, or captured.
My battalion finally was surrounded. I was wounded.
I'm going to read what he says, guys. It's kind of hard to understand him. He said, my battalion was finally surrounded. I was wounded 3 times.
You know how much my battalion
Do you know how much my battalion survived? How much of my battalion? About 55 soldiers and men survived. That's it.
And when we go there,
And when we go there, you know how many were there? 600. Jesus.
Ăn cơm giống nhau.
We ate the same rice, drank the same water.
Văn hóa giống nhau.
We
Nghe
shared
nhạc
the
giống
same
nhau.
culture, the same music.
Tôi nhát gan kiểu gì
We were
thế?
cowardly in the same way.
Tôi dũng cảm kiểu
We
gì
were
thế?
brave in the same way.
Khác gì nhau đâu.
No difference.
Đấy là nội chiến.
It was a civil war. He is such he's
In
brilliant.
late March, as the surviving ARVN forces straggled back across the border into South Vietnam, crowds of weeping women, children, and old men, dressed in white, the color of mourning, begged for news of the soldiers who were missing. In Vietnam, the dead must receive proper burial so that their restless souls can have peace.
Sir Bart, forgive me, Sir Bart. I actually disagree. You said the difference between Vietnamese veterans and American veterans is insane. I actually think that they're extremely similar. I'm not sure. What are you referring to exactly, Sir Bart? If you actually listen to like the interviews of them, they both, a lot of American veterans say, you know, in the end, we were killing people that were also human. Like they had families too and stuff. A lot of American veterans. And weirdly enough, there's actually been, since the war, there have been several, there also have been U.S. veterans justify it. But if you actually look earlier on in these videos, there were a few Vietnamese veterans who were justifying it as well against the South. As in, like, every person is different. But there's actually been programs where modern day where American vets have gone to Vietnam and met with their counterparts from the North, met with people that they fought against. And maybe I'll show you videos sometime. It's really interesting. They get along, they drink together, they hug and shit. It's interesting, but yeah.
And their families needed to know the time of their deaths so that they could honor them each year.
Yeah.
Even before the invasion was over, President Nixon had told an aide, "We must claim victory, whatever the outcome."
Jesus. You hear that? We have to claim victory no matter what actually happens. That's very Trumpian.
Now that I've seen the operation, the South Vietnamese army is not as good as we all thought.
Easily weren't that good. Henry, I become completely fatalistic about that damn thing. I don't think they're up to a real band. I don't think they're up to it. I'd rather have them get out, and then we're going to get the hell out and hope and pray that nothing happens before.
Oh, you know what, Sir Bar? I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. You're right. I misunderstood what you meant. Yeah. You're right. The Vietnamese are all about liberation and like, they also, I will say one difference I've noticed, Sir Bart, and so Sir Bart says, oh yeah, I know I've seen it, but there's a clear difference in how the Americans talk about it compared to the Vietnamese. It was more for them. They weren't invaders. They were fighting for the liberation. Very true, Sir Bart. I rescind my statement. I was going to add to that. I've also noticed that a lot of Vietnamese veterans are more joyful about it. Not joyful about the killing and stuff, but they seem more understanding that it was, you know what I mean? Like it was liberatory. So I agree with, okay, that's fair, Sir Bart. I rescind, okay?
And in my reelection is important.
Listen to this. This guy's very important. This is very important. Listen to what Nixon says, okay?
In late March, as the surviving ARVN forces straggled back across the border into South Vietnam, crowds of weeping women, children, and old men, dressed in white, the color of mourning, begged for news of the soldiers who were missing.
Oh, I think I didn't need to go back that
the
far.
dead must receive proper burial so that their restless souls can have peace. And their families needed to know the time of their deaths so that they could honor them each year. Even before the invasion was over, President Nixon had told an aide, "We must claim victory, whatever the outcome."
Now that I've seen the, okay.
The South Vietnamese army is not as good as we all thought.
But Henry, I have become completely fatalistic about the goddamn thing. I don't think they're up to the real bang. I don't think they're up to it. And then Kissinger says, me too. I'd rather have them get out, and we're going to get out, and hope and pray that nothing happens before 1972. Let's face it. If my re-election is important, let's remember, I've got to get this off our plate.
Consequently, tonight, I can report that Vietnamization has succeeded. Because of the increased strength of the South Vietnamese, because of the success of the Cambodian operation, because of the achievements of the South Vietnamese operation in Laos, I am announcing an increase in the rate of American withdrawals. We have it in our power to leave Vietnam in a way that offers a brave people a realistic hope of freedom. We have it in our power to prove to our friends in the world that America's sense of responsibility remains the world's greatest single hope of peace. And generations in the future will look back at this difficult, trying time in America's history, and they will be proud that we demonstrated that we had the courage and the character of a great people.
So real fast here, you can see he just lied. He's like, because of their victories in Laos. Now, he did increase the rate of troop withdrawal, but that was because of Kent State, because of everything else happened. He had to withdraw, otherwise he would lose the election. Okay, so this was about that. But he's like, okay, we're just going to pretend like everything's going to go well. Vinamos, you said, were they really so incompetent that they didn't know the South would lose? Oh, no, they knew. This proves it, right? Doesn't this prove it? This proves it. He literally knows that they massively lost, and in that phone call, he said, yeah, they're not going to win, but we have to pull out and claim that they're going to win. All right?
Yeah, the president. Yeah, Henry.
Okay, by the way, this phone call is very telling. Tell me this doesn't sound like Trump. So you're going to hear Kissinger. You're gonna hear Kissinger licking the boots of Nixon and like sucking up to him so much. And Nixon, as you can guess, was an arrogant piece of shit. So listen, this is such a circle jerk, this conversation. It's like so annoying to me. I'm gonna go back a little bit so you can hear the beginning of it. All right.
That we demonstrated that we had the courage and the character of a great people.
Dr. Kissinger? Yeah, the president. Yeah, Henry. This was the best speech you've delivered since you've been in office. Yeah. I'll tell you one thing. This little speech was a work of art. I mean, I know a little something about speech writing, and it was no act because no actor could do it. No actor in Hollywood could have done that well. I thought that was done well, didn't you think?
First of all, no actor could have written it. To begin with, you couldn't have done it unless you had meant it.
Yeah. Yeah. And if it doesn't work, I don't care. I mean, right now, if it doesn't work, then let me say, though, I'm going to find out soon, and then I'm going to turn right so goddamn hard it'll make your head swim. We'll bomb those bastards right off the earth. I really mean it.
Pet Gone Bad, you degenerate. You goddamn degenerate. Thank you for the donation, Pet Gone Bad.
In the this dirty old part of the city where the sun refused to shine.
Okay.
People tell me it ain't no use in trying.
All right. We'll pause it there. So, yeah, that was the incursion into Laos, which was a massive disaster. And then he increased the speed of withdrawing troops and then lied to the American people and the world again. So, meanwhile, guys, in between the time that that's okay, Beck on bad. I knew you were aiming for Nixon. Okay. In between the time where he revealed where he basically announced a quicker troop withdrawal and that he announced that the victory in Laos, which was a lie, the revelations came out about the My Lai massacre. Okay. Not revelations, but the trials were held for the My Lai massacre. And we remember what happened with that, right? The main guy who was found guilty ended up getting got a tiny sentence, was put under house arrest, and then basically only ended up spending a few months in house arrest or like 3 years under house arrest and a couple months in a detention barracks. Okay. And that was absolutely enraging. As a matter of fact, 60 to 70% of Americans did not support the outcome of that trial. So despite a lot of Americans being upset, being kind of upset with protesters, a very big majority of Americans did not support the outcome of the trial, which basically meant no punishment for those American troops. Okay. And so so that was some further tension. I just want you guys to see the point. All this tension on top of tension on top of tension on top of tension. Okay. And you're going to see that it was around this time too where terrorist attacks started taking place in the United States. Okay. There were hundreds of them. There were buildings being blown up by the Weather Underground. There were other small individual terrorist attacks as acts of resistance against the government. Okay. So things were unraveling very fast in the United States, if not already were unraveling. So Nixon was really quickly trying to pick up the pace of removing troops because he wanted to win the election. And what I want to show you now is another resistance group, a group that had a very big impact on pushing for the end of the Vietnam War and was pretty influential, and that was Veterans for Peace. All right. So let's go there. Let's find Veterans for Peace. Remember, they're only here, Veterans for Peace 29. Okay. So Veterans for Peace was an organization of, veterans. Duh. All right. Who had returned from the Vietnam War and who were now advocating with all their might to end the war. And they were very influential because these were soldiers. These were former soldiers. And it's really hard for the government to ignore former soldiers. And it's really hard even for conservatives to ignore them. And you're going to see that they had a big influence. There were actually, what's the term? Hearings held on Capitol Hill where the soldiers would talk to Congress. We're basically telling Congress that the war needs to end and telling Congress the stories of the war, like things they'd experienced in the war. And one of them in particular, many of you probably know the name of. His name was John Kerry. Anyone here know who John Kerry is? Do you remember John Kerry? So John Kerry became famous during this. Okay. Yeah. And he gave a speech that was really good. So real fast, he ran against Bush. So let's just watch this portion here. I just want you to know about Veterans for Peace. Here we go. A second.
They wanted propaganda statements.
Here we go.
The first time in our history that the veterans came home from a war and said, while the war is still going on, and said, this war's got to stop. And the American people might not listen to a bunch of long-haired hippie kids. What do they know? But the working class, the great silent majority, Richard Nixon always talked about his silent majority that would back him by being silent. We were their kids.
Yes, Jonas, they still exist today.
That finally dawned on me, and this was a long, painful process that I wasn't helping anybody by keeping my mouth shut.
Less than 3 weeks after Lieutenant Calley was found guilty, some 2,000 members of an organization called Vietnam Veterans Against the War and their followers descended upon Washington, D.C.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think they've changed their name to Veterans for Peace, but maybe their original name was Okay, whatever. Go close. Hey, Resident Unit Thug. So, Resident Unit Thug, we've been watching. I've been doing the last 2 weeks. I've been presenting on the Vietnam War. This is our last presentation on it. So. There's John Kerry. That's great music.
VVAW was it was great therapy. We were working it out ourselves, vets taking care of vets. We were generals in our own way. And we didn't join anything. We became something.
And that, yes, I was a Marine, but I was first and foremost a citizen of the United States of America. And being a citizen, I had certain responsibilities. And the largest of those responsibilities is standing up to your government and saying no when it's doing something that you think is not in this nation's best interest. That is the most important job that every citizen has.
You know it, LeBlanc. And you will understand even more now, LeBlanc, once you hear a little more.
I served my country as honorably when I was in Vietnam Veterans Against the War as I did as a United States Marine. And in fact, I conducted myself as a Marine the whole time I was in VVAW. My whole life I conduct myself as a Marine.
Navy Lieutenant John Kerry, who had commanded a swift boat in the Mekong
I actually
Delta
didn't know they talked
and
about
was one of the organization's leaders, was invited to address the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, still chaired by J. William Fulbright.
Oh, wait, yes, I did. Whatever.
I went up for the presentation, and it was standing room only. And I was crammed up against the wall in the very back. And when John gave that presentation, I felt like he was speaking for all of us.
We could come back to this country and we could be quiet. We could hold our silence. We could not tell what went on in Vietnam. But we feel because of what threatens this country, we have to speak out. Millions of men who have been taught to deal and to trade in violence, and who are given the chance to die for the biggest nothing in history. Men who have returned with a sense of anger and a sense of betrayal which no one has yet grasped. We rationalized destroying villages in order to save them. We saw America lose her sense of morality as she accepted very coolly a My Lai and refused to give up the image of American soldiers that hand out chocolate bars and chewing gum. We learned the meaning of free fire zones, shoot anything that moves, and we watched while America placed a cheapness on the lives of Orientals. We watched the United States' falsification of body counts. In fact, the glorification of body counts. We watched while men charged up hills because a general said that hill has to be taken, and after losing one platoon or two platoons, they marched away to leave the hill for the reoccupation of the North Vietnamese. And we are asking Americans to think about that. Because how do you ask a man to be the last man to die in Vietnam? How do you ask a man to be the last man to die for a mistake? And so when 30 years from now our brothers go down the street without a leg, without an arm or a face, and small boys ask why, we will be able to say Vietnam, and not mean a filthy, obscene memory, but mean instead the place where America finally turned, and where soldiers like us helped it in the turning. Thank you.
Fortunately, we've dishonored that memory, haven't we? Haven't really followed through on that one.
I thought, I have never heard such an incredible speech that says exactly what I'm feeling. You know, it was extraordinary. Extraordinary.
But some veterans remembered a different part of Kerry's testimony. Testimony in which he repeated accounts of atrocities he had heard from other American veterans.
Yeah. Before I forgot that they included this part, but you have to, okay, so, by the way, John Kerry was amazing at this point, okay? The fact that he literally, you're going to see, he's going to recount some of the atrocities that he heard from fellow troops. You can imagine, guys, that the second part of the speech, the one you just heard, was more palatable for a lot of especially conservatives in the country because it was kind of couched in patriotism, right? He kind of couched it as like, I'm doing this for America. So a lot of people got upset by the first part, which affected him later during his presidential run, where he talked about the atrocities committed by American soldiers because, no one wants to hear reality, right? It's America after all. So wait till you hear what he says.
They told the stories of times that they had personally raped, cut off ears, cut off heads, taped wires from portable telephones to human genitals and turned up the power, cut off limbs, blown up bodies, randomly shot at civilians, razed villages in a fashion reminiscent of Genghis Khan.
What I saw in Vietnam was not the soldier that Mr. Kerry or his colleagues were describing at that time. There was no widespread atrocity. There were a couple of units that went right off the rails, and we can talk about that. But they were not out of control animals, which is the way they were portrayed. And what was even worse was they were alluding to the fact that you would take ordinary kids and turn them into these savages, war criminals, and the military was doing that, and it didn't happen that way.
Okay.
I'm still very angry about that.
Listen. It absolutely did happen, Jonas. Now listen. It was widespread. Now listen, I will say, it is not true to say that it was like an everyday thing. I don't know how to frame this without sounding like I'm agreeing with him. I'm not agreeing with him. But it was massively widespread, okay? And by the way, it's sort of besides the point. It's sort of besides the fucking point, because even if that wasn't I'll put it this way, guys, not every American soldier was doing these things. That's the case in every single war, by the way. It's not like every soldier does war crimes all the time. But that's not what Kerry was saying. He was talking about actual things that American troops had done. And by the way, that guy that was talking was another veteran who I think was a fighter pilot who, weirdly enough, tend to be a bit more conservative because they didn't have to fight on the ground in Vietnam. So they typically have a little bit more of a positive memory of it in a gross way. Regardless, this is why I can't stand the argument a few bad apples, because even if it wasn't every soldier on the ground, it doesn't fucking matter. What do we call fucking carpet bombing entire villages? What do we call having fire zones where you're shooting and killing people out in the open if they're out after nighttime, regardless of whether you're, cutting off their limbs and stuff? Those are all fucking war crimes. So yeah, those specific horrific things may not have been everyone, but if you were fighting on the front lines, it's very likely you committed a war crime, whether by accident or on purpose. Okay? And even then, you were fighting in a war where there was mass bombing happening and shit. So I hate the few bad apples argument because it ignores the reality of the nature of the war, right? Which was to do mass war crimes and kill civilians. But okay. All right.
The next day, 700 Vietnam veterans against the war gathered at the Capitol.
We originally intended to put our medals in a body bag and have them delivered to Congress. But the Nixon administration erected this big wire and wood fence on the steps of our Capitol to keep
Absolutely,
us out.
Lacroix. Absolutely. And that's the thing. So Lacroix says obviously it wasn't an everyday thing too for the people that did it, but the individual incidents agreed. And that's the thing. Like that one guy's being dishonest. Kerry didn't say that every soldier was doing this every single day. That guy made it sound like Kerry was saying that like all these American soldiers were just going around like beasts. Well, some of them were. Some of them absolutely were. And the whole enterprise in itself enabled it. And there were massive war crimes going on that weren't as that he didn't even talk about, that were done on an industrial scale. So it's like stupid, okay?
To keep out the young men and women who were fighting that war. And all that did was piss us off and give us the greatest photo opportunity that we could ever have.
Silver Star, Purple Heart, Bronze Star, Cross of Gallantry, Distinguished Flying Cross, and everything else.
I don't want these fucking medals, man. The Silver Star, the third highest medal in the country. It doesn't mean anything. Bob Neal died for these medals. Lieutenant Pomeroy died, so I got a medal. Sergeant Johns died, so I got a medal. I got a Silver Star, Purple Heart, Army Commendation Medal, 8 Air Medals, National Defense, and the rest of this garbage. It doesn't mean a thing.
Throwing my medals back was probably harder than going to the war. It was actually harder than going and serving in Vietnam.
There you go, Sir Bart. That's a warrior. It's a difference between a murderer.
If this medal is so important, let's make it important. Here it is. You can have it back. And the war in Vietnam. What else is there? There was nothing else. I wouldn't put them on my wall for my son. I had never, that was the last thing in the world I would ever want my son to revere.
It was a difficult decision for me. I did it out of a disrespectful loyalty. I was proud of my military service, and I wanted to say, you know, I don't think you guys know that much, the American military. You know, I think you should think again about this enterprise. And here you go, pal.
Tim Bagwell from Sacramento, California, still on active duty, and I say get the hell out.
All of those medals. Guys, I can recognize some of these medals. Some of these are not little medals. These are not just Purple Hearts, which is what you get when you're wounded. Some of these are Bronze and Silver Stars, which are really high up medals for acts of heroism. They're like, fuck it. You may remember this, Lacroix, because you mentioned it before. John Kerry, one of the things that was used against him during his presidential campaign is that he had taken his medals from the Vietnam War and he had dumped them into the ocean or into some body of water. I don't know if anyone remembers that. And conservatives at the time were using that as a reason why he shouldn't be president. In my opinion, that's a sign he should be president. You know, if you're dumping out your medals from an illegal war of aggression that you're not proud of, yeah, that's a good sign. That's a good thing. But anyway. Yeah, it makes him more likable. I don't like John Kerry as a politician, but still.
When we threw our medals away, that got their attention because America values those things.
Mm-hmm.
So do we. That's why it was so important.
The police had been ordered not to arrest any of the veterans because Pat Buchanan...
Honestly, Mello mentions, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he did. I can't remember what medal he got.
White House aide wrote, they were being received in a far more sympathetic fashion than other demonstrators. The crazies will be in town soon enough, he continued.
This is so evil.
And if we want a confrontation, let's have it with them.
The government literally is like, we better crack down on these vets because they're being too influential.
He was right. In the days immediately following the veterans' protest, other groups of anti-war activists moved into the Capitol. The most radical called itself the May Day Tribe and threatened to close the city down. For 3 days, they staged hit-and-run raids throughout Washington, blocking bridges and traffic circles, smashing windows, hurling rocks, burning cars.
Hey guys, like, why can't, you know, I'm just saying, I am not advocating for illegality, but, you know, I'm just saying. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, come on, look at, like, can we, like, you know, I'm not saying, but I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? Anyway.
If Richard Nixon thought that this week was something, wait until the next round. This is only a warm-up of what is going to come. This is going to continue until the war ends.
Resident Youth. Like,
Some 12,000 were arrested, 7,000 on a single day. The largest number of arrests in 24 hours in United States history.
I realized coming away from Washington that our whole strategy.
So they what they say they arrested 27,000 people. The government cracked down on these protests.
Been ordered not to arrest any of the veterans because Pat Buchanan, a White House aide, wrote they were being received in a far more sympathetic fashion than other demonstrators. The crazies will be in town soon enough, he continued. And if we want a confrontation, let's
round. This is only a warm-up of what is going to come. This is going to continue until the war ends.
The May Day people were really based. So this guy's, look at what he's doing here. So these are the people. So the May Day protesters at this Veterans March were the ones going around causing chaos, setting up roadblocks, and they had clear demands. Their clear demands were get out of Vietnam. If you don't get out of Vietnam, we will escalate. Okay. Now it didn't end up working because they were basically all arrested. Their tactics on the ground weren't great because they were quickly all arrested and they didn't really have backups that could work outside of the people that were arrested. But still, that's what you need to do. You need to make clear demands and escalate when the demands are not met.
Some 12,000 were arrested, 7,000 on a single day.
Jesus.
The largest number of arrests in 24 hours in United States history.
I realized coming away from Washington that our whole strategy was wrong and that we were becoming more and more militant at a time when more and more Americans were opposing the war, but were turned off by our militancy. So we were doing exactly the wrong thing.
The White House was initially pleased. Public sympathy for the veterans was largely forgotten in the face of days of battle in the streets.
Yeah, but propaganda did that.
Polls showed that most Americans approved of the arrests.
Insane. Fucking Jesus.
But those same polls also showed that most Americans no longer believed they were being told the truth about Vietnam.
When I got home, my dad's pissed off because he's a true believer, you know. He was already receiving threats because I'd thrown away their medals. And that pissed my dad off then, and you would have thought I hadn't done anything wrong. Because then somebody outside the family was messing with me. And he said, son, don't worry. Those were your medals. You paid for them. You can do anything you want with them. They want to jack with us. They'll face us both. We'll take them on in the driveway.
Based.
Yo, Dad.
Good dad. Okay. Now, we're going to pause. So again, guys, I'm just trying to show you how there's so many things I could tell you about the anti-war protests. We could talk about individual movements, the hippies. There's so much to talk about. In many colleges, there's literally a class called the Vietnam War, and then there's a separate class called the 1960s, because there's so much stuff that happens in the 60s and the early 70s that you can't cover it just by talking about Vietnam regardless. So I just wanted to give you an idea for some of the protest things going on, some of the more important ones. Something else to talk about, okay? Who here has ever heard, I'm going to actually write it down here. I'm going to ask you guys a question over on Twitch, okay? Let me ask you a question on Twitch here. I'm going to do a poll. Who here has ever heard of the Pentagon Papers? Poll. Pentagon Papers, question mark? Yes. No. Yes, no, maybe. Or should they just yes or no? All right. Yes, no, start poll. Boop. Who here? There, I just started the poll. I just answered real fast. I'm curious. You got it, Jonas, okay? What do you guys think here? Looks like 3 of you so far have said yes on Twitch. 2 of you have said no. All right. right? If anyone else wants to vote, I'll give you a couple more minute or so more. So in this, amidst all this growing chaos, okay, in the United States, suddenly a newspaper report comes out revealing someone from within the government leaked a bunch of papers, a big collection of papers called the Pentagon Papers. And it turns out that Robert McNamara, who had been the Secretary of Defense under both Kennedy and Lyndon B. Johnson, had commissioned the creation of a research project looking into why America got drawn into the Vietnam War, why they had failed in the Vietnam War. And it was a very comprehensive examination from the perspective of the government about why they got drawn in, how they failed there, and things like that. And it had been started years prior. And within these documents, it soon became very clear. And there were a bunch of classified documents that been there, a bunch of documents that had been hidden from the public. It became very clear that the government had known since at least JFK, if not before that the war was unwinnable. And a group of reporters took the information. Daniel Ellsberg was the guy who kind of leaked this stuff. He's a hero, and he should be remembered as a hero. There should be a statue to him somewhere. We need to honor our whistleblowers, release this information, and made it very clear, very quickly to the American public that the government had been openly lying to them for years. Okay. And this was like the nail in the coffin. I mean, we've already had a few nails in the coffin, right? But now that the Pentagon Papers were out, it made it very clear that there had been directly lied to. It was very clear that the war was unwinnable. And this further enraged the populace. It really enraged soldiers who had been sent to fight there and previously and may have died over a war that the government had long known was unwinnable. So it was a scathe. I recommend everyone read something about the Pentagon Papers at some time in your life, because the revelations in there are startling. They're also very important historically. It reveals a whole bunch of how the government thought internally, how politics worked internally. Very interesting. Okay. So let's watch this real fast. This is just the portion about the Pentagon Papers.
On June 12, 1971, Richard Nixon's daughter Tricia married Edward Cox in the White House Rose Garden. The country watched it all on television. The wedding was still news the next day, but another story on the front page of the New York Times caught the president's attention. The article by Neil Sheehan was the first report of what came to be called the Pentagon Papers, 7,000 pages of highly classified documents and historical narrative, compiled secretly at the orders of former Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara. He had hoped a study of the decision-making process that had led the United States to become so deeply involved in Vietnam would help future policymakers avoid similar errors.
I thought I knew a great deal. I thought I knew most of what was worth knowing about the war. And suddenly, I didn't. It wasn't a reporter's version of an event. It was their version of an event. It was their telegrams, their orders, their memoranda, etc.
The documents proved that American presidents and their closest advisors had steered the United States toward deeper involvement in Vietnam, despite their own grave doubts about the chances for victory. They had known that the Saigon government was weak and incompetent.
This is a quote. These are all quotes from the Pentagon Papers. There is graft and corruption in the Vietnamese administration of our aid. The heart of the army is not in the war.
that the enemy was disciplined and resilient.
Hanoi's determination appears as firm as ever.
And that the bombing of the North wasn't working.
No sign that the bombing has reduced Hanoi's will.
Yet they had routinely lied about all these things to Congress and the American people.
The prognosis is bad. Success is a mere possibility. The odds are less than even. We have failed consistently since 1961 to make a dent in the problem. These are all direct quotes, folks.
I certainly don't endorse.
This motherfucker. Okay, I'm sorry. I hate this guy. I remember seeing this guy on here. So he worked in the Pentagon. So he was a high up commander, like a 2 or 3 star general. Just vomit with me with what he says. Okay, vomit with me with what he says. It's okay.
Seeing top secret material.
I'm trying to go back a little bit here. Okay.
I certainly don't endorse anyone releasing top secret material.
Shut the fuck up.
On the other hand, I was very concerned about the fact that the government was not being upfront with the American people in certain respects with the Vietnam War.
Such a weak way of framing that.
2 copies of the report had been stored at the Rand Corporation, a California think tank, where Daniel Ellsberg, one of the study's 36 authors, worked as an analyst. Ellsberg had once supported the war.
Notice that, guys. Remember we talked about the location of American elites. This was one of the elites from the think tank part of the elites, right? This was not. So remember how there's sort of 3 main sources of the elites in modern day. There's jet setters, socialites, jet setters and socialites. Then there are corporate board members, and then there are policy planners. And the policy planners are the think tank. So this report for the Pentagon was drafted in the Rand Corporation, which was a think tank. Okay, like these are the elites. This is like further proving power elite theory.
He'd served in the Pentagon and spent 2 years working for the State Department in Vietnam. But he had come to see the war as profoundly immoral and hoped that if Americans understood how administration after administration had misled them about what was being done in their name, they might help bring it to an end. He and Anthony Russo, another Rand employee, secretly copied most of the report. Ellsberg offered it to 3 leading anti-war senators, hoping they would be willing to reveal its contents. None dared do it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Neil Sheehan of the New York Times, who had been reporting on Vietnam since 1962 and had already secretly read some of the documents, asked Ellsberg to show him the whole report.
At that point, I was very passionate about the war. I felt that it was really wrong because we were getting a lot of Americans and a lot of Vietnamese killed for no purpose. We were going to lose this war. And so I vowed to myself when I saw this material that this is never going to go back into a government safe again. The American public have paid for it with the lives of their sons and with their treasure, and it's going to be published.
That piece in the Times is, of course, a massive security leak from the Pentagon, you know. It all relates, of course, to everything up until we came in. And it's hard on Johnson, it's hard on Kennedy, it's hard on Lodge.
At first, Nixon was not unduly disturbed by the newspaper's revelations. They reflected badly on his Democratic predecessors, not on him. But Henry Kissinger quickly convinced Nixon that if the Times were permitted to reveal the classified secrets of earlier presidents, it was only a matter of time until someone leaked his own. The Justice Department obtained a temporary court order forbidding the Times from publishing further installments on the grounds of national security.
Of course.
But soon, both the Boston Globe and the Washington Post were also printing excerpts. On June 30th, 1971, the United States Supreme Court, citing the First Amendment, ruled 6-3 that the Times had the right to publish the stolen documents.
Wasn't it nice?
I went down into the basement to wait for the presses to start to roll, and they had these huge round reams of paper. And finally the presses started to roll. And it was just an exquisite moment of vindication of the freedom of the press in this country and how important it is.
That changed our whole attitude toward government. Up until then, the president wouldn't lie. After then, they always lie.
The day the presses began to roll again, Nixon ordered Attorney General John Mitchell to try to discredit Daniel Ellsberg, who had just been indicted by a federal grand jury for theft and conspiracy under the Espionage Act of 1917.
Do you agree that we have to pursue the Ellsberg case? No question about it.
One sanction we have is to get at the individuals.
Literally outer signal. Sorry, outer signal says, sadly, the elites have learned from this mistake and now have control of the Supreme Court and the mainstream media. This is actually directly true, outer signal. I've talked before on stream, guys, how in the later 1970s, there was a massive backlash by the elites and the business class to everything that had happened during the Vietnam War era and the 60s. And you start to see in the late 1970s a concerted effort that lasted decades up until today for the elites to regain control of the media and regain control of the Supreme Court and make sure that politicians were more beholden to elite interest by getting people in the Supreme Court who would allow unlimited spending on campaign donations. You start to see, and there's literally documents about this, lots of documents. There's the Powell Memorandum, where a conservative justice that secretly sent it to chambers of commerces all around the country saying we've lost control of the universities and stuff. There is the Trilateral Commission report, which I showed all you guys, which was talking about how the elites have failed to engage in the indoctrination of the young. That's actually the word they use. And that we need to regain control of the democracy because right now there are too many special interests. And by special interest, they mean demands being made by the people on the government. So we need to reel it back in. And you see after all this stuff that there was a sudden massive proliferation of, what are they called? Nonprofit conservative organizations who start pumping out propaganda and start spending in elections. And you start seeing more and more campaign spending by the right wing. You start seeing a pushback on all these things. Yeah. So, yeah. Okay. So this is why I say, guys, a lot of the stuff, I know this is a very dark story so far, but you notice some of the stuff in here is positive. Like the people were pretty effectively pushing back on the government and kind of forcing them to remove troops. Okay. And the Supreme Court was able to stop the president from stopping the release of the Pentagon Papers. Like, if there was one era where the American democracy kind of started showing itself a little bit, like in a positive way, it was the 60s. But the elites very quickly clapped down on that shit. All right. So, I know, Jonas. You said, why haven't they been overturned? Looked up the Powell Memorandum, and that looks undemocratic and evil as fuck, right, Jonas? You know, most people don't even know about the Powell Memorandum. Guys, I'll show you. How about this? Let's finish this up, and then I'll tell you more about the Powell Memorandum, okay? And I'll tell you more about the Trilateral Commission report, okay?
We've got to get in. We've got to get in. Don't worry about his trial. Just get everything out. Try him in the press. Trying to press everything John Luther is from the investigation, get it out, leak it out. We want to destroy the press, is that clear? Yes.
Nixon feared Ellsberg possessed more classified documents.
Choco, you said the only reason Americans began to push back the empire agenda is because America began to lose the war. We never were winning the war, Choco Miles. So that is, it's possible that, like maybe if we had been majorly winning the war, Americans would have been more for it, I think. But there, we will never know, because America was never winning the war, and America had been, the extent of the war had been lied to for a very long time. I've been lied about to the American people for a very long time. So Americans only really understood what was happening when they started getting sent over there. All right. Shay, I think the elites talk about themselves to lure people in who aren't elite. What do you mean, Shay? No, Shay, you're wrong. So Shay says, I think people talk so much about the elites because they aren't the elite. Well, that's funny, Shay. I mean, I guess technically that's partially true, right? Because the elites don't want to think that there's anything bad about them. But Shay, there are literally, this has been studied. This is an academic thing. There is a group of people who are extremely wealthy in this country who have a disproportionate amount of control over government and social affairs. To deny that is really dumb. Like, I think everyone in here agrees with that. I don't know anyone who wouldn't agree with that. That's really stupid. Okay, anyway, so let's go on.
That would show that he himself had lied about the secret bombing of Cambodia and Laos, and he believed that Ellsberg had had help and wanted to know the names of his co-conspirators.
Choco, I'm telling you, though, that's my point, Choco. So Choco says, what I mean by losing is American public paid the price. Usually American public only paid the price. They didn't know, though, Choco. Like I'm telling you, they didn't even know that their tax dollars and stuff had been being used for the Vietnam War. So that's my point. Like they didn't know previously. Like there was a lot of lying at the very beginning.
The president created a private clandestine investigative unit within the White House. It came to be called the Plumbers. John Ehrlichman,
Joe Buckley, thank you. Joe Buckley very correctly says, always an old, evil, old white pedophile behind every world tragedy. Correct. Thank you, Joe Buckley. Welcome to the stream. You say, bet he would love Trump. Of course he would. Guys, it is just I know for my community members, you guys know what I'm talking about. We have some people in here who aren't around here regularly, but Joe Buckley's correct. It is literally, I hate doing this. I was an academic. I studied this shit. There is definitely a group called the Power Elite who have a disproportionate amount of control over the society we live in. They're very rich. They're billionaires, or now, I guess Elon Musk until very recently was for a little bit was a trillionaire. And all the money those people at the very top have gives them much, much more power over all of us. A lot of them know each other. It's not like a cabal. It's not like they get together in one room or like, oh, we're going to plot, but they have a class interest and they have massively dismantled our democracy. They have most of the control over everything. Okay. It's just a fact. That's like, I don't know how else to frame it for you.
Nixon's closest aides eventually ordered them to burglarize the office of Ellsberg's Los Angeles psychiatrist in search of material with which he could be blackmailed into silence. Nixon,
of course
may
they
have
do,
privately feared
Joe
something else.
Buckley. Joe Buckley, I love having you here. Please stay around. God, you need to protect me from some of the lunatics out there, Joe Buckley. But anyway, not my community members because they're not that way. But okay, Joe Buckley, literally, they're the reason why the earth is burning. They hate us all, dude. Of course they do, Joe. Like, I mean, thank you, Joe. Yes, they do. They only care about themselves. Very based take there, Joe Buckley. Okay, yeah. They are literally making the life uninhabitable. They're the reason why none of us have health care. A lot of us are dying because we don't have health care. They're the reason why there are kids going to school who can't afford school lunches. I mean, they're the reasons why we're involved in Iran right now. Like, yeah, they are the source of a lot of our evil. The elite, the power elites.
As well. He was told that the safe at another think tank, the Brookings Institution in Washington, D.C.
There you go, Gwen.
Contained files that might reveal the secret role his campaign had played in torpedoing the peace talks on the eve of his election 3 years earlier, which President Johnson had then considered treason. Nixon wanted his plumbers to break into Brookings, crack the safe, and remove the files. None of it was legal.
Of course not.
Did not care.
Good, Joe. Go ahead, please. Welcome to the tribe, Joe. God damn it, get in and get those files. This is Nixon. Blow the safe and get them. He's demanding that these agents he's sending out go and break in and steal Daniel Ellsberg's psychiatric files to try and discredit him, okay?
Did they get the Brookings Institute raided last night? No. Get it done. I want it done. I want the Brookings Institute to say, please, out. Get on the Brookings thing. I've got to get that my safe crack.
Go to the Brookings Institute. Get out those documents.
The Brookings break-in would never take place. The burglars would be unable to find Ellsberg's file in his doctor's office. But Nixon's obsession with his enemies would be the undoing of his presidency.
Okay. So you can see here, guys, that the Pentagon Papers really brought Nixon into starting to do a lot of illegality, all right? I mean, he was already doing it. Most of our presidents are vile and do a bunch of illegal things, but he was doing some majorly illegal stuff, okay? By the way, folks, let's finish this off real fast. So that was the next part there, okay? Now then, I want to wrap this up. Okay, so we're almost to the end here. Let's talk about the last little bit. Hello, Dolly Boy. How are you doing, Dolly Boy? So, guys, as 1972 wore on, because now we're in 1972, it was getting closer to the election. Nixon decided that they need to end the war before the election because of the amount of pressure the government was getting. Kissinger started holding official talks in Paris with the leaders of North Vietnam. And they started, the North Vietnam was also kind of struggling. They were getting they had lost a lot of troops. Their country was tired, okay? And they basically start coming to some agreements. Both sides agreed that the North would be able to keep troops in the South. They would not have to withdraw all their troops from the South, okay? They could keep like 10,000 North Vietnamese troops in the South, which was a big concession on America's part. North Vietnam then demanded that the current leader of South Vietnam would have to resign, okay? So that was one of their big demands. The leader of South Vietnam would have to resign. The leader of South Vietnam, what was his name? True? I think his name was True. I'm having a mind blank. I think his name was True. Said, no, I don't want to agree with that. And in the midst of these negotiations, Joe Buckley, yes. Joe Buckley says, do you think that we have any shot of taking our country back from billionaires? Joe Buckley, absolutely. There's always a shot of doing that. And there's plenty of methods that can be used to do that, right? I have revolutionary optimism that will do that, okay? Joe Buckley, let me show you something, okay? For those that are new to the community, on the wall behind me is a sword. Do we see this? Do you see this sword back here, folks? Do we see this sword back here? This sword is a real sword, and it's from the Civil War, right? The Civil War, where some of my ancestors fought on the Union side, and this has been passed down in my family for many years. And the name of the sword that has been passed down in my family is Chainbreaker. It's called Chainbreaker because it was responsible for the death probably of around 7 slave owners. I can't verify it, but that's the myth, the legend attached to the sword. Our ancestors have made some major sacrifices, including fighting for some of the things we have today, okay, in order to get them, including the ending of chattel slavery, amongst other things. There is always a possibility of taking the power back from the billionaires. And there are many ways to do it. Okay? I'm just saying, yes. And if you stay in the community, Joe, if you don't have to, obviously it's up to you, but I talk about methods of resistance and stuff all the time because we need to fight those fuckers. Okay? All right. You notice my community's putting up a lot of guillotines in the chat right now. Little guillotine emojis. But anyway, okay. King, Love, and Light. Hot? What's hot? Am I hot? Oh, thank you, King, Love, and Light. Thank you. Okay. So anyway, guys, going back to the Vietnam War thing, right? Going back to the Vietnam War stuff. So they started dealing with the North coming to, oh, thank you, King Love. Oh, perfect. Oh, good, Joe Buckley. Fantastic. Okay. King Love and Light says hot and that I'm hot. Thank you, King Love and Light. Thank you. Okay. All right. So they start negotiating. In the midst of the negotiations with the North Vietnamese, the North Vietnamese representative declared that they had to return to Hanoi in order to get more, I guess, direction from the government. When they did, the American government got concerned that the North was giving up, was basically losing their desire to engage in peace talks. And there was some indications that they didn't really have a reason to keep negotiating if they weren't going to get all their demands, since the United States was losing, right? And the South was losing. So, in an effort to speed up the peace process and force the North Vietnamese to the table, the Nixon administration, under the advice of Kissinger, started a massive bombing campaign again in North Vietnam. They blew up factories, they blew up cities, they blew up towns. They slaughtered at least 1,600 civilians, bombing the shit out of North Vietnam in an effort to get to force the North to accept some of the terms of the peace deal. Okay, and it somewhat worked, guys. It somewhat worked, because when the North Vietnamese came back to the table, they accepted the part of the peace deal that they accepted that the president of South Vietnam would stay in office after the peace was signed. So that kind of pushed them back to the table, and they ended up signing the peace agreement, and the war at that point was essentially over. Now, that seems kind of like an anticlimactic thing, but this was a process throughout a lot of this, of doing these peace talks. Prisoners were exchanged, so the North, as sort of a sign of faith before the peace talks were signed, the peace agreement was signed, the North released a bunch of American prisoners, and the South released a bunch of North Vietnamese prisoners. There was an exchange of prisoners. And by the way, that final bombing was called Operation Linebacker, when they just started bombing the fuck out of the North, okay? And it was on March 29th, 1973, that the last American troops left Vietnam, and they would not be going back. So that is the end of the American involvement in the war. It was an expedited process. On a side note, guys, the South Vietnamese government was not told immediately that Washington had accepted the peace agreement, because the South didn't want there to be any North Vietnamese troops left in the South, obviously. But they were left out of this, and our government just kind of bulldozed it through. And we gave some aid to the South Vietnamese forces, because as soon as we left, almost immediately, the North began operations to retake the South. Not immediately, but a few days after, they began operations, and we started supplying weapons and stuff to the South Vietnamese military. But they were doomed, guys. They were doomed. It was not possible, and it took about it took a little bit longer. Nixon, unfortunately, ended up winning re-election while this war was still going on, okay, between the South and the North. There were lots of South Vietnamese, who started fleeing the country, as it was very clear that the North was likely going to win the war. There are still a lot of Vietnamese people who fled from the South living in the United States today. In one famous incident, there were dozens or hundreds, I can't quite remember, of children, South Vietnamese children from an orphanage, who were put on a flight and airlifted to the United States. In a very sad turn of events, one of those aircraft with the babies on it crashed, killing most of the babies on board. But one did succeed and get there. So a lot of horrific things as people were basically quickly trying to escape Saigon. But Nixon won re-election. But very quickly, he became mired down in the Watergate scandal, which I'm not going to talk about, but you all know about, and eventually he resigned. It was underneath his vice president, whose name was Ford, okay, President Ford, that the North Vietnamese troops would launch a massive offensive and enter Saigon, all right? In a last-ditch effort to secure Saigon, the Ford asked Congress to send money and aid to South Vietnam in an effort to prop it up to prevent it from being overtaken by the communists. Congress had had enough. They denied that request, and the South fell. Okay. North Vietnamese troops entered Saigon, and in a very famous photo, there were no American troops left in South Vietnam. But in a very famous photo here, the American embassy, which was the last, this was in 1975, so South Saigon kind of was able to continue existing for about 2 years, okay? So I don't want you to think it fell immediately. I'm kind of speeding through the end here, but they kept fighting with the North. The North had to kind of regain its power and before it did a massive offensive, and it did. So it took 2 years after the signing of the peace treaty for Saigon to fall. But here you have the last members of the American embassy in Saigon fleeing on the last helicopter. And guys, remember how when Joe Biden, we left Afghanistan and it was kind of chaotic and there were casualties and everyone was criticizing Joe Biden? That's literally what happened here. Okay, like it's not easy to do a retreat and to flee from a city that is being invaded by an enemy force. So yeah, there were a lot of people that were left behind. As a matter of fact, like we abandoned a lot of South Vietnamese that had been assisting in the governance of South Vietnam, who were now completely open to being harmed by the North Vietnamese. And there were several trips made, but the last helicopter leaving could not get all of them. You see how big that line is? That's a big line of people waiting to get on to the last helicopter leaving Saigon, and they couldn't all get on the helicopter. As a matter of fact, the American, a large contingent of the American Navy, including a couple aircraft carriers, were off the coast of Vietnam. And there were so many helicopters and boats coming up to it of people trying to flee the South as the North advanced, that they had to start pushing helicopters off the deck because there was no room. So they literally disposed of helicopters by pushing them into the ocean. I'll show you the video.
I think these people up here are committing suicide staying up here, but what can you do?
This was probably the most dangerous 30 hours I'd ever seen on a carrier.
Video. There you go.
Were pushed.
Here's some fly footage of it, trying to make room for more people.
30 hours of continuous operation. More than $10 million worth of helicopters were pushed overboard to make way for the approximately 3,100 refugees that landed on the USS Midway during Operation Frequent Wind. But not Major Bong Lee's airplane.
Okay, so it was a very chaotic retreat. Now, the American people were happy about this. This is the reason why Nixon won the election, by the way, is because us leaving. Okay, let's take a step back now, and let me just tell you some few things here. So what ends up happening in Vietnam? The North takes over, seizes the South Vietnamese government, and in an act that I can only describe as not only describe it, but people don't talk about enough, okay? When the North took over South Vietnam, they did not start carrying out massive acts of brutality. I would have guessed like 9 times out of 10, when a force takes over a city, especially that has full of people who worked for a government that they have been fighting for years, that you would start seeing massive acts of brutality. There were some, but we're talking very limited. The North took people that they viewed as loyal to the South and they put them into re-education camps. They did not mass slaughter them. Now, I'm not saying a re-education camp is great, but the people that were in the re-education camps were released after being in there for a certain amount of time. There was not a mass amount of retaliation on the northern side. Okay, they have had effectively united the government. They had united North and South Vietnam. They began a process of major land reforms whereby they started redistributing the land in the South to landless peasantry, just like they had already done in the North. All right, which caused a massive redistribution of wealth. They also then attempted a collectivization program. Now, so they hadn't done fully collectivization for us. So what that meant is that after they redistributed land, they then collected all the individually owned plots of land and then had all the peasantry, all the farmers own it collectively in a commune. This did not work. Okay. And this is when we sometimes talk about a left-wing ideology, collectivization in the past in both China, the Soviet Union, and Vietnam often didn't work very well. And there's reasons for this. I'm not saying it's not a good idea, but the Vietnamese government there was a massive decrease in efficiency of production because people just didn't really care to work as much on it when it was owned collectively. I don't know how else to frame it. There is and I'm a lefty and stuff. I'm just telling you this is what actually happened, and there are probably ways to fix this. But when you collectivize all this land, no one in particular on that land feels that they need to work particularly hard on it because it's not theirs. It belongs to everyone. You're not really going to get any extra reward for working on the land any harder than anyone else. And listen, I know this sounds like a right-wing myth, but with how they did these things, it did result in that happening. And they saw a massive decrease in agricultural output when they collectivized the land. But in an excellent lefty fashion, in a good way, the newly communist government of Vietnam quickly revoked that program and redistributed the land into small plots. And suddenly production went back up through the roof. And what the thought was is that the people are now leasing you this land, right? It still belongs to the Vietnamese people, but for the sake of productive capacity, you are in charge of this set of land, and that worked just as well. Do you see what I mean? So it's not like the government can't recollectivize the land if they don't need to, if they want to. So they made tons of reforms in that way. And it was very effective. Okay, they experimented, and they ended up massively reducing wealth inequality. There was still quite a bit of poverty going on, but it was much better than before. Okay, and they made some major changes. That was good. Now, there were the North Vietnam today. It is a one-party state. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. It is run by the Communist Party. There's not if this is kind of a liberal way of looking at it, but yes, there is not. They don't really have full freedom of speech there or anything, but it is it's a good country. There's actually a lot of tourism there, and things like that. Okay. And the limits, you have to understand, after years of colonialism, oppression, and also outside attempts to influence the government, you can understand why they're very suspicious of internal pushback against the government, okay? Because that could be foreign pushback. So, and by the way, I forgot to tell you this. It was during the late 1960s that Ho Chi Minh died, okay, Uncle Ho. So Uncle Ho passed away before he got to see the country reunited. But we should also never forget Uncle Ho. The Vietnamese finally had achieved national independence. And one thing you have to think about is that, and they're doing very well today. They're doing very well. You have to think about is that China, one thing that you might be concerned about because of the history of Vietnam is that China would then become kind of a new puppet master over Vietnam. Okay. They did not. Vietnam is still very independent today. As a matter of fact, they often don't agree with China, and they often kind of get at odds with China. And if you want to hear what else they did, so I'm trying to paint you guys an amazing picture. Vietnam has achieved amazing things after all the destruction it went through. Think about that. This war lasted since the 50s. It was like 30-year war. It was, and they had been occupied. And now they're a very fast-growing economy who has achieved amazing things in a short amount of time. They've done land reform. They're a major tourist destination. They have a bunch of industries that have developed there. Okay. They are doing very well, very, very well. So long live Vietnam. Okay. I want to point out something else too. In neighboring Cambodia, a very authoritarian, basically lunatic regime. And I don't know. Yes, absolutely, Lacroix. I forgot to mention that. Thank you, Lacroix. I'll get back to that. But in neighboring Cambodia, a communist regime took over. I put it in quotes, called the Khmer Rouge. The Khmer Rouge and Pol Pot, who was their leader, were fucking lunatics. Okay, like literally fucking lunatics. And listen, part of the reason this happened was because of constant American bombing that like massively radicalized people and eliminated anyone who could challenge the Khmer Rouge, who were like complete lunatics. All right. I barely even want to call them lefties. They implemented a program of deurbanization where they literally mass cleansed all the cities of their populations and turned them into ghost towns and forced everyone into the countryside, where there were millions upon millions of deaths from forced dislocation and movement. They then launched a program of mass murder of anyone who was viewed as an academic or an intellectual or anyone viewed as a threat to the regime. One of the categories they used to determine who was an intellectual or a threat to the regime is whether you wore glasses. So if any of you wear glasses, you're an intellectual and you would have been executed by the Khmer Rouge. My point is that this regime took over, and guess who ended up ending that regime in Cambodia? The Vietnamese government. They launched a war against Cambodia, and they overthrew the Khmer Rouge and destroyed Pol Pot. They literally, and they did not occupy Cambodia. They did not occupy it. They attacked it. They removed the Khmer Rouge, and then they went back to Vietnam. Now that's a bit of an oversimplification, but they did. So Vietnam also became a state that liberated a neighboring state from a monstrous regime. More power to Vietnam. There is still massive effects in Vietnam because of our evil act of aggression against them. There are people born with birth defects because of the effects of Agent Orange. Occasionally, with all the bombs that were dropped on Vietnam, you'll hear stories of Vietnamese children playing in a field and accidentally stepping on an unexploded bomb. You still see mass deaths from these things, okay? The Vietnamese people generally like Americans at this point. They view them as tourists. And America has open relations with Vietnam, and we trade and stuff. There were sanctions on them and such before, but we removed those. Okay. Yeah, absolutely, Lacroix. Okay, it's an important part of why Vietnam is at where it's at today. Yes. So what is Lacroix? Forgive me. Lacroix says, did you already talk about the market liberalization that happened in the 1990s? Yes. So, I mean, I didn't, but I just wanted to go back to remind myself. Let's see here. Where'd I go back here? Blah, blah, blah. Okay. They usually in Vietnam, yes, when they decided to do it, and the sanction. Yes. Okay. So America ended up lifting sanctions on Vietnam, and they liberalized their markets. In the 1990s, they basically opened up to some private investment in some capitalist enterprise, which allowed a lot more wealth to come into Vietnam, which has allowed them to kind of generate the wealth necessary to continue to improve their socialist experiment. So yeah, there is like so they've done very well for themselves. Okay, very well for themselves. What do you mean, Lacroix, when you said what's an important part? What's an important part? The market liberalization. So yeah, that's very important. Did I miss something else here? America did have sanctions and stuff on there. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry, Lacroix. I got you. Okay. We could do a class tour to Vietnam. Yeah. So that is what happened, guys. So let's quickly, let's now this was the Vietnam War. What did the Vietnam War mean for America? So the Vietnamese people finally had their independence. They finally had their independence. Okay, they finally had their independence, and they have an amazing country. What did this war mean for America, right? We can talk about how 2 million civilians died in the war. We can talk about how many Americans died. Let me look up the American casualty numbers. Dead Americans, Vietnam. Okay. 58,000 Americans died on the ground in Vietnam. 2 million civilians, like I said, not American civilians, but Vietnamese civilians, okay? This war in American history fundamentally changed the American people's relationship to their government. It is not an exaggeration to say that before the Vietnam War, the American people had much more trust in their government. They were typically very, very obedient to their government, and believed in, believed it was generally honest. After this, that completely changed. The culture that's present in America today of not trusting the government is because of the Vietnam War. I am not exaggerating when I say this, and I'm not trying to take away anyone in here's agency, but I suspect a lot of us in here would not be lefties today if not for the Vietnam War, because the way of thinking that would lead one to become a lefty in the United States we might not have even had access to that. There may not have been as much literature out there about that. It would be less likely that we'd be lefties if you look at the grand span of history. Okay, so the Vietnam War massively changed Americans' perception of the government. It caused a mass loss of trust in the government. The Vietnam War and the sort of democratization and quote unquote civilizing effect it had on America also resulted in a lot of the shit we're seeing today. The elites started a massive program of pushback after seeing how the Americans, how the American public had been able to influence the government and put pressure on the elites. That frightened a lot of the elites who were in power. So they began in the 70s and into the 80s up until Reagan and then beyond. The elites did a massive counteroffensive where they opened up elections for massive bribes, which is what we're experiencing today. They started many more propaganda programs to push their ideology on the American people. Yeah, LaCroix, it's almost like a dialectic, okay? They began a process of trying to gain more conglomerated control over news agencies, okay? So fewer elites now control most of the news agencies, which allows there to be a lot less independent news journalism, okay? There was an organized effort by the right since the 60s and in the early 70s to rig the Supreme Court. What do I mean by that? To pack the Supreme Court with conservative justices so that there would never be a decision like the one that allowed the release of classified information, okay? This was spearheaded by people like Mitch McConnell, whose one of his lifelong goals was to pack the court for the Republicans, okay, which he succeeded in doing. And now we have a Supreme Court who's passing all kinds of legislation, or not legislation, who's making all kinds of decisions that are really horrific, okay? So many of us did not live during the Vietnam War, but we are still experiencing the in French called the longue durée, the long-term effects of the Vietnam War, okay? And the all the things that happened during it, all right? So it was a massive impact on our society, and you guys can see, I hope, so many similarities, all right? And as we go through these weeks and as we do different themed weeks and we learn more and more about history, you all will hopefully start seeing how important it is and how you can basically become a fucking prophet if you know enough history, right? Because like all this shit that we've talked about, you can literally we see things like this today, do we not? And it's predictable. So that is my presentation on the Vietnam War. I bow. And we're done. Good. Finally, Jesus Christ. Let's go on. It's a fun Friday. It's a fun Friday. Okay. All right. Let's go on. All right. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Finally done with that. Does anyone have any other questions about the Vietnam War? Okay, since I talked about this now for 2 fucking weeks, it was supposed to only go on for 1 week. and then it ended up lasting 2 whole fucking weeks. And then I kind of sped through the end there so that to get to the conclusion. Let's start a new war. This time it will work. Right, Peck on bad, right? Okay. We all understand this? We all get that? All right. So, there we go. I'm calm, Matt Saigon. I'm calm. I'm very calm, okay? All right. So, let's do some fun shit. First, I'm going to put up my face. So, did we all like the... I hate you, Sir Bart. Did we all like the... Wait, what happened in Vietnam? I hate you, Gwen. Oh, my God, I hate you. God damn it, Gwen. Okay. So, did we all learn something? I ask this every time. Did we all learn something about the Vietnam War? Okay. Did we all learn something about it? Yes, you did, Matt Saigon. You learned something about it. Fuck you. Okay. Good. Jolly Boy, I hate you so much, Jolly Boy. I hate you. Good. Thank you, Elevator Lady. Okay. So that'll be our first week. That'll be our first themed week. Okay. Our first themed week. And we will have many more after this. So I'll try to think of what the next themed topic is. We might not, some weeks we might just do individual lessons every day and not do a themed week, but this is our first themed week and I think people liked it. Okay. I forgot to pay attention during the past 2 weeks. LaQual, I know that's not true. You were one of the most active chatters during the whole thing. Okay. So you're one of those annoying students. It's like, I was always like, oh, whose hand is always up? And I'm like, okay, I'm trying to teach. And I like ignore your hand because it's waving in the back. But anyway, okay. Let's see here. Oh my God, my spine. By the way, Saigon has been renamed to Ho Chi Minh City. That's just a side note. Nope, of course, Joe Buckley. Yes, Joe Buckley says, yeah, and the American education system is shit. We never learned the true effects of the war. Correct, Joe. Don't you love the propaganda, Joe? I know I'm LaQual. I love that. I'm just being a dick, LaQual. I loved because you asked really good questions and shit. Okay, Jesus. Okay. All right. So, okay. A few other things here. Let me add one last thing. I told you guys how when I was in college, I took a class literally called the Vietnam War, and the professor was a conservative, which was unfortunate. Again, yes, Sir Bart, Ho Chi Minh is the largest city in Vietnam, but Hanoi is the capital. So Saigon got renamed to Ho Chi Minh City, and Hanoi is the capital of Vietnam. Okay, so this conservative professor, I told you he was a really good teacher. Except for 2 things. I told you about the first thing where he had an American bomber pilot come in and talk to us. The second thing that annoyed me about him is that at the end of the course, he put up a picture on the screen. Of a Coca-Cola billboard in Vietnam. I'm not even joking. He put up an image of a Coca-Cola billboard in Vietnam. And he said, guys, some may say, like this, it was so fucking cheesy. It's like he had been a good professor up until the last day, okay? Some may say that America lost the war, but did we really lose the war? Look here. This is a Coca-Cola sign in modern-day Ho Chi Minh City, all right? The lasting effects of America still remain in Vietnam. And to some extent, we prevented the communist takeover because they still have corporations there. And, really, in the end, we won militarily. We just lost politically, but we positively affected the country, and our fighting wasn't for nothing. And at that point, since it was the last class before the finals, I stood up and I walked out because I had no fucking patience for that shit. It's actually depressing because he was a good teacher. And what did he think he was teaching us? He taught us how we lost. And then at the very last day, he's like, we didn't lose? What the fuck are you talking about? And I'm saying this, guys, because there are Americans today. We have seen them come into this chat, have we not? We have seen them come in here while I'm speaking, who still say America didn't really lose the war. Okay? That it really wasn't a loss for America. Because they're doing copium. And they will come up with all kinds of excuses. They will say things like, they'll say things like, well, we won militarily, but we lost politically. Well, first of all, no, we lost militarily, but even if we had only lost politically, that's still a loss, okay? We lost militarily and politically. We lost. for nothing, and nothing was achieved by the war. Nothing. Vast death and destruction for nothing. Okay? And they will claim, I've heard people claim that the I know, Dolly Boy, right? Exactly. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Yes, okay. I know you will hear people say, well, Vietnam is friendly with the United States today, right? And they didn't fall into the orbit of China. Based off the history I've told you guys about the history of Vietnam being occupied and how Uncle Ho was a nationalist. He very much wanted independence for the Vietnamese people and didn't want to fall into anyone's orbit. Don't we think that's what would have happened anyway? Like, you see what I mean? Like, they wouldn't have, even if we had, like, let's put it this way. They didn't fall into China or the Soviet Union's complete orbit, not because of us being there, but because that is the ideology of the state. That's the ideology of Ho Chi Minh. And the fact, yeah, he succeeded. Le Qua Bois, that is a victory. It means that Ho Chi Minh got his way, that they became an independent state with land reform. They have a socialized healthcare system. They probably have a better healthcare system than we do in terms of access to healthcare, and a bunch of other things. So they succeeded and they're independent, and I praise them for it. Okay. So anyway, just be aware there are people out there who to this day are coping with this, the fact that we lost. And it's funny to me. Very funny to me. All right. There are some other, I keep mentioning one other thing. There are some historians who talk about how the Vietnam War was kind of a uniting experience between the north of the United States and the south of the United States. Because this was the first time in American memory where the country as a whole lost a war, pretty obviously, in American memory, not necessarily in reality. So the South of the country had already lost another war. That was the Civil War. And this was the first time where there was a national sense of trauma and defeat, which in a weird way kind of bridged some North and South divides. There's a lot of weird literature on this. But anyway. Okay. All right, guys. You got that? So, you got that? Screw you, Sir Bart. Okay, yes, please take us to Vietnam. We can go to Vietnam. They have great food. Okay, guys, I'm done with that. So there's our Vietnam War presentation. Thank God. Jesus, I've been talking about the Vietnam War forever. Give me a second. I want to go get something to nibble on. I'm kind of hungry. Give me 1 second. Don't leave. I'll be right back. Like, literally, I'm just going to go grab a bag of chips, and then we'll do some fun shit, okay? All right. Yeah, that's true, Gwen. All right, I'll be right back. Ugh, me too. I'm a little peckish.
How do you switch
Okay, sorry. I wanted to cut some watermelon. I'm like a whore for watermelon. I love fucking watermelon. Anyway, so I got some watermelon. It took a while because I had to cut it. So I cut it. Okay, 1 second. Let me figure out where to set the watermelon. How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing out there? How is everyone doing out there? Everyone good? You want some boops? Let's hand out some boops, folks. Pet gone bad. You get a boop. Boop. Gwen gets a boop. Boop. Elevator lady gets a boop. Boop. Sir Bart gets a boop. Boop. Invalid Axiom gets a boop. Boop. Matt Saigon gets a boop. Boop. Oxpecker gets a boop. Boop. Ooh, who else? Joe Buckley gets a boop. Boop. Jonas gets a boop from a distance. Boop. All right. I love you too, Matt Saigon. Okay. Who else? Jay Williams gets a boop. Boop. Philly Cheese gets a boop. Boop. How are you, Philly Cheese? I didn't see you here. Okay. Oh, thank you, LaQuabois. Thank you. 2 watermelons. Thank you. Wow. Okay. Dick. Okay. James Nordoff gets a boop. Boop. SoCal gets a boop. Boop. Outer Signal gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? Yeah, thanks, LaQuaw, at least. Thank you. Jesus Christ, asshole. Anyway, just kidding. What else? Who else wants a boop? Anyone else want a fucking boop? Did I miss anyone who wants a boop? I miss anyone who wants a goddamn boop? Have we booped everyone out? Has everyone been booped out? Okay. All right. Yes, Ho Chi Minh would have loved boops. Okay. I need a Ho Chi Minh with. I really want a Ho Chi Minh with a fucking jester hat. Elevator lady. Anyway, this is how I convince elevator lady to do unpaid labor for me. Okay. Okay. So guys, how's everyone doing? You go. What about Mal with it? We could do Mal with the jester hat, right? Oh my God, that is some good fucking watermelon. Okay, let's find something to watch, guys. It's supposed to be a fun day, right? Now, I think originally I said if we raise $70 today, we'll do the gaming thing. So we probably won't be able to do that. But let's watch some shit, obviously. Let's see here. Elevator lady is ready to attack. Oh, wait, why is it? Okay, you're about to throw something at me, aren't you, elevator lady? Okay. By the way, free Palestine. Okay. Let's see what else we got to do here, guys. Let's see what else we can react to. What else I can find to... Doesn't it, Gwen? Do. Second. By the way, guys, I started posting some of the sources over in the resources channel. Okay, 1 second. Oh, God. Ugh. One second. Ooh, that looks fun. Okay, well, let's watch one of fucking Jay Williams' things because I need a palate cleanser after that. All right. What the fuck? There's so many conversations. What the fuck do you mean? Oh, that's right. Eating watermelon's one of the most anti-Semitic things I could do, right? Okay. Let's go on here. Let's switch screens here. Have I ever had palm fruit? I don't think so, Matt. It's like, I don't think I have had palm fruit. Okay. If I want to be an ally with Israel, I should be eating hummus. Oh my God, fuck you! I hate you so much, Jonas. I swear to God. Okay, where's my face? Okay, guys. So this was sent to us by what? Sorry. Oh my God, is this Heaven's Gate? Really? Is this like Heaven's Gate? Oh my God. Fucking Jay Williams. Okay, it's only 6 minutes long. I guess we will. Jesus. I know, Jonas. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a pig. I'm eating and not paying attention to you. Okay. So we'll watch this video. Let's see how bullshit it is. I might lose my mind, but let's watch. Okay. Oh my God. Wait, I don't get it. Are they in hell or not? Oh, there's Jesus. Jesus coming back.
Dave's the
Is she
name.
climaxing?
Drugs are my game. Have you ever seen Jesus, sweetheart?
No.
Have you ever touched Jesus?
No.
I didn't think so. You little honeys come around here often?
When there's parties.
What the fuck does that mean? Oh, look at the evil cocaine. Oh my God. Honestly, hey, Philly Cheese, shut up. Philly Cheese, I swear to God. Okay, great. Jonas says, crazy to think this was Sam in his teen years. Jonas, I swear to God. I swear to fucking God. Okay. Anyway, Jay's the name. Drugs are my game. Okay, that's kind of a weird confession. Anyway, so like, what the fuck is this? I'm sorry. What are they doing? Are they... I thought Heaven's Gate was... Are they a Christian? What? It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. Is this like... Is this the Heaven's Gate cult? Or is this like something else? Is Heaven's Gate a common term amongst these people? You sent this to me to repent? Well, okay. I mean, I'm not going to do that, Jay Williams. I mean, maybe I'll go have gay sex or something as a form of repentance. But like, other than that... Anyway... Yeah, no, this feels like I'm on LSD or something. Not that I would know, folks. I don't do drugs. Drugs are bad. Don't do drugs. Do some drugs, but don't do drugs, okay? Yeah, I also think this is really funny. Like, they don't know what cocaine does. Have you ever noticed when, like, hello, Antivio. Have we noticed, guys, that, like, when people talk about drugs that they've never tried, it's painfully obvious? Like when people talk about marijuana and they're like, marijuana makes you dangerous, makes you like hallucinate and shit. Well, okay. I mean, you'd have to do a lot to do a hallucination issue here, but like, you know, it's not. Anyway. Okay.
We didn't mean to do drugs, please. It was peer pressure. I was failing my grades at school. My father died. I was all alone. It has to be there.
Doesn't that actually sound like a good reason? I mean, I feel like God would be nice. Like, don't we think God would be understanding if that was the case, or whatever that thing is? Like, yeah, I mean, that's kind of sad. Are they going to be like, well, no, you shouldn't do it anyway, even if your father died and you're experiencing peer pressure? And like, that's kind of funny. That kind of is like a weird material analysis where they're showing us why they should be like, why, you know, they should be excused. But anyway.
No!
Oh my God.
I want that one.
Shitty outfits, shitty acting. Honestly, these two girls are pretty good at yelling. But apart from that,
Pretty little girls into hell.
Dad,
Yes, Chris?
thank you for going to the altar with me this morning. I feel so good.
speak up! Speak up! Jesus, if I was directing this kid as a teacher, you gotta have diction. Diction. Speak slower, clearly, and louder. God, what is that mumbling? Look at that mumbling. Dear God, speak up! God. All right, 0 on the fucking speech class. Okay. Ugh.
Good since I asked Jesus.
No, Jonas, I refuse to accept that, Jonas. Jonas says, damn, CR, he's a kid. Yeah, fuck it. Okay, fuck it. Right? Like, if he were my student, I'd be nicer about it, but I'm not going to be nice to him because I don't know him and he will never hear me say this. But anyway.
Into my heart.
Oh, Chris, I am so proud of you. I mean, it takes a lot of courage to go forward and give your life to Christ.
Mom, did Sarah give her life to Christ
Speak up! Jesus!
before she died?
She sure did.
Look up, too. Why is he looking at the fucking ground? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Listen, I wouldn't actually say this to a child. I'm just frustrated because I can barely hear him. And I used to teach speech classes. So, like, I'm just saying, like, you got to look up. Maybe don't go like this and look down at the ground, okay? I'm just saying, it's not the best acting. The director is to blame. The director is to blame.
Dear Chris, and I'm so proud of both you kids. Your dad and I love you so much. And Chris?
Also, this is dumb. Like, I'm sorry, guys. I'm being a theater gay. Excuse me. But it's weird to have a scene in this where you're faced away from the audience. Like, why the fuck is her back to the audience while she's speaking to this kid? There are different ways to set up this scene where her back doesn't have to be to the audience, okay? It's just kind of fucked up.
Now that you've asked Jesus into your heart, we're a complete Christian family.
Look at me. If I had spent all of my time in church instead of working, hey, we wouldn't have this nice new car or that big house we live in.
Yeah, and that expensive gift you bought last week.
Hey, man, you got the idea. It was these hands that got us these things. It wasn't religion.
Yeah, Dad, I guess you're right. And you know what? When I grow up, I want to be just like you.
All right.
Oh my God,
Whoa,
best
hey,
part
Chris,
so
come
far.
Here. You're never gonna believe this.
Whoa! Look at all the angels. Mom,
Ew.
Dad, come here. Quick, hurry.
Certainly hope these kids were baptized.
This is heaven! This is what we live for, honey! It's so wonderful!
God, it's like they just won
Surely
the
my
fucking
son's
lottery.
name will be in that book. He's just a boy, and he was just trying to be like me.
I was just trying to be like my dad.
Angel, don't let him suffer for my mistakes. Please look in that book. His name has to be in that book. He's just a boy. Don't make him suffer for my mistakes.
Guys, to be clear. Now listen, we all have different views on things. You all know I'm going to say something very rude whenever I preface it with that. But telling children that they're going to go to a place where there's eternal suffering is child abuse, okay? Don't do that, okay? Please don't tell your kids that if you're not good, the magical sky man will send you to a place where you're going to burn for all eternity. That is traumatizing. And it drives me crazy that it's normalized in a lot of places to tell children that they're going to burn eternity in hell if they do not do what they're told to do. Because that can lead to a lot of psychological issues. And I've experienced it as a teacher. I've had to teach kids who have been raised by extremely, extremely right-wing, fundamentalist Christian parents. And they're often very socially awkward. They have no confidence in themselves. They have zero. If they make a mistake and they get criticized, they break down crying because they are afraid to death of what the consequences of that is. Okay. Like, just I think it is really abusive to tell kids that they're going to burn in hell for making mistakes that are human, right? Like, come on. Kids are going to lie, for example. Yep, kids are going to lie, right? Kids are going to lie. Kids are going to do things that might not be the best because they're learning, right? So, yeah. So that's no good. Just saying. And admittedly, guys, I was taught that as a kid. And I still have some fear, like I still have fear of that sort of thing. For example, like it's ingrained, okay? Like if anyone ever heard the phrase Catholic guilt, okay? A lot of Catholics are raised with this sort of guilt. And like it's something that you have to kind of get over. And it's really hard to completely get over it. And you know it, Jay Williams, right? Okay. And like I often find myself apologizing a lot when I don't need to apologize a lot. Okay. Like I say sorry a lot, for example, because I'm like always trying to seek repentance. It's not, I don't believe in God at all or anything, but it's sort of been built into how I communicate because of that when I was a kid. Anyway.
Get the boy. No. I want the boy. Throw him.
Great way.
Like father.
That's horrible.
Like son.
There's no life after death.
Of course, Billy.
My professors told me it's called evolution. Life ends at the grave.
Yeah, LaCroix. Oh my God.
No, don't send me to hell.
Wait, she believes in evolution, so now she's going to hell?
To me, we have only just begun.
Honestly, Satan looks kind of badass. I feel like they should have made him scarier.
Evolution. I guess that means that I don't exist.
No. Listen. Oh my God, listen. Evolution is obvious and a real fact, and it's like one of the few scientific theories. It's like one of the very few scientific theories that are very concrete and very obviously true. There's like so much fucking evidence. It's so obvious. Okay. So, but just because you believe in evolution, that doesn't even make sense. Doesn't mean the devil doesn't exist. Do you see what I mean? Now, obviously, the devil doesn't exist. Okay, I mean, obviously, but believing in evolution, like, so that comment, not one of the few Mets. Like, I meant it's like one of the. I phrased it badly. It's like it's a very concrete and like has so much evidence supporting it. Like, I would be willing to call it a law at this point, Matt. It's like it should be called the law of evolution. But anyway, there's like. Just because you believe in evolution doesn't mean you don't have to believe in Satan. Now, obviously, the devil doesn't exist, but it's stupid to like, it's like, oh, you don't believe in evolution? Then clearly I don't exist. Those things are unrelated. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, like, what do you mean? Anyway. Yeah, Sir Bart. Oh my God.
It's your soul.
Oh, Jesus is kind of hot. This is more of an otter Jesus.
I'll have to say goodbye, but I'll be looking forward to seeing you in heaven.
Yeah, gay Jesus. Aren't they all gay, Gwen? Like, I swear Jesus is always like a gay man.
Did humans and dinosaurs?
Oh my God, we're not gonna watch that. Okay, was that a threat? Was what a threat? What a fuck. Oh, what he said? Okay. I don't fucking know. Thank you, Jay Williams. That was traumatizing. I'll look forward to seeing you in oh yeah, sir, but I hope it's a threat. That was sexy Jesus. Anyway, let's go on. I'm sorry. I know people don't like me anyway, let's go on. It doesn't fucking matter. Let's go on. So, let's go. No, here's another one. This is another one by our angel.
Hello,
Jay
my name
Williams.
is Francis Anfuso. According to U.S. News and World Report.
This is, are you going to heaven? Hell no. Wow, that's blunt, isn't it? That's blunt. Okay.
Approximately 80% of Americans believe there's a place called heaven where people can live after they die. I wonder if any of these people ended up in heaven. Based on statistics, most of them hope they would go. Now they know for sure whether everyone goes to heaven or only a select few. How about you?
Oh, wait, so this isn't like pro-atheism. This is saying that, no, there's like a set number of people that can get in, and you ain't one of them. Okay.
Are you going to heaven? Many of the Bible's greatest critics, such as Harvard's brilliant law professor Simon Greenleaf or world-renowned archaeologist Sir William Ramsay, set out to actually disprove the Bible's claims. And yet after a careful examination of the facts, a startling thing happened to these very determined men. They
assaulted children?
Changed their opinion and came to the unmistakable conclusion that the Bible is factual, accurate, and reliable.
Elevator lady, you're welcome.
Wait a minute. I have told you, you are not going out of this house dressed like that. I am so...
By the way, on the comment that they made that the Bible is reliable and accurate, it isn't. Anyway.
You tell me what...
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Did she just say don't go out dressed like that? Dressed like what? What the fuck? She's just dressed. She's wearing clothing. What the fuck is the problem? Okay, you can't leave this. Yeah, right? It's like, what the fuck? Like, anyway.
Let's do. That's it. You're grounded. I hate you. I don't want to see your face.
Oh my God.
According to Jesus, just being angry with someone is enough to disqualify you from heaven and qualify you for the fires of hell.
No. Okay, literally. Guys, come on. Literally, folks, come on. I've read the Bible so many times. It does not say being angry. Like, listen. It doesn't even say that. Look, they even have the quote. It says, and if you curse him, you are in danger of the fires of hell. So, like, yeah, it does say, if you curse. It literally doesn't say it. It does say, if you curse God, or something, you're going to go to hell, which is why I have a one-way ticket. But, like, that's, like, not the same thing. They're just making shit up. Like, if you're gonna quote the Bible, which is unreliable anyway, at least quote it correctly. They're just making shit up. But anyway, okay.
If you just slip up once, one little mistake, you are a lawbreaker. And lawbreakers don't make it into heaven. Jesus taught throughout...
Jesus Christ. Like, good God. I love that if you make one mistake. Okay, well, all right. I guess everyone's going straight to hell. Okay?
Throughout the Bible, that God does not grade on a curve. His standards do not change. Only perfect people are allowed into heaven. No matter how challenging or difficult...
Yeah, you're right, Jay Williams. Chat is going straight to hell. I'm sorry, guys. Chat, you're all going to hell. Okay? I think we can all agree on that with some of the words that have been exchanged in this community. You're all going straight to hell, especially Matt Saigon.
Life is. That means doing the best you can is not good enough to get you in.
What?
Jesus said in the Gospel of Luke, only God is truly good and no one else. That means nobody is truly good. No one, according to God's standards, is a good person. Certainly we all feel we have done some good things in our lifetime, but we also know we have done some bad things. Remember, God requires perfection in heaven. Good plus bad does not equal perfect.
So, Sir Bart, you say all you got to do is get to that final communion and you're good to go to heaven. It depends. I'm not sure which group of Christians these are, Sir Bart. So for like Catholics, no. For Catholics, you have to do acts. You have to do acts of service. You actually have to benefit people. Like you have to actually be beneficial and like do good things. But like for most Protestant groups, that is not... For some Protestant groups, all you have to do is accept Jesus Christ and you're good to go. For other Protestant groups, only a certain number of them are going to get in. This is, yeah, there you go. Good job, Sir Bark. Yeah, just pay your indulgences and you'll be fine.
So just being what you and I would consider basically a good person will not qualify you for heaven.
By our relative goodness standards, most of us fall somewhere between Nobel Peace Prize winner Mother Teresa and convicted mass murderer Charles Manson.
I'm going to say something very controversial here, guys. I'm sorry. I apologize in advance for the error of my ways, okay? I would suggest, so if we're going to be ranking people on goodness, okay? If we're going to be ranking people on goodness, honestly, and I say this completely true, like honestly, and I say this with absolutely zero, zero irony, Mother Teresa was worse than Charles Manson, okay? Now listen. You think, listen, okay? I just saying, in terms of negative effects on society, on people generally, Mother Teresa definitely worse than Charles Manson. Charles Manson, did some cute little things, may have been kind of a cult leader who convinced other people to go kill for him or whatever. Not bad. But Mother Teresa was like a horrific individual who cared more about people suffering like Christ than actually helping them, and cared much more about birth control than she did about like poverty. In India, for example, as in she didn't want any condom use or any birth control use. She just wanted she just wanted people to die. Like I don't know, which is like, by the way, giving women control over the reproductive systems is one of the few guarantee ways to reduce poverty. So she exacerbated poverty in India. Okay, she exacerbated it. And then she had her nuns, who were not trained medical workers, do things like, uh, um, I don't know, like not cleaning off the needles they were using between patients, okay? And like they would just like rinse them in water and then stab the next patient with a needle. And oftentimes the people that were in her health areas would be dying painfully. And she was kind of okay with that because she thought that was kind of bringing them salvation. Because, if you're suffering like Jesus, then you're going to be saved, even though you're a dirty heathen Hindu, right? So real fucked up stuff. And yeah. So just to say, she had a massive negative impact on thousands of people in India. All right. Charles Manson, not so much. Okay. So really, this should be reversed, right? I think, are you closer to Charles Manson or are you closer to Mother Teresa, with Mother Teresa being the bad end of the spectrum? Okay. Just a note there. All right. Hello, Goop, Goop. I'm sorry, Goop. I'm going to call you Goop, Goopertarian. Okay. Yes, wasn't she vile? Thank you for saying so. Okay, let's go on there. So that's my take on Mother Teresa. By the way, one last note, Goop, and this is just for you, Goop. No, it's actually for everyone, but I'm trying to make you like the community so you stay. So I'm talking to you specifically. The Catholic Church, when it tries to determine whether someone is a saint, right? And to be a saint, it basically means the Catholic Church has determined that it's almost 100% certain that you're in heaven. Okay? You have to provide evidence that the person that you want to send to sainthood actually did a miracle. Okay? Like did something miraculous. Okay? And in the case of Mother Teresa, the church has been trying to canonize her. I think she is canonized, but she hasn't been made a saint yet. The Catholic Church used the evidence that was used to show she was a saint, that she should be granted a sainthood, was that there was a man who had cancer, okay, in India. Now, this man claims that after Mother Teresa touched him, his tumors receded. Okay, his tumors receded, and through the glory of the Lord Jesus Christ, the tumors receded thanks to the touch of sweet and gentle Mother Teresa. Now that sounds cute. One part that was left out of this story, by the way, was the fact that at the time that Mother Teresa touched him, he had started going through chemo. So Must be a coincidence. Now, of course, did the Catholic Church didn't really give a shit about that. It still might be a miracle that the tumors receded as he started chemo. Okay. Anyway, going on. Let's continue. But can we stop calling her Mother Teresa and call her Bitch Teresa? That'd be nice.
Using God's absolute goodness standard, we all fall way short. We all think Mother Teresa is a saint, and in comparison to us, she is. But in comparing herself to God's standard, Mother Teresa confesses her unworthiness daily.
The Bible says there is a penalty for sin. The wages of sin is death, but the free gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ. The only answer, the only bridge between God and man, the only path to heaven is through Jesus Christ. Many choose this path and find eternal life. Others stubbornly choose their own way and consequently end up in the lake of fire.
Again, guys, God is a dick. No, it's the same one elevator. Yeah, this is a different one elevator. This isn't the same one we were just watching. Listen, okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't talk that way. Look, I just cursed God's name. I'm going straight to hell. So like, why would God throw people into hell if they were born in, I don't know, what if you're born in like central Afghanistan? And like the only way to God is through Jesus when you have no exposure to anything Christian. Okay, or like you're born in China, where the vast majority of the population isn't Christian. That seems kind of unfair. So God just lets a ton of people be born that have no exposure to Christianity and then blames them when they don't become Christian and don't accept Christ and then says they burn in hell for all eternity. It doesn't make sense much. I'm sorry, Jonas. I'm sorry, okay? So what is that? I don't even know what that means. I know that, I don't know what that means, Jonas, right? But regardless, like, do you see what I mean? Like, that doesn't make much sense. That doesn't make much sense, does it? I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make much sense. But regardless, hey, I don't, what do I know?
The resurrection is the most well-documented miracle in history. Legal experts tell us that the evidence for the resurrection would stand up in a court of law today.
Either you believe Jesus...
Oh, okay. Forgive me, Jonas. Hey, Allah will forgive you, but I don't know if I can be saved there, Jonas, but okay.
...was a son of God, or you deny it.
Parkouras, that's just because you don't have enough faith. Maybe. You know what? You're right. I just need more faith.
It's black or white.
Let's pray. I'm sorry, God.
I'm sorry, God.
I want to turn around and follow you.
I want to turn around and follow you.
Instead of following my own selfish ways.
Instead of following my own selfish ways.
I've made a lot of mistakes in my life.
I've made a lot of mistakes.
No, it absolutely isn't, LaQual. That's complete bullshit. I love that, Sir Bart. Have some goddamn faith, CR. Okay. Recite what? Recite what? Recite what, Jay Williams? Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who have trespassed against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. In Latin, in nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, amen. What is it? Damn it. Pater noster quies in caelis. Shit, I forget the rest of it. I can do the Ave Maria, gratia plena, and Dominus tecum. Benedictum tui mulieribus, benedictus fructus ventus tui Jesu. Sancta Maria. Okay, I know some of the Latin, but fuck you, all of you, okay? I just wanted to show off. Whatever. Boop-a-doop-boop-boo. I am showing off. I love it. I can also do an ancient Egyptian prayer, which I like just doing to show off. Okay. I'd love to see the making of this and how many takes certain scenes like that. That's for sure. Okay.
Lord, please forgive me of my sins.
Lord, please forgive me of my sins.
I realize now that you saved me from the punishment of my sins.
I realize now that you saved me from the punishment of my sins.
And made it possible for me to go to heaven.
And made it possible for me to go to heaven.
In Jesus' name, amen.
In Jesus' name, amen.
Ew. Wait a minute. This what does this acknowledgement say? The producers wish to acknowledge the existence of many belief systems. The purpose of this video is not to offend anyone, but to challenge each individual to compare their current beliefs with the actual claims of Jesus Christ. Okay. Classic Christian shit. Okay. That was cute. Okay, fine, LaCroix, fine. LaCroix says, you can't just tell us you know an ancient Egyptian prayer and then not recite it. Oh, no problem, LaCroix. Aun au kumesta amuk kamuk matsuten tr utef maatu apuat ku apuat smet apu mtu mtr anuk aru. There you go, LaCroix. I'm eating some watermelon. Give me a second. All right. No. Jay Williams, it's not racist. Aliens built the pyramids. Aliens built the pyramids. So, you know, it was really an ancient alien religion. Anyway, I mean, way of speaking. All right. Well, wait a minute. Oh my guys, I just realized that apparently YouTube is not transferring over. Is it transferring over now? I just realized YouTube is no longer transferring over to the chat. Let me see. Is there a reason for that? Did I get demonetized or some shit? No, I didn't. Okay. I don't know why. Well, hello, Glitchy. Hello. Oh, wait, no, it is getting transferred over. There's just not many people over on YouTube. Okay. Thank you for that. That was cute. Thank you for that. What's this?
Trump is attacking disabled people again. God, this is some Nazi shit. Y'all need to...
Okay, so let's see here. This literally just popped up. I don't know if it's any good. It might be trash. Might be absolutely trash. So this is just Trump isn't Hitler. That looks fun. That looks fun. Okay. So elevator, let's see. Philly G, it's okay that he doesn't see color. I swear to God, I hate all of you, okay? Right. YouTube is the best. Oh, Doug, you're still working. Okay, I actually can see you. I'm gonna lose brain cells. Good, right? You need a few fewer of those, J. Williams. So this would be fun. Is this supposed to be funny? I don't know if this is like I don't know what this is. Let's just watch it. It popped up.
Trump is attacking disabled people again. God, this is some Nazi shit. Y'all need to stop comparing Trump to Hitler. Trump's DOJ just said that the law protecting disabled people's ability to receive services in their community can be ignored, and disabled people need to be institutionalized. That's not SS shit. Did you know the Nazis tested the death camps on institutionalized disabled people first to make sure that the mass murder was the most efficient it could be? See, that's way more messed up. You know, you're right. It's unfair to compare Trump to Hitler. Like the year before Hitler took power, he derided disabled
Okay, I think this is anti-Trump.
people as incapable and drains on society. Eugenics stuff. Yeah, and look at this timeline. Here, the year he takes power, he implements anti-disability propaganda, even using slurs in his public appearances. Despicable. Next, he removed what little supports there were for disabled children in schools to cut useless spending. Like, who would...
Yeah, that's literally what Hitler did.
Do that. Then Hitler's...
Literally, that's what Hitler did.
Employment office removed all the provisions for employing disabled people both in government and private companies. So then disabled people couldn't even get jobs. Then, paired with propaganda about German health and vitality, his Minister of Health created a registry for children born with disabilities. Yep. See? That's when it started getting scary. Then it got expanded to having medical professionals needing to disclose patients with certain hereditary defects. How could the Germans not have seen what was coming? Then Hitler's cabinet criminalized homelessness, citing that homelessness was proof of disability because it showed these individuals lacked the ability to care for themselves. So the Reich implemented forced institutionalization. What an inhumane way to get them off the streets. Oh, then they eliminated funding for medical personnel who provided care for disabled people. Jesus, how
literally.
sick. And of course cut government supports for both healthcare and direct funding for the disabled. People who need it the most. Then he cut funding for the legal departments that oversaw disability cases so disabled people couldn't challenge discrimination.
This is very fucked up. We're literally seeing repeated, J. Williams. Yeah, it's not really funny because like it's just true. I mean, it's funny because this is very dark humor though, right? We've already seen a lot of that done for trans people too, guys, so.
Nation or Hitler's new laws.
You know it's getting serious when it gets to the courts.
All that was in the first year. Then his Justice Department said the law protecting disabled people's ability to receive services in their community can be ignored and disabled people need to be instituted. Wait a minute. I am so sorry. I've been reading some cherry-picked examples of the things the Trump administration did in the last year and a half. I didn't even mention half of them. The lists are so similar, I got confused.
What? Trump's not trying to kill?
It took Hitler 6 years to shift the laws and public opinion enough before he could implement Action T4 to kill disabled people.
Yep.
And in many ways, the Trump administration has done more in its first year and a half than Hitler did in his first
That's true.
4. Check out Disposable Humanity. It's a fascinating documentary on how Hitler targeted disabled people and implemented Action.
A note here, guys, about it's called the T4 program. That was Hitler's program to exterminate disabled people and disabled mentally ill folks and things like that. They actually ended up having trouble implementing it because remember how I keep saying, guys, that when people have nothing left to lose, that's typically when they start fighting back. Well, these disabled people had families who loved them. And when they actually started killing vast numbers of disabled people, there was an immediate pushback because the government hadn't really thought that people would care because the Nazis are Nazis. So suddenly people started showing up to visit with their loved ones, and they would never be able to see them. There'd always be something going on. They're not here right now. They're in a meeting. And it's very sad. They ended up finding out that their loved ones had been executed. And there actually started to be massive protests that started happening, especially in southern Germany, which was a largely Catholic part of Germany. And Catholics have part of the religious ideology of Catholicism is like the value of every human life and things like that. So there was massive pushback. They were getting angry letters. There were even some pro-Nazi supporters whose loved ones were put into these things. They're like, wait a minute, you're going to kill our loved ones? And the Nazis actually had to temporarily stop the T4 program because they got so much pushback. Okay. So again, fascism is not invincible. If you give enough pushback, it breaks. The state cannot handle it because it relies on creating an illusion of like a better world. And if there's a bunch of people upset and protesting, you're not going to be able to lie to people all the time and be like, look, everything's great when they can open their windows and see people protesting. Okay. So now this is slightly different than the Trump administration. Okay. But look also what happened. They ended up changing their tactics in Minnesota because of mass resistance. So anyway, regardless, yeah, there's a lot you can learn from the T4 program story, okay? All right. So let's see what else we have here to react to. Let's see something else. Ooh, are you here, Tiago? Are you here, Tiago? Let's watch this.
So right now, y'all, the World Cup is happening.
This is Antonio Talks. I like his stuff. I've seen him before, I think. This is World Cup exposes Argentine racism. So, all right. Oh, Matt's like, I'll take a drink. So, you sent this one, Jay? Perfect. Okay. So, I think we'll watch Philly Cheeses next. But this is, yeah. There is a Argentina. For those who don't know much about Argentina, it is kind of like there are jokes amongst Latin Americans, people from South America and Central America about how Argentinians think that they're Europeans. And what I mean by that is that there is kind of a really strong sort of European supremacy culture in Argentina. There's a reason partially why so many Nazis went there. But anyway, the regime, I mean, was nice to them. But there's also a sense of European white supremacy in Argentina, that their culture is more superior to the more indigenous peoples of Latin America. I'm generalizing. Oh, I know, Philly cheese. Yeah, don't ask an Argentinian about why their national football team is so white. All right. So I didn't know about this, but this I'm not surprised if this is the case that the World Cup exposes Argentine racism. Let's watch it.
I believe this is a event of different teams worldwide competing in a soccer event, and it's actually happening in America. Now, I'm an American, y'all, and we don't really care about soccer like that. In fact, I wouldn't even have known this event was happening if it wasn't for Twitter. Now, to dive deeper into that, it wasn't even the soccer highlights that necessarily caught my attention of this World Cup happening, but instead it was the anti-black memes that I came across specifically from Argentina's Twitter accounts. So here is an example of a tweet I've come across. This is an account from Argentina. And look at Elon Musk talking about some visibility limited, yada, yada. How it got 2 million views and 32,000 likes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, Jay Williams. I didn't really go into that, but you're right. The Argentina literally killed most of the black folks in Argentina after they used them for slave labor. Yeah, that is not an exaggeration. They also slaughtered most of the indigenous people, which is why the people in Argentina are very, very white. Okay, there wasn't much... How do I put this? There wasn't much interbreeding, I guess. What's the term? There wasn't a lot of cross-racial breed. That all sounds gross, no matter how I frame it. You know what I mean. Because they slaughtered so many of them, the indigenous peoples.
It's limited. Bullshit. Now, as y'all can see, the photo is blurred, but I'm going to explain to you what's happening in it. I'm not even going to risk showing it because Twitter blocked it, so I know YouTube might do the same thing. But basically, it is a white Argentina man from a distance holding a rope, and the end of the rope has a noose on it over a black man who has very exaggerated features, and he's like, pulling the rope, right? So a crazy image. In the comments, someone said, "Gotta be funny if an African team eliminates Argentina." Oh my God. And he replied, translated from Spanish, he says, "You're gonna have to wait a long time, little black one." And if y'all know anything about Argentina, I expect this from them. We're going to dive into that later. So right here we have a tweet, and this isn't anything bad about black people or anything, but they ended up quote retweeting this tweet, and I just want to read it first. It says, in quote, "We'll beat Messi if Allah wills it. They provoke a lot, but we have to bring the passion to the match and play smart. If Allah wills it in, we'll have a great World Cup." And this was a player from Algeria, right? And y'all know Algeria is in Africa. An Argentina person retweeted this, and as you can see, what happened, little black guy? Looks like Allah didn't want to. And it is I don't know what's going on here. He's stretching the black guy face apart, and it's a white man back here. So yeah, you see it. This tweet ended up going stupid viral. Over 42 million views, over 134,000 likes. And then, through the replies, I just see a lot of, like, look at this.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Guys, there's a reason why so many Nazis hid out in Venezuela. I mean, not Venezuela, hid out in Argentina, okay? Let's just put it that way.
What the hell is going on, dog? Someone says, "Never knew how racist and Islamophobic and disrespectful Argentinians are until this World Cup." Me personally, I already knew Argentinians was moving like this. As I get older, I understand that everybody don't like niggas, and when our black people gonna understand that shit, you know what I'm saying? We need to start moving accordingly. The great thing about this whole situation, though, is that this tweet ended up getting ratioed bad. They said Argentina is way too poor of a country to be this racist.
True.
Them niggas got way bigger problems to worry about, and they got black people on their mind. This how they be, y'all. Now, we moving on from Twitter now. I want to give y'all just a quick history lesson of Argentina and the anti-blackness that it has. Now, in 2026, the current black population of Argentina is very small, right? I'll put it up on the screen. And it's crazy because at one point in time, specifically during the 1800s, the black population was very big there. I believe it was 1/3 of it. However, due to
they
basically
destroyed them, they killed them. There was a disease too that spread around. I can't remember the exact history there, but yeah. One sec, I need to take another bite of the watermelon.
A genocide, most black people were removed from Argentina, if you get what I'm saying.
In 1800, about a third of Buenos Aires was black. And by 1875, the Argentine government had stopped counting black citizens in the census because there supposedly weren't enough left. Now, maybe it's just me, but when I hear something like that, I have questions because people don't just disappear.
They don't.
So, of course, I started digging. What I found was one of the wildest stories I've come across in a long time. See, a lot of people today genuinely believe that Argentina didn't have a significant black population, ever. If you ask some Argentines about black Argentinians, They'll probably tell you that black people just came there recently, that they're immigrants, that they've always been a tiny minority. But that's not what the history says. Black people helped build Buenos Aires. Black people fought in Argentina's wars for independence. Black people helped shape Argentine culture. Even parts of the tango trace back to Afro-Argentine traditions. So how do you go from a city where black people made up roughly a third of the population to a country where people grow up believing that black Argentinians barely exist? That's where the story.
One second, Vicky, let me repost the link. I don't know if the link might be broken, so let me just re-put the link here in the chat. Let me just quickly, for those who want to join the Discord, I apologize. If the link is broken, it shouldn't be, but here, generate a new link. So I'll generate a new link here, and I'll put it in the chat. Here you go. Vicky over on YouTube. There you go. Boop. There's the link.
Story gets ugly. Part of it was war. Black men were disproportionately pushed into military service and sent to fight in conflicts with devastating casualty rates. Part of it was disease. Yellow fever tore through Buenos Aires in 1871, and it hit black communities especially hard. But the more I read, the more I realize this wasn't just a story about tragedy. It was also a story about intention. Because there were powerful people in Argentina who openly believed that the country's future should be white. Not diverse, not multicultural, white. And unlike people today who hide behind coded language, these men wrote it down. One of the most famous was Domingo Faustino Sarmiento. He's celebrated in Argentina today. Schools named after him, streets named after him, a former president, a founding figure. And he argued openly that Argentina should be remade through European immigration. Then came something called the Blanqueamiento. Millions of European immigrants were encouraged to come to Argentina. The country changed rapidly. And while all that was happening, something else was happening too. The remaining Afro-Argentine population was slowly being erased.
Joe Buckley.
Not just from neighborhoods, from records, from census categories, from public memory. That's the part that got me. Because when most people hear the word erasure, they picture like burning books or something. But sometimes erasure looks a lot quieter than that. Sometimes it's changing.
Yeah, Peckham, but they allowed the Nazis to go there. They opened the door for the Nazis to go there.
In categories. Sometimes it's deciding who gets counted, whose story gets told. And then a few generations pass. Right.
Yep.
And eventually people start saying, there were never any black people here.
Yep.
What are you talking about?
Hey, and that is what I believe they're trying to do. We see Trump taking out all of the black history, all the slavery. You know what I'm saying? This is why it be so important that I try to tell all my black folks, man, stay educated. Learn about your history. This isn't having a victim mindset. You have to understand things so they won't happen again, right? So make sure y'all dive into all the black.
The victim, I love that point, but like, honestly, black people have been massively victimized. Like, people complaining about like, well, you don't. I've heard people from the black community say this too. Like, well, I don't want to have a victim mindset. I get that, and you shouldn't. Like, you shouldn't. You should kind of have a revolutionary optimism, but you also were victims, like historically, massively. But anyway, okay.
History, no matter how uncomfortable it is, learn the tragic things these folks did.
Yeah,
and I think the reason they want to take this away because, you know, I feel like it's impossible to learn about black history as a black person and not feel that fire ignite inside of you. Like, whenever I read the tragedies and the things that happen to us, or even the good that they don't teach about, it just ignites something in me, right? Like, it made me go so hard, and it creates that revolutionary for real, and that's what they don't want.
Good.
So learn your history. Don't let them erase this shit, dog.
And what keeps sticking with me is that Afro-Argentines never fully disappeared.
You're right.
Their descendants are still there. Their history is still there. Their contributions are still there. The thing that disappeared was the acknowledgement.
Yeah, Jay Williams.
Right. And honestly, I think that's one of the scariest forms of erasure. Because once a country forgets who helped build it, it becomes a whole lot easier to pretend that those people never mattered in the first place. A third of Buenos Aires was black. And that should be common knowledge.
Jonas. And that's my point, Jonas, is that I think people... So Jonas says, Tim Dillon explained it in a great way. People do get screwed, and it's important to speak about it, but you should try to overcome it too. Yeah. And that's my point. Like, yeah, have revolutionary optimism, fight for a better future, but it is a conservative mindset a lot of the time. If you look back in the American intellectual heritage of black writers, philosophers, things like that, the more conservatives amongst them have kind of been like, well, black people need to stop complaining and get with it, like as in stop, you know, try to be successful in the economy and stuff. Don't start agitating for change until we've actually started doing well in the economy, and that requires us to work hard and stuff. And don't be victims. So it's which to me is really missing the point, because that is forgetting that the system is what is oppressing, right, and is preventing advancement. So yeah, so definitely fight the system, but also I mean, black people were historically victims, and that should be something that should be allowed to radicalize black people. I want black people to get radicalized. Let's put it that way. So, and if you just look at the truth of the history, that would radicalize a lot of people. Exactly, outer signal. Exactly. That's literally what it is, outer signal. The idea of like just shut up and dribble. Yeah. Okay. And that's why, guys, I'm all about honesty, about showing the reality of things, because I think if more, not only black people, but anyone really would to see the true history, the black history, which is so horrifically violent and oppressive in lots of places, that would lead to radicalization, which would be which would be sort of an inspiration for change. Okay, change, not change. Okay, Jay Williams. Some will always be stuck in the sunken place, though. Yeah, Jay Williams. But like, you know, all right. Exactly, Jay Williams. But like, of course, the fewest that we can get into this. If that's a reference to Get Out, I deeply support it. I like that reference. Yeah. Okay. All right. Is that what that means, Jay Williams? Because there's the scene where the guy goes into the sunken place in the couch. Is that what that is a reference to, or is that a different thing? Okay, I love that idea. That's a great reference. I'm going to use that. Okay. Vicky, I had to educate myself on Spanish Empire in order to know. Yep, it's disgusting, Vicky. Very bad. The Spanish were horrific. Okay. LaQual, that's why they want to get rid of teaching that history, because they don't want radical change. Absolutely, LaQual. That is exactly why the Trump administration is trying to erase these histories, because they don't want people radicalized. They don't want people to seek change. They want them to bow down and everything else. Okay. So, yep. Excuse me. Oop, didn't mean to burp.
The fact that it isn't is part of the story.
Hey, big shout out to Ashley, man. I always watch her videos. She makes detailed history lessons on Black history, man. Show her some love.
I really liked her.
Today I'm in Argentina and I'm trying the most viral burger here.
No, you got to be kidding me. They do that? Oh my God. I think I did see. I heard someone said this in chat. That is so fucked up. Okay. I got to tell you guys, I've said this before, and listen, you can yell at me if you want. I know. But this is why I say that in some ways, racism in America, I've noticed that a lot of Americans are more cognizant of things that are racist than in other places in the world. Does that mean that racism is worse? I mean, that racism is gone in America, or that it's better? No. But there is more of a public consciousness about things that are racist. You see what I mean? Because like in some European places, and because of our history and because of the long history of racial struggle, of like resisting oppression and stuff and things like that, Americans are I think more likely to notice and be like, hey, that is racist, than in a lot of fucking other places, like in Argentina or in the Netherlands, where they for a long time still put on like blackface and like go down the street, and no one's like, hey, that's not great, right? But if you were to do something like this in America, the backlash would be immediate and very strong, and rightfully so. Okay. I'm not saying America isn't racist. I'm just saying that one of the things that about racism in America is that it is more, people are more aware of it. Okay. That I guess is somewhat of a positive, if you want to view it that way. Yeah. So like you could not get away with that in the US or in a lot of other places. Right. Yes, seriously, J-Mac, if you did this in America, you'd get your ass kicked, which is good. Does it right, Dal Pangy? Welcome, Dal Pangy. I'm gonna call you Dal, okay? And there are places too, yeah, which is great. I love that, Jay Williams. And I'm not trying to compliment America. I'm just saying, that's one of the things I do appreciate about America. I mean, not because I'm an American, but that it's hard to get away with some things like this. Okay, that doesn't mean again there aren't big problems. Anyway, but like blows my mind. That absolutely blows my mind that is a sign there. There are not that many Americans out there who would look at this and be like, that's fine. Okay. At least I don't think there is. Maybe there is now, but okay, I don't know. Anyway, so that's insane. Okay. Whatever, you guys get it. Okay, Vicky, a biggest joke of the century is the UK does not have a single codified book of the Constitution. What do you mean, Vit? What do you mean biggest joke? You mean joke as in they don't have a written constitution? Does that make sense? What do you mean? Like, all right. Yeah, correct. Yeah. Thank you, Outer Signal. That's a better way of putting it. I like that framing better. Outer Signal says American libs are well-meaning but still racist. Right. Libs from most of the rest of the world are racist and don't even realize it. That's an excellent point. The racism in America is hidden, right? Or not always, but racists will say racist things and then they'll get really upset at like seeing the N-word and they'll be like, that's racist, even though they're still racist. Okay. So yeah, you're right. That's a much better way of putting it. Yeah. Let's see here. Stunned. I know, right? Insane.
Bro, what? Hold on. Yo, that shit say big nigga. And this is a food spot in Argentina.
Can I just say, I am so sick of, especially white people, saying, well, I said it with the A at the end. Okay? It's not as bad when you say it with the A at the end. I just can't with those people. I just can't with those people. Do people here know who I'm talking about? Like, okay. I just don't, yeah. Like, I don't. All right. Anyway, it's just a note. Okay. There are I've known white people who say, yeah, right, Gwen, like, who will say, well, it's not the hard R. It's not the hard R at the end or something. Like, no offense, Gwen, I'm just saying. I'm like, I don't care. Anyway, so again, though, admittedly, no, yeah, LaCroix, that's so fucking stupid. They realize it's a joke, right? Like, what the fuck? LaCroix says, I've had people tell me that black people have given them the N-word pass, and I'm like, it's a joke. That's a joke. They're making a joke. They don't actually. Okay. Anyway, just a note there. Oh, I got you, Gwen. Okay. Yeah. Dal, like, as a half black, half Korean, I noticed they try sneaky stuff. Oh yeah, there's a lot of racism in Asia too. Okay. A lot of racism in Europe, in Asia. Can I also point something else out, guys? I know I know. Okay, thanks, Mr. King K. Okay, it is also the case at the same time that we're talking about the N-word that I get very tired of endlessly debating the language we use around race while ignoring the structural problems that are enabling the language around race. It seems like a very libbed up thing to obsess about the name of a restaurant. And that's not to say it's not important. Okay, it's very important that we don't do this shit. I'm just saying people in America always get so fucking pissed about the language we use around race and and I'm talking white folks, okay? Like things that are like not doing the correct this or that, and then do barely anything to change the structural inequalities that are behind racism in the United States. Okay? Like that bothers me, and it's sort of the lib thing going on here, where politicians will get all offended online about someone saying something that could be construed as racist, but then do zero legislation or anything to improve the material conditions of Black America. We get caught up in these performative debates, okay? Performative debates about, like, you know, this person said this or that. And yeah, I mean, obviously something's got, but do you guys see what I mean? Do you guys see what I mean? Can we actually talk about, you know, yeah, we have to end that, but can we also do stuff to majorly change the inequalities and the structural racism in this country that oppresses Black folks? Yeah, exactly, Outerson. Outerson says true, CR. Stuff like this is sometimes a pressure valve to make us feel righteous anger without actually seeking real solutions. Right. And again, this is important. Obviously, we shouldn't be doing this, but like that is not, it's like having a leaky faucet. And in order to fix the problem of a leaky faucet, you just put a bowl underneath the faucet and catch the water without actually fixing the faucet. Okay. Can we fucking fix the faucet? All right. There's a reason why this stuff happens. It's because of the structural racism in the country. But anyway, moving on. We need to decolonize this shit. All right. Exactly. Totally, Dal. It's then we just get mad. But there's a few attempts. Yeah. There's very few attempts at real change. And it bothers me. It really bothers me. Okay. Sorry, continuing. Let's keep hearing what he's saying.
Bro.
A restaurant in Argentina is making headlines because its restaurant contains a racial slur. And honestly, if you know Argentina's history, this shouldn't surprise you. Because the real history isn't that a restaurant used a racist word or that it's making money off of it. The real story is that Argentina spent generations convincing the world and itself that Black and indigenous people barely existed there at all. Today, when most people picture Argentina, they picture European
This is a common trait. I know I keep pausing here. It's a common trait in a lot of South American countries, Brazil also, that government racism takes the form of trying to hide that they have a Black population or that they had a Black population. So this is complicated, but okay, never mind.
Architecture, tango, soccer, and descendants of immigrants from Spain, Italy, and Germany. They don't picture Black people, but they should, because at one point, Buenos Aires was one of the most Black cities in South America. So what happened? How did an entire population seemingly disappear? The answer is a story involving war, disease, immigration, and racial whitening, and one of the most successful acts of historical erasure in the world.
Yes,
and once you
Jonas.
understand that history, a restaurant casually using a racial slur doesn't seem shocking. It seems predictable.
Argentina showing their ass so far this World Cup is not surprising to me at all. Really needs to be a study done on Argentina and like why it's so racist. I saw somebody say that Argentina is way too poor to be as racist as it is, and I honestly agree.
Thank you, Dow.
I don't understand how you're...
Sorry, Dow Pangy says, I found this channel through John Vibes, and I really like your stances and views, Mr. Revolt. Well, thank you, Dow. Dow, join our Discord. I'd love to have you in the community. I'm going to... I will be probably collaborating more with John Vibes in the future, but I would love to have you in the community. You should join the Discord. I love having you here.
Your government and politics can be so shit, and then the first thing you're worried about
Black
is
people.
Black people.
Blacks.
You guys have a lot more to worry about.
Yeah.
And it sucks because I'm a Barca fan. I love Messi, but I can...
Nah, I ain't gonna lie, bro. It's like a ticking time bomb. You could be a fan of these people whole time. They don't like you. You know, y'all fans of Messi. That nigga Argentina, he might feel that way. You know what I'm saying? So...
never root for Argentina when it comes World Cup time. Ever. Like, it's not going to happen. It has never happened. And part of me can't wait till he retires because he's still putting up generational games for them. He makes the hate watches so hard. And also just like the history of racism that the country has and its...
So, Doug, I don't know if I fully agree with that. There might be stats out there, Doug. By Doug, I mean Antifa U. I suspect that's an interesting. So Antifa use says poor people are the most racist. Most racist. Well, I would have to see stats. That might be true, but like there are a lot of very, very rich people who are extremely racist. I mean, look at fucking Elon Musk, Donald Trump. That's sort of. I would have to look at stats, but like one of the contradictions here is the notion that economic being disadvantaged makes you racist, but I suspect it's easier to scapegoat if you're economically disadvantaged. But racism also has a life of its own that's not necessarily linked to class. So that's an interesting question. Anyway,
Eugenics practices.
yeah, like, no, you're right, Fetty. There is a strong history of poor people being fed that information, but does that mean that they are fundamentally more racist? I don't know. And also it depends if I'm guessing Doug means like working class people or something, because the middle class, if we're going to talk about the middle class as separate, the middle class, oh my God, white middle class people, ooh. Ugh. If I were a black person, I would be most afraid of coming across like a white middle class Karen or like a white middle class guy wearing a polo. And that would be like, to me, that'd be kind of the most frightening thing to have. But anyway, but there's a lot, I don't know. It's just an interesting question.
They're a country that encouraged Nazi German immigration, prioritized European infrastructure to get more white people to come to their country. And a lot of those white people that came over were German, post-World War II, Nazi Germans. So them being racist now is not really like that crazy of an idea. Like, no shit, they have a history rooted in colorism, eugenics, and inferiority complex.
That's it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed. Nothing surprises me more in 2026. I just make these videos and try to wake up other black people to stay on code. A lot of these people have these feelings about us and we don't even, worry about them. We not even thinking about them. In fact, shit, bro, we be caring about y'all. But man, we got to turn into the villains that they claim we are. We got to start moving that way. Let's start moving like the vulture mice, okay? No more talking, though. If you want to see something similar to this, go check out Japanese Twitter, dog.
Oh, my God. That is horrific. Oh, my God. Yeah. That's horrific. Okay, I'm going to actually sit down here. I'm just going to pull this. I have to pull this whole goddamn desk back because my chair is broken, so I'm going to have to sit on the couch. Oh, that feels so much better. Oh, yeah, Outer Signal. Seriously, though, Outer Signal. Seriously, though, Outer Signal says a drunk white woman is the most threatening to me. I can imagine. Historically, guys, there have been so many incidents of racial violence against black people that have been started by false accusations from white women. Okay, now listen, false accusations or misunderstandings or other things. Some of the worst racial riots and lynchings. So I'm not a black person, obviously, but if I were to guess how a lot of black folks might feel about being in a set, like I would be terrified to be like alone on an elevator with a white woman or something, anything like that. I would really want to make sure that there were some, there would be, witnesses around, or something. Okay. Yep, you're right, Mr. King. That's called the Tulsa Race Riot. The Tulsa riots. Jesus Christ, Jonas. You said you heard a white woman say black guys are, oh my God, are just dumb and dirty within earshot. Oh my God. And they're all just, that is like, that's so funny to me because she has to be one of the trashiest people on the planet. And she said, okay, you know what? That's insane. That's absolutely insane. Jesus Christ. Okay. Never forget Tulsa. Absolutely. I'm going to be doing a stream, guys, at some point on Tulsa. It's a very dark time in American history where in Tulsa, Oklahoma, let me just show you real fast for those who don't know. Let me find a video, actually. We'll find a short video about the Tulsa riots. So I'll start by telling you that in Tulsa, Oklahoma, there was a very successful black community. It literally was called Black Wall Street. Black Americans had created their own community with a thriving economy, arts, cultural scene. Okay. And let's find a video that talks about the circumstances that led up to it. But basically, something happened and it triggered a massacre and a complete burning down of that section of the town. It was essentially an ethnic cleansing. It was literally kind of an ethnic cleansing, but no one ever calls it that. I feel like there's none of these videos are going to do justice. Well, let's watch this. This is Black Wall Street. This is Black Wall Street.
He dropped out of Booker T. Washington High School, where he's a football player.
What, Matt Saigon? What are you talking about? Oh, absolutely, Vicky, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right about the history of the UK. I can't see anything. What is Matt Saigon talking about that everyone's congratulating him for? All right, I don't know. I don't see it. What did you? I'm sorry. I don't see it unless maybe it didn't transfer over. Anyway, regardless. Oh, you're preparing for. I got you. Okay. All right.
To take a job shining shoes downtown.
That's fair. Outer Signal. I will still do a presentation on this, but just to give you guys a brief overview of it because of what we're talking about. If you're in order for someone to accuse someone of assault after like an elevator jerks and you might be bumped into by that person, you already had to be afraid of that person, right? The implication here is that she already didn't trust him because she was black. So there was already an assumption there that he was a threat to her. And that when he bumped into her or whatever may have happened, she immediately translated it into he's trying to rape me or assault me. Do you see what I mean? So like it reveals the mindset that she already had before any goes all the way back, guys. That is a common trend. If you even go watch Birth of a Nation, which is basically a white supremacist fantasy film, okay? It's always, white women are being assaulted by black men, and white men are constantly being told you need to go protect your white women from black people who are animalistic and who are going to assault your white women, okay? That's like such a common trope, okay? Vicky, you say the UK isn't even a democracy as every rule of law is under the control of the monarchy. Vicky, that's not fully true. The royal family doesn't really have power. Like it doesn't really have power. It's extremely symbolic at this point. They are kind of if anything, it's the opposite. Parliament has control over the monarchy. It's kind of just a figure. This is why I want to get one of the reasons I want to just get rid of it. It's like it doesn't really have a point. I have heard people say this before. There's a lot of conspiracies out there. There's a lot of conspiracies out there that claim that like the royal family are like behind the scenes control everything, or they really don't. They don't. Okay. So yeah, it's a massive exaggeration. That's not to say, Vicky, that like we could make an argument that maybe the UK isn't that democratic, but it definitely isn't because the monarchy is controlling the democracy. Okay. I hate you, Lacroix. Hey, Charles, don't you know the king is moving out of Buckingham Palace? Don't worry. Listen, don't worry about the race riots. Don't worry about reform. Did you know that King Charles is moving out of Buckingham Palace? Oh, my God.
A.J. Smitherman was a civil rights advocate.
No, Vicky, I'm sorry. Literally, Vicky, please. I'm telling you, that's not true, okay? The monarchy does not finance the government of the UK. They have, if anything, the government finances them, and the money does not. It is not I can promise you that the monarchy of the UK, they're rich, but they do not have like authoritarian control over the system. Please, please, please. I love that. These black vets going out there and being like, we will protect. Of course, guys, you can't have armed black people, right? Then the white people will lose their fucking minds. They will get into law, gun control legislation. Do we know who that governor was? You want to hear something kind of weird? Who was the first governor to kind of start signing into law major gun control legislation? Reagan. Ronald Reagan. And he did it, which is funny because he's a Republican. He did it in California. And you know what? Do you know why he did it? Because exactly, J-Mac, because of the Black Panthers. The white people were getting upset because the Black Panthers were armed and they were literally doing community policing of police forces. So they would follow around police forces and informing people of their rights when police were making arrests and things like that. And the white people couldn't have that. So that's what freaked out white people enough to actually do gun control was, oh my God, the black people have guns. Oh no, my pearls kind of a deal. Okay. So, that's, hey, maybe that's the way that's how we should get gun control legislation. We should all be like, oh my God, have you heard all the black people have guns? And then every white person in the country will be like, oh my God, ban guns immediately. Obviously, I'm joking. I'm not going to lie. We're not going to lie, but it's a joke. But you get the point, right? Yeah. Like, this is why I'm conflicted on guns, right? And this is why, I obviously hate guns, but at the same time, I understand, especially why certain communities want guns. And as a gay man too, I kind of want a gun. But at the same time, there's too many of them out there, so I want to regulate them.
The Drexel Building.
Okay.
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
All right. So anyway, that's the story. Pretty brutal and awful. I never said I didn't, J-Mac.
And that's what truly makes...
What's this? Blackish little girl in elevator scene? Okay. Jonas sent us to this.
And that's what truly makes America great.
They did pet combat. Now, it wasn't from planes, pet combat. It was from, I think it was from helicopters. But yes, at some point, I will tell you guys the story of the bombing of Philadelphia, where literally the police dropped bombs on a black neighborhood. Yeah, Jonas, here, let me just show you real fast. We'll watch Jonas's thing, and then I'll tell you the story of the bombing of that Philadelphia neighborhood or building. Oh my God, this is hilarious. Yeah, yep, Philly cheese.
The horror.
That is I'm sorry, that's pretty funny. Guys, what is that a reference to? Since we just watched that movie, which that is a quote from a famous piece of literature. Do you remember the book that Apocalypse Now is based off of? At the very end of Apocalypse Now, the guy says the horror, which is from Heart of Darkness. So he's quoting Heart of Darkness. I appreciate that.
I can't believe you abandoned a 3-year-old.
I think she was 4.
You monster.
If you watch closely, you can actually see her tiny spirit being crushed. Faith in humanity? No faith in humanity. Faith in humanity? No faith in humanity. That is how serial killers...
If I were a black guy, I would not be getting on that fucking elevator. And not enough you can pay me. I mean, you can come with me, but I ain't getting on that elevator alone.
Are born.
Okay, look, I know it looks bad, but that is a little white girl. And as a black man...
No! No! You do not get to play the race card today. Not with that.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Oh my God, he's so white. Okay.
Sorry I'm late. There was a little snowflake on the elevator, so I had to take the stairs.
Me too.
Careful, Dre. Someone's out there setting traps.
I don't understand. Why are you two so afraid of a baby?
Sorry, that's really fucking funny. Okay.
We don't have the luxury of being helpful because we're instantly seen as threats.
Well, that's just common sense.
I see any adult male as a threat.
The point is, we can't get away with half the stuff that you guys do.
Look, sorry I'm late, boss. There's a little white girl in there. Almost had me. I saw my freedom flash right before my eyes.
So some of my coworkers didn't get it, but I knew my family would.
Mm-hmm.
I married a monster.
To be fair, as a black man, we can never be too careful.
Mm-hmm.
I remember my first little white girl in an elevator. Well, did the right thing, son. Proud.
I'm sorry. This is so dark, but it's really funny. Okay. Anyway, Matt Saigon, did you ever? I love Mango Lassie. Okay, I love Mango Lassie. Matt Saigon.
You're proud of him?
Damn proud.
Okay, this is insane. What do you think would have happened if you'd helped the little white girl?
I'm gonna help you find your mom, okay? All right. Do you know what floor she's on? So, Andre, huh? What were your
Yeah, exactly. You're gonna get Chris Hansen in there.
plans here today?
No, okay, I get it. You had to be guarded to survive the NWA 80s, but it is Drake Summer 16. You don't have to be guarded anymore.
Whatever. All right, I'm not gonna let you
Okay. Drake, all right.
take this away from me. Pops is proud of me.
Damn proud.
That was really funny, Jonas. Oh my God. That's so dark, but that's like so true. Jesus Christ. Anyway, I've never seen Blackish. Is it really good? I need to watch it. Okay. That's really funny. I'm actually going to save it. All right. Jesus. I also like the one guy who was like, you can't play the race card today. Okay, shut the anyway. All right. Let's see here. What else we got here to react to? All right. Oh my God, what the fuck is this, Fetty? What godforsaken hell is this? What is this? Yeah, they're setting traps. Okay. Yeah, I know, right? Look, oh my God. Okay. What the fuck is this? I'm sorry. What is this? Okay. Like this is what oh, is it for what is that game called? What is that game called? Shit, Destiny? Is this a Destiny screen? For having Trump as a character? This is fucking lunacy. Like, is this please tell me this isn't, is this serious or is this like a joke? I'm guessing it's a joke. Oh no, it's literally from the White House. No. No. Oh my God, all this propaganda. Jesus. What a fucking mess. Okay, that's disgusting. I don't even know what to talk about it. It's just like horrific. Everything's terrible. Nothing is good anywhere. Okay. Thank you for that. That was awful. Thank you, Fetty. You know what? Let's watch this. I need another Jay Williams palate cleanser. Okay, this is a bit much. First, I need pills because, I'm old. Let me get my pills. Ugh, time for me to get my pills. All right. Whoop. Okay, we're back. Let's see. Gonna take the goddamn pill. Okay. There we go. That's better. All right. This was sent to us by Jay Williams. Okay. Jay Williams. Spelled Jay, not just the letter J. Okay. Le Quabois says, are conservatives still identifying with that suicidal penguin, or is that no longer a meta? What the fuck is a suicidal penguin? I don't know. No, probably not. I don't know. They might be. Okay. So this is called You in Your Face Devil, the truth about dinosaurs. Oh my God, I hate it already. I hate it already. Oh God, please don't.
I went to
Jay
a seminar
Williams.
in the Schwab.
Can we all acknowledge that Jay Williams is a goddamn sadist? That Jay Williams enjoys torturing all of us with this horror. Okay. Speaking of, in Heart of Darkness, the horror. The horror. That's what I think whenever Jay Williams sends a video anyway.
Auditorium, I'll never forget it. There was about 1,500 of us Penn Staters there, and it was a debate. It was not a seminar, but a debate. A creationist was versing an evolutionist, and obviously I was on the side of the evolutionist.
Pet gone bad. Dinos died of their own free will just to give us oil. Hell yeah, Pet gone bad. Them dinos died for our oil. Okay, anyway.
And I walked away after 2 hours of
Outer Signal, I don't appreciate that analysis, Outer Signal. Outer Signal says, which makes you a masochist. You sicken me, Outer Signal. You're a homophobe. That's what that is. Whatever. Guys, I've started just calling anyone a homophobe, whoever says anything against me. Jay Williams, I swear to God, Jay Williams, okay?
Debate, absolutely believing that evolution was a lie. Because the creationist absolutely buried the evolutionist, and he did it without using the Bible. He did it.
So, guys, the phrase intelligent design was literally created as a PR move. Because people didn't trust the idea of creationism. So they changed it to later. Creationists changed it to intelligent design because that sounds a lot more. It sounds a lot less bad, I guess. It sounds more academic-y, weird sounding. It was a marketing move, okay? So I just hate when people say intelligent design. I'm like, you mean creationism? Because that's what that is. Because they tried to make it scientifically. They tried to kind of mess with the. They messed with the perception by kind of confounding different scientific things. Anyway,
doing things like you're going to see tonight. He did it using science, and he disproved science using science.
Even many Christian adults think that the scientific community knows more about dinosaurs than the Bible, when in reality, we've made a grave mistake of letting the world set our worldview on dinosaurs rather than the Bible. And the way we're going to go about this presentation this evening is following a biblical principle of interpretation to study truth. And we're going to use a passage out of the Gospel of John as our basis. For a long, long time, we discovered that dinosaurs is the #1 tool of the evolutionary community for the indoctrination and the robbing of the faith of young people.
No. It's so interesting to me that a lot of these folks think that if you believe evolution, you're suddenly incapable of believing in Christianity anymore. There are so many Christians that believe in evolution and Christianity. It's not something that necessarily has to make someone not believe in Christianity. But it's just weird that they base everything off the people who believe on whether they believe in evolution or not. That is an oversimplification of how religious belief works. Okay, so
T-Rex, Papa T-Rex. Now you understand how God put these things on the ark. In your face, devil. Barney.
Wait a minute. Is he literally making the argument? Well, there must have been a baby T-Rex. Is that his argument that, the ark, there must have been a baby T-Rex on the ark or some shit? Is that what he's saying? I'm very confused. Okay.
The Purple Dummy.
Yeah, there you go,
Glenn. Bill Nye the Science Guy tells the story. Discovery Channel tells the story. Disney tells the story. We know dinosaurs really existed because the Bible says they did. You say, well, Bible says dinosaurs existed? Every time you see the word dragon in the Old Testament, just substitute the word dinosaur and the context of the verse will be perfectly in place.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God, I can't with these people. I just can't with these people. Yoshi was on Noah's Ark. Jay fucking Williams, I swear to God, Jay Williams, I swear to God. Okay. Gwen, birds or dinosaurs? Yeah, the remnants. Yeah. LeQuabois. Don't you give me that look, Jay Williams. I swear to God, you piss me off so much, Jay Williams, whenever you use that little fucking emoji. Anyway, LeQuabois, there was a T-Rex on there were T-Rexes on the Ark. That must have been a mess. I mean, dear God, they must have been eating everything, right? Like I said, did they include every kind of bacteria too? Like, did every kind of bacteria that can't survive in water, were they allowed on the Ark too? Like, did they get all the viruses? Were those counted as life? And by the way, even if you have only baby dinosaurs, that's a lot of baby dinosaurs because there were a lot of dinosaurs, so you still aren't going to have enough room for all of them. 2 of each virus, maybe.
Because indeed, that's exactly what we're convinced the word is talking about. In your face devil. So we're going to go down to Houston soon and go through the public school system, the whole school system. Isn't that incredible?
Don't let him near your children, folks. If he's going to be going through the school system, don't let him near your kids, okay?
The Ark was 450 feet long.
Oh, totally. Outer signal. When I went, guys, I've been to the Creation Museum in Kentucky. Yes, I know. Don't worry. I didn't pay anything. I've told you this story. I told you this. Do it. Please do it, Jay Williams. Send me a crackhead video. I would love that about Nephilim, but do it. It'll be fun. So I literally went to the Creation Museum in Kentucky and I got in for free because I told them that I was a student and they let us in for free because I'm like, I'm a college student and I'm questioning evolution. Can I come in for free? And they let me in for free, so I didn't have to give them anything. But the first thing you see when you enter the Creation Museum is a velociraptor next to a child who's drinking from a stream, and they're both like fake, obviously, but they have the sharp teeth, and then right beneath it, it says that the reason that velociraptors have teeth this sharp is so that they can slice through leaves. That they have these really sharp teeth because it helps them saw through foliage because they clearly were vegetarians. No, actually, LeQuabois, I probably can say this now. It's probably been enough time has passed. I literally stole a T-Rex figurine from the museum. Anyway, so I literally pocketed it and walked out with it. Regardless, there was so apparently all the dinosaurs at the time, they had sharp teeth because that was to allow them to cut through leaves, and that wasn't for rending flesh or anything. I just thought that was really funny. Yes, I kind of was a klepto. I wasn't actually a klepto, but yes, I was a very good thiever. Okay? Yeah, exactly. I'm like, has the statute of limitations passed? It's fine.
It was 45 feet high. It was 75 feet wide. It could house 522 railroad boxcars, 1,200,000 cubic feet. You could put all of this inside the Ark. Enough room in the Ark to put 120,000.
Yes, thanks, Philly cheese. Fuck you, Philly cheese. By the way, fuck you, Jay Williams. Fuck you, Philly cheese. Fuck you, LaCroix. No, I'm sorry, not LaCroix. You didn't say anything bad. LaCroix says, yes, famously herbivorous dinosaur velociraptor. Of course. Those kids, that kid was probably not going to survive very long. Anyway, Gwen, I'm proud of you that some organ. Thank you, Gwen. Yes, that was my form of resistance. They would be massively inbred. If they did that, right? Okay, this is what happens if you study Karl Marx. You become a thief. No, look, Jonas, I was redistributing the wealth to the proletariat. Okay. Anyway, all right. 1 minute, Jay Williams. The 1 minute Jay Williams is too quiet. Yeah, I don't know. Jay Williams has been kind of quiet today. I don't know what's going on there, but Jay Williams I feel weirdly comfortable because I'm not being constantly harassed by Jay Williams. So I don't know what's going on there. Anyway, whatever. Look, he's not even responding now. That's weird. Hello, Druzilla. Druzilla, where have you been? Where have you been, Druzilla? You've been in the background too. What have you been doing? I'm sorry, I'm distracted.
Cow-sized stalls.
That's true, Gwen.
Could it be, Dr. Sharp, that some of those kinds of animals are alive?
Jonas.
Yep.
I like yelling at Jonas because I can say Jonas. His name is really good for that. But Jonas says, yeah, he hasn't even asked for feet pics today. Jonas. Jay Williams has never asked for feet pics. That was Matt Saigon. Anyway.
As a matter of fact, we've had sightings of the pterodactyl down in the jungles of New Guinea. We've seen animals over there. They're not giraffes. They're not elephants. They have a big long neck and a big long tail, and they're enormous animals, and they're wandering around over in the Congo. In your face devil.
Ew.
This means several things. It means, number one, that the Bible is the Word of God.
Nope.
It means, number two, that you have been by and large told lies upon lies about dinosaurs.
Okay.
And if the only way the people and the animals escaped in the first judgment was being in the ark, the only way to escape now is to be in the ark. The first ark was a boat. The second ark is a person. His name is...
Le Quabois, you are so triggering, Le Quabois. I'm going to snap Le Quabois. Le Quabois says, even this guy believes in cryptids. How does it feel to be wrong, Sam? Philly cheese? Don't you dare fucking encourage Le Quabois. Don't you dare encourage Le Quabois. Okay. So, guys, listen. I would actually I'd be nice to watch a video about cryptids. That'd be kind of fun, actually. Is there like a video about fucking cryptids we can watch? You did? Did you really, Jay Williams? Let's watch a Bigfoot video. Guys, I'm in the mood. I feel like every Friday we have to watch at least one Bigfoot video. Because I love yelling at all of you for an hour. Watch the reactions I sent before. Okay, Philly cheese, sure. Whatever you say, Philly cheese. Whatever you say. Oh my God, disgusting, Jay Williams. Okay, this is the reaction you sent you said this is 2 minutes long. It's fucking 20 minutes long, Philly cheese. Have you lost your goddamn mind? Watch the You sent me a 20-minute reaction. What the fuck do you mean it's only 2 minutes long? Did you forgot to add a 0? God, oh, sorry. Was it the wrong one? I'm sorry. That was uncalled for. I'm sorry for yelling at you, Philly cheese. I'm not really. You deserved it. But still, I'll find the short one. Okay, I'll find the short one. I don't know where. There it is. Oh, that's not it. Oh, there's the West Virginia Snake Church. I don't see it anyway, Phil Fury. I think you're lying. I literally don't see any short ones that you've sent, Philly cheese. I think you're... What's the phrase there? I think you're full of shit. I don't see any short ones. Yep. There's no short ones. Oh wait, this one, trading stocks.
A few months.
That's also 20 minutes. Are you Oh, I found it. I'm sorry. Oh, I lied again, Philly cheese. I'm sorry. I lied again. I just missed it. Here it is. I can't. You know what? I'd like to apologize for the things I said during the last few minutes of the stream. Okay? All right. Let's do this.
Look at your M closely. Look at your M closely. There's a gap.
No,
right here.
Drizella, you weren't here, so no.
Letter M. It's never connected. So you go into Hebrew. The letter Vav is also the number 6. Short top, long tail. Short top, long tail. You could have here in Hebrew 666 on the can. But my interest is the word monster. What do you see in the O? There's a cross. Okay. What has Christ got to do with an energy drink, let alone the name monster?
Is this like serious? Is she literally think that there's like Satan in a Monster Energy? Does she know how capitalism works? Does she understand that this is a consumer product and it has nothing to do with the devil except that it has to do with like what?
So I thought, well, maybe this is a Christian company then.
Really,
VFC at
Goopertarian?
the bottom of the can. Do you know what that stands for? That's the F word. Big can. In fact,
I kind of like that big fucking can. That's kind of cool.
they write it on the side of the...
Jay Williams, of course you don't. Of course, Jay Williams. Jay Williams says, I don't see where she's from. First of all, Ron is spelled with a W, not an F. Second of all, I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised at all, Jay Williams. Okay, Le Quabois says, Christ has a lot to do with Christ brand energy drinks. Yeah, right, okay. I grew up around these people. I'm so sorry, Goopertarian. Now, Goopertarian, I was raised in the Catholic Church. I went to Catholic schools, but I didn't meet a lot of these folks. So I apologize for that you experienced that. All right, it wasn't fun, especially as a gay man like me. But I'm, anyway. Okay.
Can, so I know that's the F word. Okay. Now, do you know what a MILF is? Yes. That's
LaQuabois knows what a MILF is. Anyway, just saying.
on the bottom.
So does Jay Williams. Okay. Yeah, Goopertarian, right? Okay.
MILFs dig it, and you will too. This is not a Christian company at all. So why would they have put a cross on the can? Here is the message. Antichrist. 666 in Hebrew. And then the Bible talks about the beast in Revelation. And look at Monster's ad. This is their statement. You see these M's everywhere. Hats, t-shirts, bumper stickers. Is there another agenda?
Oh, thank you, Jay Williams. Jay Williams says CR is the best. Thank you, Jay Williams. LaCroix says MILFs aren't Christian. Blasphemy. Well, you would know, wouldn't you, LaCroix? Let's see here. That's how I read it, Jay Williams. See, Gwen says Catholics are the sane version of Christian. It depends, Gwen. Yes, I do know what you mean. Maybe I'll do a stream sometime, guys, where I talk about different kinds of Christianity, because we have a lot of folks in who aren't Christian. I have typically found that Catholics are more moderate than a lot of Protestants, but it depends on the Catholic, okay? And, yeah, it depends. And then there are some Catholics that are more conservative than most Christians. Like, it depends. It depends on the. I swear to God, Drizzle, you gross me out. So do you, LaQuaw. Jonas says, have you heard about Bryce Crawford Christian energy drinks? Every can has been preyed upon. I'm so sorry, Jonas. I have not heard of that. I'm so sorry that you know that. Okay.
If God can use people
Yeah, LaQuaw. That's why I'm saying, like, it's a person by person thing.
and product, so can Satan. And look at it this way. Even if the M was not the issue, you cannot deny that that is a cross.
My question is, whenever people say things like that, what would be the purpose in hiding these things in the name of the drink? Like, does that help out Satan for him to, like, secretly hide symbols of himself in a drink title? What does that do? How does that, why would he need to do that? It's the message, CR. What message, though? If it's, like, hidden, then it's not telling anyone any message. It's like, what's the point? It's not propaganda. You can't fucking read it because it's hidden. Satanic symbols contain demonic energy. Oh, well, that actually might be that. Maybe that is what they think. Maybe that is what they think. Okay, I don't know. Drusilla, you disgust me. You drink it and Satan controls you. Okay, I guess. All right. That sounds kind of hot, but okay. So if you accidentally drink the monster and Satan steal your soul, oh, well. I never had one to begin with. It's fine. All right, let's go.
And what is witchcraft? When the cross goes upside down, bottoms up, and the devil laughs.
So wait a minute. It's just the devil trolling everyone, right, Lurking Celebrity? It's just like, oh, you flipped it upside down. You flipped the cross upside down. That seems kind of like small fry for the devil, if the devil existed.
Something to think about. Wow. This is how clever Satan is and how he gets into the Christian home and a Christian's life, and it breaks God's heart. Jesus said, my people perish for lack of knowledge.
Wow. That's awesome.
I don't know, Gwen. That was a fucking clusterfuck. Thank you, Philly. Thank you, Philly, for that waste of time garbage you sent us. Okay, that was garbage. Horrific. All right, but I appreciate it, Philly, because it was enjoyable, and you all just like raising my fucking blood pressure. You all like raising my fucking blood pressure. Yeah, guys, by the way, Trump is striking Iran. Iran is currently being struck by the United States after Iran struck a vessel. Let's quickly check that out, and then we'll watch the Bigfoot shit. Iran, I don't really give a shit because it keeps, this was expected. Iran strikes vessel. I mean, I give a shit, but, like, obviously the peace treaty is shit. All right. U.S. strikes. Are you gonna send me beans then, Drusilla? Okay, right. Philly cheese, hilarious. Ew, gross, Mr. King K. Mr. King K says it's like I can feel the devil inside me. Ew, you disgust me, Mr. King. I would never say something like that. Yeah, it says retaliatory strikes against Iran are ongoing. So let me just quickly look here, guys. Strikes against Iran live. I just want to see if there's live coverage of it.
Clearly violated the ceasefire.
Transport planes, as well as mobilizing $150 million.
I know this isn't the best. I'm just looking around. Okay. So it does appear that, yeah, from what I'm seeing on the news, yeah, Iran, the United States is striking back at Iran after they struck a ship. I mean, this was kind of expected to happen. Sir Bart, are you still here? I know what you want to have happen, Sir Bart. So, okay. So that's fun. That's great. So the war continues. I mean, it was already kind of ongoing. Anyway, let's watch this Bigfoot video. Let's watch the Bigfoot video because I don't have much to add to this until reports actually come in about it, since apparently it happened very recently. So we'll watch the 15 most convincing
Number 15
Bigfoot
Independence Day sighting. This
I'm
footage
gonna
was
kill
apparently
myself.
filmed on
I'm
Independence
sorry, I can't
Day.
say that on stream.
It shows a
I'm
big
going to unalive myself. I mean, I can't say that either. Whatever, we're gonna watch this video about Bigfoot sightings, okay? That's what we're gonna do. I don't even give a shit. Let's just do
for
it.
walking into frame, looking at the camera, and then picking up a baby before running off into the
Minecraft,
distance.
right? Guys, now $10 says that every image or video of a Bigfoot that we see here is going to be unclear from a distance or clearly fake. $10 says that's the case. Anyone want to do a counter? Anyone want to you know, not say that or whatever? Bet against that? Oh, wow. Look at it. Wow, it's unclear and from a distance. Unclear and from a distance. CR already watched this. I did not already watch this, Philly Cheese.
The Bigfoot seems to be nervously looking at the person holding the camera, therefore saving its baby and running away. Movement can also be seen from the baby as it hugs and pushes away from the adult. Some people have pointed out that they could see facial movement.
Yeah, you're right, Jonas. There have been 1,000+ deaths in God. By the way, I will point out, Jonas, that yeah, the genocide is ongoing. I've also seen people say that the genocide that happened already, it is still ongoing, guys. There is still a genocide happening against the Palestinians. I do hope we all know that.
Adult Bigfoot as well. Others say that CGI has been used in the video, but this is one of the few videos deemed real by the people who have made in-depth analysis videos on the footage.
What the fuck do you mean I already watched this? This is very clearly fake. Okay, Jesus. I hate all of you. Littlefoot. That's a dinosaur. I hate all of you so much. Oh my god, this is enraging. Whatever it is,
Number
Satan
14,
put it here.
Bigfoot GoPro sighting by dog. In this video, a man had strapped a GoPro camera to his dog, which then allegedly filmed a sighting of Bigfoot in the woods. The video simply shows the dog walking through the grassy woods when a figure...
What fucking experts are you referring to, LaQual? What experts say that fucking Bigfoot is real? Please, LaQual, send me a fucking source. Do you have a source on that, LaQual? Do you have a fucking source from a so-called expert that Bigfoot is real?
He suddenly runs by.
I missed it. I missed it. What?
The creature stands up on two legs like a human would, but also appears hairy and ape-like.
Oh, very convincing faraway evidence that's very fuzzy and is clearly someone wearing a suit. Okay, that's good. Right. Now, I hope you know, Jonas, I feel bad now. I hope you know I'm not talking about it just because it's Friday Fun Day and I need a mental break, but I always have the people of Gaza in my mind, all right? And I do hope we all know. I hope you're all okay with me kind of doing fun stuff. I feel bad now because you mentioned how no one's talking about the Gaza deaths. I'm sorry. I feel bad about it, but need to keep myself sane on Fridays. But anyway, so this is But bullshit, obviously. Okay.
Number 13, albino Bigfoot. A homeowner captured this footage after they heard a disturbance in the backyard of their wooded property. This homeowner and others in this town had previously heard strange noises and disturbances for the last 2 weeks or so prior to this being captured on film. The town was confirmed as Carbondale, Pennsylvania. In the video, someone seems to be running around in a wooded area.
Philly cheese, it is so easy to intrigue you. Like, all I gotta do is take some, like, keys and jiggle it in your face, Philly cheese, and you're like, ooh, like, Philly cheese, I swear to God, you're so fucking easily intrigued, okay? It's kind of, I'm gonna stop being rude, okay?
In a stressed manner. Then, when he hears a loud noise near him, he captures on the camera what appears to be an albino Bigfoot. The audio cuts off.
It's an angry albino. Okay, technically, how do we know it's albino?
Clip ends abruptly soon.
What if it's just a white Bigfoot? Maybe he's being anti-white. He's being racist. He's like, it must be an albino. Maybe they're just white Bigfoots, you know? I think he's just racist. Anyway, by the way, not very clear eyes. It's almost like those are eye holes and not actually eyes. You're right, it's a Yeti on vacation. Whisper, I am so scared. Right, Peck on bad? All right. Why are we spending time on the Blair Witch Bigfoot? It's funny, Gwen. That's why. It's okay.
Number 12.
You're a racist, Jonas. You just don't like white big feet. Okay, Bigfoots. All right.
Sasquatch spotted in the mountains. When a couple were hiking on a logging road above one of the lakes in Mission, BC, they took photos of the beautiful views and suddenly spotted something moving on the top of a hill.
Good peck on bet. Oh my God. Well, wow, that's real far away. Jesus. Okay. Oh my God, that's very far away. Oh, very convincing evidence. Very convincing evidence.
They were able to zoom in to
right, Jay Williams, right, that's what
capture
they
the
said.
footage of a hairy ape-like creature. The creature can be seen walking around on the hill and at some point swing around its arms. So was it a Sasquatch, a man, or something else?
Number 11, Provo, Canyon.
Jonas, I swear to God, Jonas, I swear to God. Jonas says those are Yetis and they're native to the Arctic. It's an evolutionary adaptation. I swear to God, Jonas.
Canyon Bigfoot encounter. When the YouTuber going by the name of Beard Card went camping with his friends in Provo.
Jay Williams, Philly cheese, Jonas.
Canyon, they allegedly saw Bigfoot.
What? I can't even see it. It just looks like a black blob in the middle of the forest. What is that?
According to the description of the video, they had seen some deer up on a hill that they wanted to get a closer look at, but that's when they saw what they thought was a bear until it stood up. In the clip, they run straight to the car, leaving their tent and everything behind.
Hilarious.
When talking to local station Fox 13 News,
Dumb as fuck.
they said that they had no idea what the creature was.
Along with that, people are like, well, maybe there's
No,
a
black blob, Jay Williams. I swear to God, Jay Williams.
Well, we're like, up there right now, I guess it's deer hunting.
No, Jonas. No, Jonas. All big feet lives matter. What do you mean, Yeti lives matter? All big feet lives matter.
Season, so there's tons of hunters everywhere up there, and so we highly doubt that there's anyone up there hiding in a gorilla suit with all these hunters all over the place. So.
None of them really believed in Bigfoot, but they still ruled out the possibility of the creature being a bear.
So someone went to the store and got a black bag and put it over their body, and they think they look like a Bigfoot.
Number
okay,
10,
whatever. It's
skunk
fine.
ape or Bigfoot from Lettuce Lake Park, Florida. In this footage, a man by the name of Matt caught what he thought was a skunk ape, also known as a swamp ape or Florida
This is
Bigfoot.
so stupid. I
He was
can't believe,
canoeing-
guys. Please don't tell me. Right, Peck on back. Please tell me that like no one in here still believes in Bigfoot. I mean, if you do, I can't stop you. I can't stop you, but have me showing like endless Bigfoot videos and everyone seeing how shitty they are. Has it convinced anyone to change their mind and not waste any more of their time on Bigfoot? I'm just saying, like, I can't, all right.
Around Lettuce Lake Park when he saw what he initially thought was a bear. However, the length of its arms and its gait and the large size of the creature has led people to speculate on whether or not this creature could possibly be a bear. Also, the fact that the creature walks through the swamp in ease has made people think
we need proof, though. Is any of this proof, Peck Gone Bad?
That the video in fact shows a skunk ape.
I swear to God, LaQuabois, I swear to God. A skunk ape? Yeah, no such thing as a skunk ape. You know what? Fuck you, Outer Signal. Fuck you, LaQuois. Fuck you, Philly Cheese. Okay? Fuck all of you. Okay? No fucking Bigfoot. No fucking skunk ape. Okay? Just to be clear. You know you need proof it's not real. That is not how that works, Peck Gone Bad. I don't have to disprove a negative, right? There needs to be evidence offered to the affirmative, of which there is none. None. There is none, okay? So no evidence to the affirmative. I'll say that again. There is zero evidence. There is zero good evidence that any big feet exist, right? No Bigfoots. They're not fucking real, all right? They're not real. They're not real, all right? Not real. All right, they don't fucking exist anyway. Okay, it's fine. I'm calm. I am very calm. I love you all. You're all angels. You're all angelic. Okay, you're all very angelic. All right.
He told a park ranger about it, but she said that bears don't generally get into the swamp, and that sightings rarely happen. She had no idea what the creature was.
It might have been a fucking bear. She just said it's rare, which is possible. Then that makes it possible that it was a fucking bear, because rare doesn't mean never. No, it must be some unidentified species. Okay. You shouldn't work against yourself by watching this with us. You shouldn't work against yourself by watching this with. What does that mean, Drizella? What the fuck does that mean? Okay, Jonas, if an animal as crazy as platypus can exist, how can't a Bigfoot exist? You really thought that was cool, didn't you, Jonas? You really thought you had something there. Adding the boom. Boom! Yeah, Jonas. Wow. Oh, you really got me there, Jonas. You really got me there. All right, anyway. Okay, evolution proves man came from Bigfoot. Peck Gone Bad, I swear to God. I swear to God. I swear to God. Okay? Listen, folks, listen. Gwen, Druzilla, all right? I can't keep everyone happy, all right? If you don't like the Bigfoot video, I'm sorry. Other people love watching me yell at the Bigfoot video. Some people don't like me watching it. I can't keep everyone happy all the time, okay? We got it? All right? I do my best. Alas, we're watching a fucking Bigfoot video, all right? Because I've got to rage at something. And here's a good one, right? I think it's stupid. I think Bigfoot is stupid. I think the notion that one exists is completely batshit crazy. And I love making fun of it, all right? God damn it. I hate all of you, okay? Philly Cheese, this is why you have two screens up, one for Bigfoot and one for other content. I'm the content. Look, right, Philly Cheese, look, there's content down in this corner, too. It's me. Woo, whoa, boo, wee, woo, okay? So, but there's an infinite supply, Gwen, showing big feet, okay? Showing big feets, okay? Hello, LeBron Lames. Hello, LeBron Lames. Well, that's hurtful. You're hurtful, LeBron Lames. Anyway, okay, I don't care. I hate all of you. Let's go on.
Matt never put much faith in the old skunk ape legends, but by closely examining the footage, he has no explanations for what
this is the skunk ape. This isn't even fucking Bigfoot, so this video's lying.
The footage actually shows. According to Matt and the YouTube channel Bigfoot Evidence, if it's a person, they're either a moron or completely insane. By walking, swimming, and
there's plenty of those in America, by the way. So
diving in an area where there are hundreds of 12-foot gators and water moccasins everywhere.
I know it does, Drusilla.
Matt said he observed the creature for a while, and when it seemed to notice him, it went underwater and vanished. He even paddled up there, and it was nowhere to be seen.
Number 9, the Prince Edward Island quadrupedal cliff.
Gwen, you're being kind of mean, all right? Saying I'm sharing lies with an intelligent audience. Did I imply I thought the audience is stupid? No. I wouldn't be showing this if I thought it was convincing people that Bigfoot existed, right? By the way, pet gone bad, fuck you. Fuck you. We most certainly do not believe, okay? We most certainly do not believe, right? Anyway, yeah, that's right, bet gone bad. Yeah, you should feel bad. You should feel bad. No, Gwen, that's not how that works. Gwen, it's okay, Gwen. I know you're very hot, okay? This is not called sharing lies, right? This is not sharing lies. I am literally telling you it's not real throughout the whole thing. I could show you an image of what an American president says that's a lie and correct it. Would that be spreading lies if I'm debunking it the whole fucking time? Okay. Anyway. You repent, I don't forgive you, Pet Gone Bad.
What the?
Look, I hate you so much.
Dude, holy shit. Did you see that?
In 2005, a student named Nathan Wiley
Why am I share? Okay, I'm not going to argue
and some
with
friends
you,
were in the
I can
forest
tell
on
you're in a
Prince
bad
Edward
mood.
Island filming a video for school. Wiley needed a clip in which a person was seen running from the woods. According to the filmmaker, as
Antifa says, Sam is so angry because he hadn't. What the fuck is a squonk? I'm sorry. What is a squonk, Doug? Have we looked up what a squonk is before? What is a squonk?
So right now, y'all, the World Cup is
don't-
happening.
oh,
I believe this is a event of different teams.
A legendary cryptid and fearsome critter. That looks stupid as fuck. You got to be kidding me. This isn't a real thing. What the fuck is this, Doug? The fuck is this? This is the stupidest looking little thing I've ever seen in my life. What a dumb looking creature. Christ. Jesus, it needs to go extinct. Is it dead yet? God, I hate that fucking thing. Ew. What a gross little pathetic gooey little creature. Jesus. Okay. All right. Gwen, you said you were in a bad mood. What are you talking about? You're the one who said that. I didn't. Okay, whatever. It's fine. All right. So
as the boy in the clip was moving from the trees, a huge ape.
Why would I read the description? It looks stupid. Okay, fine. The squonk. The squonk is a mythical creature that is reputed to live in the hemlock forests of northern Pennsylvania in the United States. Okay, Jonestown, Pennsylvania celebrates the squonk at Squonkapalooza in August. There's literally a Squonkapalooza? Jesus Christ. No, Philly, I'm not going to go visit Squonkapalooza. The first written account of the squonk was from 1910. The book Fearsome That doesn't look fucking fearsome. It looks dumb. Okay, it looks stupid. Okay, it looks like it never got through fucking preschool. All right. Okay. Remember, its provenance was described in the next written iteration in the book Fearsome Creatures. The book suggests that the creatures had migrated from deserts to swamps to finally settle in Pennsylvania. Jesus. Okay, as logging camps were continuously, this is the dumbest shit imaginable. Okay, here is the description of the squonk, guys. Here's the description of the squonk. The squonk is of a very retiring disposition, whatever the fuck that means, generally traveling about at twilight and dusk. Because of its misfitting skin, which is covered with warts and moles, it is always very unhappy. Hunters who are good at tracking are able to follow a squonk by its tear-stained tail. What? For the animal weeps, it's just crying. That makes no biological sense. That makes no fucking biological sense. It literally cries all the time. How does it keep water in its body? Okay. Tear-stained tail. When cornered and escapes seem impossible, or when surprised and frightened, it may even dissolve. This is so fucking stupid. This is the dumbest shit imaginable. This is a thing that people believe in. Complete dumb shit. Okay, whatever. It's a stupid creature and it doesn't exist. All right? stupid creature doesn't fucking exist.
Like creature emerged from the opposite side of the forest. The creature can be seen running across the screen at high speed. The person in the video is not actually running from Bigfoot.
Yeah, Nathan running. It's a dumb cryptid. It's a fucking squonk, which apparently just sits around crying all the time.
But rather filming a scene. The fact that it was filmed for a student project has sparked controversy.
I swear to God, Pet gone bad.
Surrounding the video. According to Sasquatch experts, a Sasquatch will start running on all fours for speed when it gets...
What the fuck is a Sasquatch expert? Would someone explain to me what the fuck a Sasquatch expert is? I love this. The Sasquatch experts will claim we've never seen a fucking Sasquatch. I mean, there's never been one. They don't fucking exist. No, it's not self-explanatory, LaCroix. I demand an explanation. What the fuck is a Sasquatch expert? Jonas, I actually already talked about that. I already talked about that. Yes, the United States is attacking Iran again, okay? The United States is attacking Iran again. Yeah. An expert, oh my God, I hate all of you so much fucking much. I hate all of you so much fucking much. Outer Signal said as an expert is a person who has a high level of skill. Thanks, Outer Signal. Wow. Shocking revelation you've given me. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Jesus Christ. You know, LaCroix says an expert is someone, a Sasquatch expert is someone that specializes in knowledge about Sasquatch. Thanks, LaCroix. Did you learn that as a fucking lawyer? Did you get that out of a law book somewhere? Jesus Christ. Thank you. Oh, my God. Okay. What the fuck? Right. Outer Signal says, I know what a fucking... You know what? It's okay. It's okay. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. Let's continue.
Gets startled. It is presumed that the Sasquatch started running when it was startled by the human activity of the kid running.
Number 8. Bigfoot sighting on Michigan Live Eagle Cam. An eagle cam set up to monitor an eagle family's progress by the state's Department of Natural Resources, an outdoor website.
Drusilla, why do you keep... What is wrong with this community today? What the fuck is going on in this fucking community? Drusilla says, eat some beans? What the fuck are you talking about, Drusilla? Are you Like, what the fuck is happening? Okay, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. I'm sure everything is fine out there, right? I'm sure everything is fine. Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. Philly cheese? I swear to fuck. Okay. That's okay, Nathan Runyon. We love you. Everything's fine. I'm not going to get a heart attack, Jay Williams, and if I do, that's what I want, okay?
Carbon TV allegedly caught a Bigfoot walking on 2 legs, going around trees and bushes on the forest floor beneath the eagle nests. In the clip, baby eaglets peep in the nest when the creature suddenly pops up.
I'm sorry, Nathan Runyon, you're fine. I wish I were high too. Oh wow, it's a person in the woods. He's struggling.
The camera was mounted to a tree near the Platte River State Fish Hatchery, about 30 miles west of Traverse City, placed there to highlight a bald eagle nest. Many people have come forward to say the clip is intriguing, but ultimately inconclusive. It is open to interpretation whether the creature is Bigfoot, a person in a costume.
No, it's not open to interpretation. It's not fucking Bigfoot. Like, is any other fucking thing we see in the forest, like, oh my God, I saw something move. It's open to interpretation. It might have been an angel, or it might have been a fucking, I don't know, a dragon. Like you, anyone can say anything. Like, I don't know. All right. Do you think baby eagle? I swear to God, LaCroix, I swear to God, I don't even, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. Okay. What? Ugh. Jesus Christ. All right. I'm gonna, 1 second. I'm just checking something real fast here. God, you're all a bunch of goddamn degenerates. I swear to God. Who all is here? Paleontology Dog is here. Hello. I just want to say hi to the people in the background here. Cody is here. Hiyori's here. Goopertarian, hello again. Couch Potato is here. Hey, Couch Potato. Oxpecker. All right. There's some more people here. I don't care about the rest of you though. Let's go on. So, okay, let's continue.
Or something else entirely. Given the lack of scale and detail in the image of the figure, It remains to be just an interesting video if you
They kind of are already a thing. We kind of do have cryptid Fridays, don't we? Hello, Caspertado.
ask experts.
Number 7, Bigfoot hunted by helicopter. On February 17th,
Mr. King K said, I saw something in the woods. It's open to interpretation. Could have been your mama. Thanks, Mr. King K. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. King K. Yes, my mother is a very elegant lady, and she might actually be in the woods somewhere because she loves the outdoors. Okay. All right. At least, you know, my mama ain't sitting on her fat ass, Mr. King K. Anyway, moving on.
2011, a video was posted to YouTube with the title, Bigfoot hunted by helicopter. It was filmed at an unknown location. The description of the original video stated that a woman and her husband took their kids target shooting while a helicopter over their heads were annoying them the entire time. They thought at first that they were curious of why and what they were shooting, but when they later watched the footage, they noticed something looking like a Bigfoot running in the trees.
Anyway, I didn't say anything. If anyone heard me insult Mr. King K's mother, I didn't say anything. You're hallucinating. Okay. Regardless, boo to you too. Boo to you, Jay Williams.
Whoa. Whoa.
Oh, sorry, Mr. King K. Ooh, oops, sorry. Was that friendly fire, Mr. King K? Oopsie, sorry. Was that friendly fire with you?
That was a big kick. You okay, Brock? You okay?
According to them, the people in the helicopter could have been hunting Bigfoot. The clip shows a boy who is being taught how to shoot a gun. The kid starts out by firing a .22 caliber rifle twice and then switches to the more powerful shotgun. Immediately following the explosion of the shotgun, a black figure can be seen running across the background.
Where? What black figure? What black figure? Yeah, I don't know what it is. Let's fucking shoot it. I don't see anything. I literally don't see anything.
In the last few frames of the clip, the creature can be viewed switching from a 2-foot stance to all fours. A helicopter can also be heard throughout the video, and when the creature is seen, the sound of the helicopter gets louder. The creature only moves after the explosion of the high-powered gun.
Yeah, that's probably why they wanted to shoot. Yeah, probably. What sounded very weird.
Has made people think that it only moved because it was startled by the loud sound. According to others, this could have also been a cue for the person acting as Bigfoot to start running.
Number 6. Utah Bigfoot Family. The Utah Sasquatch family videos were posted to YouTube by a user named Johnny. Under the
What the fuck are is someone making racial jokes in the fucking chat? Is someone making racial jokes in the fucking chat? Let's see here. Jay Williams, a black man. Oh my god. That is rude. Okay? I don't see color, guys. Let's not racialize this, okay? Why does everything have to be about race? I'm sorry. I'm just being a dumb lib. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Okay. Relax. We gave him that pass. What pass? What pass are you okay, anyway. This is the UK version of that last accent. We're talking about accents now. We're not talking about accents. We're talking about race. What is happening? Are we talking about Bigfoot? Okay, you know what?
Title Bigfoot Family Sighting in Utah on
that pass. Oh, I don't know what that is. What is that, Jay Williams?
January 3rd, 2011. Johnny took his kids and their friends hiking and sledding high up in the Utah mountains. A few weeks later, when he was watching the video clips, he spotted 3 different cases with unexplained creatures that appeared to be a family of Sasquatch. In the first clip, a Bigfoot is seen walking away into...
Where's the family of Sasquatch? How do we know it's a family of okay.
The trees.
Look out, John.
This is like a game. 1 Sasquatch.
The second clip shows a
2
different
Sasquatch.
Bigfoot watching them and then disappearing.
Go ahead, somebody. Nice.
Oh my god, Mr. King.
The third clip appears to be another Bigfoot struggling to get away.
Good. You all right? That was a nice little wipeout.
In Johnny's original description, he makes the implication.
Yeah, these all look like out of focus humans, but it's so like obviously it's out of focus humans.
That the figure of the third clip may be injured. However, the movement is consistent with other Bigfoot videos. when a large, not
Of course, Nathan. Or they know that there's people moving there and they're trying to make it seem like it's Bigfoot footage, right?
juvenile Sasquatch is threatened and scared, as might have been.
Jonas, I swear to God, Jonas says, okay, how dare you, Peck on Bad? Okay, Jonas says, yeah, that's not legit. Everyone knows Sasquatch don't form long-term mother and father bombs similar to polar bears. Jonas, what the fuck are you talking about, Jonas? What drugs are you on, Jonas? Okay, like what the fuck? Okay, you know what? Is Jonas this mythical Sasquatch expert that you also deftly explained to me? Okay, whatever. It's fine.
The case for this creature after being caught out in the open. They run on all fours. It appears to be moving very fast with its limbs swaying back and forth. It has also been pointed out that since the footage was posted in 3 separate videos, it might be a hoax.
Number 5. Bigfoot running down a hillside. This footage allegedly shows a Bigfoot running down a hillside in California. The origin of the video is unknown, so the circumstances can only be speculated about. The apparent Sasquatch is orange.
You host Zoom seminars. Is that true, Jonas? You host Zoom seminars about Sasquatch? That's funny.
Color and appears to be running to something or away from something, and grabs a sapling midway through. The lumbering movements without using the long arms.
Peck on Bad. CR, please don't swear so much. My Christian wife is listening.
For much movement have been pointed out as obvious signs of a hoax, while the size of the creature can lead to other conclusions.
Oh wow! So obviously Christian.
Number 4.
I mean,
Beast of
not
Gum
Christian.
Hill.
So obviously
on
a
April
Bigfoot.
5th, 2009,
Jesus.
the YouTuber going by the name Ericus Maximus.
Where would it even live? We know what happens to Christian women around CR. Oh, that is rude. That is rude, Philly cheese. You mean I push them off of roofs? Admittedly, literally Kate deserved to die. I'm happy she's dead. I'm happy she's dead. Don't worry, Nathan Rubin, I will. Like I don't know why we're all so upset about that horrible human being's death. I'm glad she's dead, and I bet it made a splatting sound when she hit the ground. But alas, no, I don't always do that to everyone, just to bestial human beings like her. Anyway, so let's go on, right?
Spotted what he refers to as the Beast of Gum Hill while ATV riding. Before the sighting, he made many ATV driving videos on his YouTube channel, and it seemed to be a regular thing for him to do in his spare time. The sighting was his second time spotting.
Gwen, are you okay? Make sure you're drinking enough water, Gwen. I know it's really hot over there. Seriously, though, Gwen, are you okay? Just make sure you're drinking enough water, okay? Because I know it's really hot if you get overheated and stuff.
The creature and a companion of his managed to capture it on camera. He is seen riding his ATV through the creek when the creature walks directly over the...
Mr. Kincaid says, I have a real picture of Bitfoot. Bitfoot. What the fuck does that mean? Bigfoot. Bigfoot. Okay. CR, I have a real picture of Bigfoot. I think it's legit. Would love to see it.
creek bed further away from him. In the description of the video, he mentions the Beast of Gum Hill being a creature that is very rarely spotted.
The creature of Gun Hill? Okay.
And that there was only taken a still photo of it in the 80s.
Sounds like she was a great warrior for Christ. Pet Gone Bad. Can we acknowledge that Pet Gone Bad like fits perfectly in this community, and it's really enraging? Like, it feels like Pet Gone Bad has been here forever, because Pet Gone Bad is as much as a monster as the rest of you are, okay? You all are the worst influence. You've already turned Pet Gone Bad against me, okay? The pet has, in fact, gone bad. The pet has, in fact, gone bad, all right?
Number 3, Bigfoot caught on police dash cam. The Lumpkin County dash cam Bigfoot was captured in 2009 from a Georgia State police officer's cruiser. In the video caught in the middle of the night, you can barely see a pair of legs hightailing it across the highway.
What the crap?
What was that?
Did you see that?
Yes.
Holy crap.
What the heck
What? What, did I miss it? Did I miss it? What was it? What was it that I missed? Did I miss legs? Where? What? Did I miss? I didn't see anything.
Dash cam.
Am I hallucinating? I didn't see a
Officer's
damn
cruiser.
thing.
In the video caught in the middle of the night, you can barely see a pair of legs hightailing it across the highway.
Right.
What the crap? What was that? Did you see that? Yeah.
It was nothing.
Holy crap. What the heck was that? That was on 2 feet, wasn't it? Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness.
His wife sounds really
the police
terrified.
officers can clearly be heard saying things
Listen,
like, what?
Jay, trust me, there never was any moral fabric to this community, okay? There never was. Gwen, I'm legitimately concerned about you, literally. I really don't know what you're talking about. It makes me think that there might be something going on. I am literally doing what I do every single day. Like, I do this every single day. So please take care of yourself, all right? All right. So, let's see here. But someone said, CR, I sent you a picture. Please, where'd you send it, Mr. King K? It's probably not real, Mr. It's probably some bullshit.
What the hell and what was that? Just after the creature passes by, sometime after, a Lumpkin County Sheriff, Stacy Gerard, had followed up with the case and began an investigation of the supposed Bigfoot. Sheriff Gerard was reported to have interviewed the residents of several homes near the area where the sighting occurred. The story then says that the sheriff supposedly ran into a pair of college students who were acting nervous and strange when the sheriff began to question the students.
This is so funny. This is so funny.
Number 2. Paul Freeman footage. This footage was captured in 1994 by Bigfoot hunter Paul Freeman. The clip shows a Bigfoot walking in front of the camera, looking at Paul Freeman.
What? Okay, let's see it. Where's the Bigfoot?
Oh, there he goes.
Oh my God! Bigfoot! Okay, whatever. I'm not amused. I'm not amused.
Then disappearing into the woods.
You know what? Jesus Christ. We're gonna go on to the next one. That was such bullshit, that last one.
Before we get to number 1,
my
name is
okay,
Chills,
I
and
just
I
want to
hope you're
get to number
enjoying the
1.
video so
Hello,
far. If you've ever
Mayflower
been
Kid. Where
curious
are
as
you,
to what I
Mayflower
look like
Kid?
in real life, then
Where
follow
are
me on
you, Where are you, Mayflower Kid? Where have you been? How are you doing? You okay?
Instagram at DylanIsChillinYT with underscores instead of spaces. I also have a Twitter at YT_chills where I post video updates. I put footage of all time as the Patterson-Gimlin film captured by Roger Patterson and Robert Gimlin on October 20th, 1966.
No, we're not even going to watch this one. You know why? Because this one is clearly, like, this one is literally the guy who was in the suit admitted it later. So we're not even going to, like, I've seen this video before, okay? It's not the best one because it's bullshit. It's like one of the originals and it's bullshit, okay? Anyway, I got to pee, guys. I've got to urinate. Like, I really got to take a piss. So I'm going to go take a piss. I'm going to go take a piss, all right? So I'll be right back. I'm going to take a piss. Give me 1 second. Give me a second. I'm going to take a piss. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. I'm going to take a piss. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Wait, you guys probably want music or something because you are like to complain and shit. You'll be like, where's my music? Where's my music, CR? Where's my music, CR? There we go.
thinking about what they think of me. Yeah, I stop thinking about what they think of me. I know that we had the power to be whatever we wanted. Light up, just light up, illuminate nature. So light up, just light up, throw your fears away. 'Cause I stop thinking about what they think of me. Yeah, I stop thinking about what they think of me. You know that we have the power to be whatever we
Okay. Okay. What are we doing here? What the fuck is happening? Let me do a little self-promotion here, guys, for a second. First of all, if you like my content, you can become a member for as little as $2 a month on YouTube. You can also please follow me if you're on YouTube. Like the video that as you're watching it. That'll help get more people in here. If you're over on Twitch, you can become a Twitch subscriber for free if you have Amazon Prime using your Amazon Prime account, or you can subscribe just regularly and send me some money. You can also send bits. If you're over on Twitch, you can send bits. You can use Buy Me a Coffee, which is right here next to my face. Buy Me a Coffee. You can also throw shit at my face. If you're on Twitch, there should be something on the side of the screen that says attack, in which case you can throw shit at me. Yeah, if you'd like to for money, that'd be fine. You can also send me bits over on, or super chats over on YouTube. The best way to make sure, if you want me to be certain to read aloud what you say, you have to either send me bits about it. Oh, thank you, LaQual, for the kiss. Oh, thank you. So LaQual just used the attack feature. You can actually throw shit at me. Literally, you can throw shit at me, or tomatoes, or a kiss if you want to give me a compliment or whatever. Thank you, LaQual. Did I miss anything? Please join our Discord community for free. I mean, it's like I know some people don't know what Discord is, but it's a free platform. You literally just go on there, and then you'll be in our community. And once you're in there, you can actually send videos you'd like to see me react to in the reactions channel. We have a great community on there. So yep, I think that's it. Did I miss anything? There you go. All right. Okay. So, all right. Disc community is fun. Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. All right, let's go on here, guys. I'm going to, what else do we got here? All right. Let's go on here. We have some other videos I can react to for a second. How's everyone doing out there? I'm sorry. I'm literally just, I'm literally just, I'm having a lovely time. I don't know what else to do. Matt Saigai said, "Why? Because Matt Saigai, did you see what was happening? I'm concerned. I am concerned about her, and I feel that she's saying things that she wouldn't normally say. So I did a timeout. Yes. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, please recommend a Z-Way interview. That'd be nice. I'd love a Z-Way interview. Okay, is Sam is really Christopher Robin? Oh my God, please no, Jesus. No peck on bad. She is not. I don't know what's going on with Gwen, but yeah. I'm worried about her. That's why I gave her a timeout. She's an established member of the community, but I don't want her to say anything she's gonna regret publicly because it looks like there's, I don't know, there might be something going on. Anyway, okay, so let's go on here. You should check out Liam. Who the fuck is Liam? Who the fuck is Liam? I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. Who's Liam? I'm sorry, I'm checking around. Okay, let me take a look. You sent the link earlier? Okay, well, 1 second. Oh, you know what? We'll do okay, 1 second, Drusilla. I'll watch your clip. Let me find it. And then we'll do the Z-Way stuff. If I can find it. You might need to resend it, Drusilla, if it was a while ago. There it is. Some educational about food. That sounds great. Let's watch
junk, and it puts fat on your body.
What, bread?
Yep, bread. Yep. You know what? People who want to stay thin, they don't eat bread and pasta.
Out of 10.
Oh, I'm sorry. You guys can't see it. Sorry. Here we go. I'll put it back up. My mistake. What is this? It's just a muscular man eating food? I'm very confused. I'm very confused. Why are we watching a muscular man eat food? I know, Couch Potato. I'm a mess, aren't I? I get a bonk. Okay, let's watch.
Okay, bye.
It's just junk. It's just junk, and it puts fat on your body.
What, bread?
Yep, bread. Yep. You know what? People who want to stay thin, they don't eat bread and pasta.
Oh, I see. Like how bread doesn't.
Okay, bye.
It's just junk.
Okay. I mean, it depends on the kind of bread and shit. Like if you have constant bread, it's not going to be great for you. But if you have like whole wheat, it's not going to be as bad. You know. No, he's not. Oh my God. I am not nearly. Anyway. Okay. He's debunking junk food science with good vibes. Oh, that's cute. I get it now. Okay. Anyway, yeah, bread isn't that bad for you. I mean, as long as that's like you're not only eating carbs, that'd be good, I guess, for you. Just don't only eat carbs and you'll be fine to go. Be good to go. All right. Let's do Z-Way. 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 Actually, let's do one more
Could
short.
my dog survive in the wild? No, he'd die.
Let's do one from Drusilla here. Drusilla sent us this, okay? This looks cute. It looks like a puppy. I need to see a puppy.
Could my dog survive in the wild? No, he'd die. Let's be serious. You'd die pretty, but you'd die. Could he sleep outdoors? He cries when he's not tucked under a duvet. Do you think he's sleeping under a log? Could he handle harsh weathers? My dog. A 4-kilo Italian greyhound who gets cold in a light breeze. He's wearing cashmere. What do you think the answer to that question is? Could he hunt for himself? You do like to attack birds. I do think you prefer the art of being hand-fed, though. You stand in the kitchen just hoping I drop a Cheerio. Could he find water? He avoids water.
Aww, puppy.
Outrage! You hate rain, puddles, baths, have a disdain for moisture in general. Ugh, you're being ridiculous. In conclusion, I don't think Trevor would survive in the wild. Not even close. Could my dog survive?
No, that's cute. He's a cute puppy. He's cute. Yeah, cashmere for a dog is a bit much, folks. Cashmere. Yeah, that's cute. All right. So that's very cute. So let's see here. What else we got here? Nathan Runyon. Have you covered the leak from that Irish hacker of P2? Yes, we did talk about the dialogue stuff. Honestly, Nathan Runyon, it doesn't really, I don't really care that much because it's already like well known. It's already well known that all the elites kind of know each other and shit. So it wasn't that big of a deal for me, but I get it. It is shocking. Okay. He's a model. They're awesome. It's cute. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Let's see what else we got. So let's watch one of these that was sent here. Z-Way. Okay, let's look at Z-Way. So we'll watch this one. Vince Staples.
Man, I can't wait to meet your.
Vince Staples is a very attractive man. I'll tell you. Anyway, sorry. Never mind. I'll shut up.
Kids, man.
Yeah. Listen, bro. Watch, bro.
Is this Vince Staples? Okay, forgive me. I know I'm an ignorant fool about pop culture, but who is Vince Staples? What's his deal? Is he an artist? What does he do? Is he an academic? What is he? How is he famous? He's a rapper / oh, got you. Okay, so he's like an artist person. All right, gotcha.
The race yet? Because we gonna adopt a couple. I ain't picked the race yet. I've been thinking about grabbing a white baby.
I'm gonna have to look up more about him.
Right.
Just
Why?
just to show him that, like, you know what I mean, like, yeah, like, I can do that too.
Yeah.
Like,
wait, what? I
ain't the
missed
only
it.
ones getting money. Pick the race shit. I've been thinking about grabbing a white baby.
Right.
Just
Why?
just to show him that, like, you know what I mean, like, yeah, like, I can do that too.
Yeah.
That's good.
Y'all ain't the only ones getting money. Like, yeah. You see Madonna make her little black son dance to Michael Jackson?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that to the white baby, bro.
Yeah, I heard that.
Wow.
Yeah. What dance to what? Guns N' Roses or something?
Yeah, man.
As we should.
Yeah, man. Stop it, man.
That's very funny. Okay, I like it. Okay. Now let's watch the next one. The next one here is Z-Way. Oh. I got you. I see. Okay. Who I love now.
Style yourself, or do you have usually? I do too.
I'm not paying for that shit.
Vince Staples
Tonight,
is an
I
iconic
interview
guest.
rapper and comedian Vince Staples.
Dolly Boy,
do you
thank
want your
you.
last
Thank you
words on
for the
screen?
gifted sub. Really, thank you. All right.
R. Kelly, you only had one slow kid in the whole school pick up a book. Where were the white people?
Well, you brought up slavery. Don't put this on me.
F you and your bald ass granny. Shoot guns, smoke crack, bitches.
My most iconic interview yet.
Kill the there.
Z-Way News Network starts now.
Really? Wait, but he's the one, Jonas, who was saying that black folks, if they ever have a Jan 6, they'll be well dressed.
My next iconic guest is a Long Beach rapper known for his razor-sharp cultural commentary. Watch the Vince Staples Show on Netflix. Please welcome Vince
He's the same one, though, Jonas, right? Where we saw that clip?
Staples.
How you doing?
Swell, how are you?
I can't complain.
It is a pleasure to meet one of the funniest.
He's so cool and calm. Do you guys notice this? He's a fairly attractive man. I got to tell you, even how he speaks, he's like, how you doing? Like so calm and cool. Anyway, I'll shut up. Sorry. It's Friday.
You think that's me? I appreciate that.
Why would you doubt yourself?
I don't know. I don't like being laughed at. Feels condescending, a little racist sometimes based on my demographics, but.
And what are the demographics exactly?
White people.
Oh.
White males, 25 to 49.
Hey.
Wow, that's specific.
Gotta pay the bills, right?
Can you state for the record your race and gender?
I'm a black male.
Please.
I'm a black male, African-American black.
Or African-American black.
Descendant of slaves. That's what they call it on the internet.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, we're doing this compartmentalization thing as black people now to make the white people like us.
For the record, so you were born and raised in California, but where exactly do you know where your family moved from? Is it what part of the South?
Talking slavery?
Yes. Well, you brought up slavery. Don't put this on me.
It's one of my favorite things.
Oh.
Yeah, really, we persevere, you know what I'm saying? But we have some Canadians, because they had slavery up there too. They pretend they didn't. And then those people moved to Louisiana. It was like a trade for land. They pretend that didn't happen either. And then they ended up in Texas, and then they ended up in California. But some of them were in Stockton, California, being slaves as well. And California pretends they never had slaves, but...
No, Matt Saigon, we've already talked about that on stream. John Bolton was going to do a plea agreement He has to plead guilty, and then part of the agreement is he could serve up to 5 years, but it'll be likely he won't probably serve any time in prison, Matt Saigon.
We were there.
Do you have a message to the Californians who are pretending that they were part of the Atlantic slave trade?
It's okay. It's okay.
That's not an indictment at all.
Are they pretending that they weren't slaves or were slaves?
That they didn't have slaves.
Oh, the whites?
You literally just said that.
California pretends they never had slaves, but we were there. I thought you meant the slaves themselves.
No, you said that Californians and people from Canada pretended that they did not participate in slavery.
See, I thought we were consoling the slaves.
Okay, well, we can console them as well.
Yeah, shout out to the slaves. As far as massa, we're gonna revolt one day. Schools, churches, all that, you know.
That was haunting. Coming up, do you read a lot?
I just read something called Sociopath.
And did you see some similarities?
I've heard that a lot.
Similarities with what? I missed it.
Now, what is your horoscope and how do you use it to justify your personality disorder?
Cancer. But when you get into like the risings and shit, it gets pretty
Oh, God, please, don't ruin it for me. Don't ruin it for me.
dark.
What is it?
I don't know, but one of my friends, she suggested therapy.
Oh.
So I think it's pretty bad.
And do
That's
you
so
have
funny.
a therapist?
No.
No.
No, I'm very fiscally responsible.
When you say that, because therapy helps others around you.
If you're adding to the money,
Seriously, Outer Signal? You said, okay, Z-Way blew up with a show called Baited, where she tried to bait her white friends into saying potentially racist stuff. That is, oh my God, I would love to see some clips of that. That's pretty fucking funny. Okay. Like stuff they actually believed, or like, was it her tricking them into saying words like that are when combined together are racist? Do you see what I mean? Okay.
apologize. If not, I won't. It's not right, but it's
Both? Oh my God, that's awful. Okay, that's
Racist.
I want to see that.
On season 2, episode 5, you are ostensibly held hostage at a private members club. Do you support class segregation or are you a demon?
I'm not in the 1%. I'm probably a high percent because you know how the economy is right now. It's pretty bad for a lot of people. But
Do you know loosely top 5?
I got to be top 10.
Oh.
It's a lot of money out here.
And you have a bunch of it because you have season 2 on Netflix.
No, but I have California state income tax. They know how to, you know.
Would you ever move to like Rhode Island, Delaware?
Maybe Rhode Island. I do actually like Rhode Island.
Lower taxes.
I don't like Rhode Island. That's okay,
Should
though.
billionaires exist, and are there any billionaires in particular you pray take a submersible trip to the Titanic?
See, I don't think billionaires should exist, but it's not their fault. I think we need to get back to the revolt. We need to get back to pulling people out of their house, killing them,
Oh.
taking their wealth, like they did the guy who started, you know, Mormonism.
Okay. You know, hey, you gotta be blunt about it. I love the bluntness.
Started Mormonism. John Smith?
Yeah, and then, you know, Brigham Young told on him to the government and they killed him in Philadelphia in jail.
Could you tell the story
brother.
to camera, please? Because I'm not familiar with this lore.
Once upon a time, there was a man named John Smith.
He is so good. Oh my God, he's so funny. He just like hops right into the story.
He was a pedophile. To justify his pedophilia, he decided to have multiple wives. He said he got a message from God in a tree. I think that's a fact. Brigham Young was working with the government. It's like Judas and the Black Messiah, but in Utah. He told on John Smith. He was arrested for some charge that's going against the government, and then they murdered him in Philadelphia, dragged him and his family out and killed him in the street. Now Brigham Young has a university, and he's the father of Mormonism.
Wow.
The Mormon.
Coming up. You watch a lot of reality TV?
I love Mormon wives.
Well, you really do?
I love Mormon
Shut
wives.
up.
Mormon wives.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite character?
I like the football-playing son because you can tell he's
Do you mean
ashamed of his
sister
life.
wives?
Sister wives.
You're
Y'all
being
don't know?
racist. There's a Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, which is about these young polygamists. And then you're talking about Sister Wives, which is Cody. And
Cody.
Yeah. And you like that show.
Did you just say he's being racist? I don't know about that. I don't know if that's racism, but I mean, they're all white people, aren't they? And they all kind of look the same. I got to tell you. Like, all right.
Who's your favorite wife?
I mean, they're all like conservatively dressed people, that kind of. Anyway, it's not racist. It might be like religionist or something. I don't know. Wait, I don't even know. What is the other show? Sister Wife? I don't even know. I don't even know who the people are on these shows. Okay.
I think more into the kids because they have like shame and pain in their eyes. Not a big fan of Cody. I feel like he's gonna snap, you know?
He is losing it because he's losing control of the kids.
And the hair.
Yeah, he
The
looks
hair
like
is the
shit.
biggest issue.
What's the issue to you?
He's losing his hair, and then his wives are like, "Oh, you look wonderful," and then he's like, "You're lying to me." It's weird, and it's not godly.
Now, question for you. Would you give away 10% of your net worth to help end poverty, or are you a selfish demon?
Can I pick whose poverty I end?
Sure.
Interesting question.
Yes.
Whose?
The Black community.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't believe in helping other people like that.
And yet you have 70% of your audience that is uplifting you.
Tortured artists. I tell them thank you, but it's like, you know, it's like McDonald's. You know, they don't say that they're not selling poison. They just say over 1 billion served in Happy Meal. And that's my political practice when it comes to my fans.
What's the best way for rich Black celebrities to give back that doesn't involve inventing the moonwalk?
Or like a casino or like a African school.
An school
A casino? What?
in Africa or an African themed school in the United States?
I like that one too.
Okay.
I don't know, man. I think you gotta go Patty Hearst. You gotta go Harry Belafonte and just fund a revolution.
You are a radical.
He's, oh my God, he's smooth.
Oh,
I'm getting all hot and bothered.
A little bit.
I know I'm a degenerate. I'm sorry. I've been really good throughout this stream. Can I be degenerate now? Can I make comments about how attractive he is and shit? Outer Signal, he's making fun of the BS that Black. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay. I couldn't tell at first, but I get the joke now. Okay. Yeah, I'm starting to get that he's being funny about a lot of this stuff. Okay.
Okay. The episode features a murder mystery game called Who Killed Massa? I'm going to list some famous events and conspiracies, and you tell me who is responsible. Are you ready?
Yeah.
The disappearance of Amelia Earhart.
The United States government.
The moon landing.
United States government.
And you think it's real, or do you think it's fake?
I think it's a little bit of both.
Oh. Assassination of JFK?
The mafia.
Egyptian pyramids.
The aliens.
Bermuda Triangle.
Now tell me, I have trouble telling if he's joking or not. Does he actually think the pyramids were built by the aliens, or do we think he's joking? I think he's probably joking, right?
Mexicans.
9/11.
George.
Okay, he's joking. Okay.
Just pick a George.
Got it. John Benet Ramsey.
R. Kelly.
Murders of Biggie and Tupac.
Institutional violence in the Black community and hip hop. Wrong place, wrong time.
Assassination of Martin Luther King Jr.
Yeah.
Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson and the prostitutes.
Oh. The disappearance of the ancient Mayans.
The Mexicans.
Autism?
Oh, I had a conversation about this the other day.
What was it?
At the chiropractor.
Why were you doing that?
Well, because he's an anti-vaxxer.
Okay.
Yeah. And he said, when I was a kid, we only had one slow kid in the whole school. Now they're just full of them. It was very interesting.
Unprompted, he said that too.
Yeah. Autism, that's just life, man. It's creativity. We're selfish as human beings. We want Mozart, but we don't want a little drool here and there. It's wrong.
She's so funny too. Oh my God, I'm gonna find her. Yeah, I'm starting to really pick up on his sense of humor, and he's brilliant. By the way, I love Z-Way too. This is the second time you guys have shown. I'm gonna definitely have to go watch more of her videos.
You ain't talking dollars.
She's a really funny and good interviewer.
It doesn't.
She has an understated kind of sense of humor too. I've noticed.
Makes sense.
They need to get married. Are they single? Is that a weird thing to say? They like go together. They're like great. They go back and forth and back and forth. They need to go together.
Marry,
Whatever,
kill,
it's fine.
Capitalism, socialism, communism.
You gotta marry communism. You gotta capitalism. You gotta kill socialism.
Why?
That's okay. Wait. I think I know what he's saying, right? You need to go all the way to communism. Okay, so you need to marry it. That's what you need to be for, and you need to get through socialism to get to this is what I think, to get to communism, okay?
Because it feels like a scam. With communism, it's like we share. Socialism is like a little bit more let's be fair, and I don't like that language.
No.
Capitalism is like get it how you live, survival of the fittest. But capitalism doesn't really work with like laws. So if we go wild, wild west, I think the blacks will overcome. And I love us.
Can you please give a word of inspiration to the blacks in hopes that they overcome?
We gotta fight back. We gotta attack their schools, their churches, everything.
Wow. Speaking of violence, the season 2 finale cuts to black just as your character is about to be stabbed. In the pilot, your character is warned that a fellow inmate has good form
He's a jester. I love it. He's gesturing.
for stabbing. What exactly is good form for stabbing?
It depends if you're talking about a traditional knife style. You know, you go palm up. But if you're talking about a shank, you want to get the Garnier Fructis bottle, melt it down, get the CD jewel case, then you wrap it around, melt it down again, and try to. It's a lot of. It depends. Long story short, it depends where you are. But different strokes for different folks. Have you seen Parent Trap?
Of course.
Fencing. It's kind of like similar to that.
So you
That's true. So guys, I really get annoyed in like on TV and stuff when there's someone going at somebody with a knife like this. That is not how you knife fight, folks. That's not how you knife fight, okay? If you're actually getting into a knife fight with someone, you hold that shit like this, okay? You put up a fist and you kind of, because you need to use both. You can use this hand to cause a distraction or deflect away an arm or whatever, okay? You need to stab like that. I mean, I'm not telling anyone to do stabbing. I'm just saying, I disagree, Snow Leopard. I don't know of any knives that you would hold like this, right? Okay? Unless it's something that's handmade and you can't really hold on to it very well. But you want to hold a knife like this. That'll make you have more movement in your arms and stuff. You'll be more wiggly wobbly, right? Okay.
couldn't give a tutorial on how to stab if you wanted to, or could you?
I don't believe in violence. We gotta fight back. We gotta attack their school, pulling people out of their house, killing them.
Your show presents a militarized LA. There's gun violence at the Kurt's rental place, on the way to Uncle James's funeral. An abuela is packing a single-barrel shotgun in her car. It is literally Guns Are Us. What's your favorite type of blicky?
Walther PPQ is pretty good. Smith & Wesson Shield's pretty good. There's a recall right now on the 6. I forgot what number 6.
I like it. I love her face. She's shocked. She's like, you know this?
It is, but you just tap it on the side. And it's like Kill a Baby. So
Oh my God.
crazy. I would suggest.
Oh my God. Oh God, that was dark. Okay. That's funny.
There's people buy those, but I'm also
This is like the kind. Okay, I love this kind of humor. I think I've told you this before. Like where you state things that are really just so awful, but so bluntly stated that it highlights their absurdity and their evil. As a form of critique, that's kind of what he's doing, and I love that shit. I love that shit. Okay, he's doing great gesturing.
Saigon violence in my old age.
Okay. At 34, 33.
32.
32.
But I'm on the way to 33.
Okay.
Hopefully.
How old are you when you fired your first blicky?
Like towards someone or like for fun?
Both.
I've never shot a gun before.
Oh my gosh. Would you be willing to give away your blicky to the government for a safer public?
When I was a kid, they had a program where if you turned in a gun, you got a Best Buy gift card.
For how
And
much?
I've done that a couple times. It was never a lot of money. It was like a couple hundred maybe. And I was like, let's
Yeah,
stop gun
on a signal.
violence.
Yeah.
Go buy a PlayStation.
Okay. Wow. Coming up, you said that you thought Super Mario Kart was for babies.
Yeah. I'm just old. You played that as a child. I don't want to race a little cart. Ooh, banana out the tailpipe. It's not for me. You know what I mean? I have an automobile.
They're
I live a
right,
decent lifestyle.
Nathan. There's so much chemistry here. They need to get together. I'm just saying. Maybe not. Maybe he's just. Maybe they're. She's just really good at talking, and so is he. But like, they're very good.
On your show, you said, when tragedy strikes, Black people start stealing shit. What were you doing January 6, 2021?
What were we doing? Were we on tour? Were we on tour?
They're all
Yeah,
avoiding eye
we were on-
contact.
No, he knows.
On tour in DC? Where were you?
No, we were on tour. We were watching on the bus. It was amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing.
What was amazing about it?
I want us to do that.
Got it.
And we would do better because they were just ugly. Like, the problem with Revolution is that it will be photographed.
Yes.
So sloppy, loose T-shirts.
Oh my gosh.
Nobody got.
Oh,
a
I
pump.
remember this.
Nobody drunk their cayenne and their lemon. It's it's just not beautiful. So you're fighting the government and you look like shit. So when you die, it's for nothing. Did you see the lady that got shot? Disgusting wardrobe.
Oh my goodness.
Terrible ass
Fine,
moments.
lurking snow leopard.
And our January 6th would differ because we'd be looking.
Huh, Met Gala. Amazing. Wells Bonner everywhere.
Shut up.
You know?
She liked
Coming
that
up,
shit.
Your character.
Look at that. I'm sorry, but do you see? She's like, shut up. That was cute. I think they're kind of flirting a bit, aren't they? I think it's a little bit of flirting going on. I mean, I don't blame her. I would flirt with him, and he's kind of flirting with. I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. It's
Dates
fine.
a light-skinned
I
woman
wish he would flirt with me.
named Deja, who is frequently referred to as white. Do biracial people exist?
It depends where they get their trauma from.
Okay, Outer Signal and Lurking Snow Leopard, I refuse to acknowledge that I'm wrong on that, okay? Just because there's one kind of item, weapon, like knife that's held differently, fuck it, okay? In my opinion, there's only one way to hold a goddamn knife. Who goes around with a why do you know what that is? What the fuck is that? A karambit? A karambit? Karambit? What is that? I don't even know, okay? Oh, that stupid. Oh, yeah, that stupid thing. No one has that shit, okay? Who the fuck cares? You know, in a regular, normal knife fight, you don't need to hold a karambit. Whatever, it's fine. I hate all of you so much. I hate all of you. It's whatever.
Depends on the mother or the father.
such thing, Sir
It's a
Bart.
different thing. If you have black man, white woman, you can get an NBA player.
Thank you, Outer Signal.
If you have white woman, black man, you can get a politician.
Oh my goodness.
It really just depends on the blend.
Oh my god, that is so fucking funny.
You know?
Are you a black entertainer that only dates light-skinned women?
No. My mother would disown me.
Oh, really?
But you gotta dabble when you dabble, but
Why do you think that that's a stereotype for black entertainers?
Is that a stereotype for black entertainers? See how ignorant I am of pop culture? Is it a stereotype that black entertainers only date light-skinned women? Really, Jonas? I mean, I guess it makes sense in that they're, you know, it's kind of like colorism. An advantage, more social advantage might come from someone dating someone who's light-skinned. I'm just curious. Hello, SoCal, monster. Hello. That's interesting. Okay. That's unfortunate.
I think we need to stop looking at black entertainers.
Say more.
Because you sing and dance doesn't mean we need to pay attention to the things that you do.
I love that take. I really like that take. Okay.
You know what I mean? But that's capitalism, as we talk about. It don't marry it.
Folks at home, we will say there's irony because you're a black entertainer and we're hanging on your every word.
Yeah,
You're making a mistake. You should not listen to anything that I say. I'm here for capitalism, but I won't marry it.
And do you have any words of encouragement for dark-skinned
I love
black
that.
women?
You can tell he's being honest when he says that. I am here for capitalism. I'm here because he's being honest. I'm here to make a profit, but I'm not going to marry it. I'm going to marry communism. Oh my God, I love this guy.
And that are single?
Look, man,
I miss that.
I won't marry it.
And do you have any words of encouragement for dark-skinned black women that are single?
Look, man, don't let them tell you that you're ugly. It's not true. They're ugly on the inside and the outside. Look at their mothers. Look at their skin. They don't got the oils.
Coming up.
I want to know where the school is.
What school?
Exactly. Exactly, Umar. Where's the school?
Your mother on the TV show was tasked with cooking macaroni for the cookout, which is described as a delicacy. What would you bring to the cookout?
I've been invited. Listen, if you want me to do the thing where like a white person brags about having a black friend, I've been invited to 2 cookouts. Okay, and I mean cookouts. And the people who know what I'm talking about in here know what I'm talking about. I have been to 2 of those. Okay, so yes, I have been invited to the cookouts. Anyway,
I'll probably pay for someone's bail.
Oh.
what did I take to the cookout? Okay, so for the first cookout, what did I take to the first cookout? I brought cornbread, because that's kind of all I had. I had brought cornbread and honey so that we could, and butter. I brought like a thing of butter and cornbread, so that we could have like the cornbread and the honey on top of it, because I really like that. The second cookout, what did I bring? I brought green beans with bacon. Green beans with bacon. Okay. That's more racist than saying I was invited to KFC. What the fuck? No, it isn't. I literally was invited to 2 cookouts. Okay. No, come on, Jonas. I'm not crazy. Now, I agree though that the cornbread is a bit tasteless, but that's all I had in my pantry at the time because I was a teacher. I put there was a little bit of spice in the green beans. I like spicy food, but anyway. By the way, best barbecue I've ever had in my fucking life. Okay. The second barbecue I went to, cookout I went to, is like some of the best barbecue I've ever had in my goddamn life, right? So anyway, just a note there. But anyway, it was a great time. I was the only I always feel odd guys talking about race stuff because I know it can, I don't know, it's so easy to make a mistake when talking about these things. I was the only white person at both of these events. And yeah, I felt kind of awkward, I got to tell you. Not because there's anything wrong with, but it was awkward a bit. I'm like, oh, hi. Wow. And then I realized, that's how like, I'm sure that's how black folks feel a lot of the time when they're around a lot of white folks, okay? As in like, no one looks like you really. Yeah, but it was a good time though. Had a good time. Yeah, right, Jonas, right? Like I'm used to being the only Somali guy in a lot of rooms. Yeah. Okay. And then you start realizing, oh wow, I stand out like a sore thumb, right? Like I look like fucking Casper the Ghost. Anyway. All right. So moving on.
Yeah, I have one of those families.
Got it.
I think this week I probably gave out like $4,000.
Really?
Until Friday. It's always Friday.
Yeah.
Everybody get paid on Friday.
I think it's good that you're giving back to your community.
Oh no, it's a loan. I want it back.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
Okay, that felt scary. What's done more harm to the black community, crack cocaine or processed sugar?
Hip hop and R&B.
Really? As a rapper, you say that?
I know what my job is.
Why do you say that?
Shoot guns, smoke crack, bitches. You know what I mean? The right beat.
We're the hoes, we're the hoes, we're the bitches.
Where the hoes, where the bitches, in the crack at?
Now, I actually can't tell if I don't think is he joking in this case? Is he joking in this case? I'm guessing he's not. He is joking? Oh, he is? Okay. I couldn't tell on his face this time. Got you.
Just kill the on the back street. Yay, yay.
And so, is this an anti-hip-hop and rap PSA?
No, not as long as I'm doing it.
Got it.
But know you're selling the poison.
Selling the poison, okay.
If you could encourage people at home to read and promote.
His hatred for judgment for not rapping about violence. Forgive me, I'm sorry. Jay Williams and Jonas. So Jay Williams says there's people that unironically believe that though, especially other black, so they believe that hip hop and rap are the cause of this stuff. Jonas, he's often talked about his hatred. What do you mean, Jonas? He's talked about people. He doesn't like how people judge for rapping about violence. Is that what you mean? Yeah, because I was about to say that's not. I will say that's not a very good take if he actually is blaming the rap and shit for that. Okay. Oh, I got you, Jonas. There's a lot of people that expect that as a black man, he's expected to rap about gang violence. I got you. Okay, yeah, I can imagine. Right.
Literacy, what would you say?
You're not that smart if you're a idiot. Pick up a book. It'll help you. Mike Judge made a movie called Idiocracy, and we're living in it every single day. Camachos everywhere. Pick up a book.
Coming up, if we
He's such a good smile. Anyway, that was nice.
We can't attack people's looks.
As a teacher, I approve. I want to talk to his teachers.
Their grandmothers.
I want to know his social security number. I want to know his
what about
address. I'm just kidding. See, now I'm getting creepy.
Grandmas.
You and your bald ass granny. Your dead ass granny. It's common ground. Because I'm attacking you, but not you personally. I'm attacking your lineage, which made me not with you. Because if I want to attack your looks, you got them from granny. You know?
Are we living in hell?
Absolutely.
Do you think there's a heaven?
Absolutely not.
I think this is it too.
But I put it in music because people like to feel like...
Is he an atheist?
You believe what they believe.
You're manipulating people with the music?
Absolutely.
You know that there are cameras in this room.
They know it too. I say it all the time. They just ignore it.
Okay.
I pray to God. I say that shit all the time. Every album, every Jesus
And you
song,
don't
every
believe
album.
in a God at all.
I believe that people need what they need to survive. But don't think there's a floating man with a blowout? No. Maybe a beaver, maybe an aardvark, maybe a body of water.
Wow. Are there any white people you would invite to the cookout? And if so, who?
No.
Hey, see, look, I'm making this about myself.
I don't believe in, like, why is everyone homeless? Why are we cooking out? Can someone host? You know?
You don't like homelessness.
No, I don't like homelessness. But I live in a city that's overcome with it. It's like rampant.
Yeah.
So I have a lot of friends that are unhoused.
And what do you do to support them?
I give them money for their drugs.
Yo, he's so fucking funny. Okay. He's deadpan. He like that. You can't like so quick with it. No change in his face.
For their drugs?
Come on. I'm hungry. For black tar heroin.
Vince.
Oh
Who
my
was a
God.
shining example of the black diaspora to you?
Angela Davis.
Oh.
Light-skinned afro prison time.
Why'd you have to say
Brilliant.
her complexion?
Because it's a range of things that are all black. And I dare tell Angela Davis she not black. Gonna get shot in the face.
Wow. How many black friends do you have?
All.
All.
It makes me kind of sad though because I've never really had like a real friendship bond with a white person. I realize this in my older age.
You think so?
Music is like you have collaboration, coworkers and stuff. Like as a kid, there was a kid named Eric that in the first grade he was cool, but I didn't really with him after a couple weeks.
Got it.
So it makes me feel like I missed out on like something.
You talk about Mac Miller so fondly. And
I mean, honestly, did he really miss out? I don't know how to frame this, but there are so many white people who never interact with black people, right? Like, I wish they did interact more, but you know, I don't know how to frame that. Whatever. I don't know what my point is here, but
For music, I was grown.
Yeah.
But it's like as a kid, it's like, where were the white people?
That's a great question.
Because they were everywhere.
How many black female friends do you have?
A whole lot. Shout out to Jay Shauna. You know what I mean? And Kiana. You know what I mean? Crystal. Shout out all the homies.
I swear to God, Sir Bart. Sir Bart just said, I learned from CR not to trust strangers, especially adult men. They might be gay. Sir Bart, I hate you so fucking much, Sir Bart.
You know? Shout out Black P, my cousin.
Oh.
Shout out all the homies. You know what I mean? Shout out Binky. Love you, Binky.
These people are
Don't
real.
you laugh, Jonas.
Oh, yeah. Corey knows Binky. Binky like 6'6". Yeah, Binky like 6'6", swole.
And how many of these friends have been to your home?
One of them. I see you in the ghetto. We all in the ghetto. What you said, the cookout. Let's commune. See you at the park.
See you at the park.
See you at the high school football
You're
games.
not letting your close friends like Binky into the front door.
Oh, Binky could come to the house.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Coming up.
You think so?
Yeah, I'm sorry to the children. Well, no, they're not really black, so I can say what I want. You know what I mean?
So you're selling the poison to 70% white men from age 18 to 25.
It's a sad existence. I'm telling you, it was torture up here.
Are you happy?
Is that true? Does I'm not sure what he's referring to, but do mainly white people listen to his rap?
I'm ecstatic.
I mean, it would make sense. There's more white people than black people in the United States. Okay, that makes sense. It's just, okay.
I didn't graduate high school. I have no better options.
Let's pivot. So season 2, episode 1 starts with an argument between two lesbians arguing over paternity. What's your favorite letter in the LGBTQIA+?
Definitely the plus because it's everybody.
Ah.
You know what I mean? I support the whole diaspora.
No homo or yes homo?
I mean, that makes sense. It's just a matter of, like, statistics. There's just more white people. So, like, I would bet, yeah. Oh, Jonas, I got you. They like him because it's not gangster rap, so he's one of the good ones. Oh, great. Okay.
I don't think we can say that anymore. We can't no homo anymore. That's crazy. You got me.
As a straight man,
I'm sorry. I'm going to go back a little bit. I got to hear that part, obviously.
two lesbians arguing over paternity. What's your favorite letter in the LGBTQIA+?
Definitely the plus because it's everybody.
Ah.
You know what I mean? I support the whole diaspora.
No homo or yes homo?
I don't think we can say that anymore. We can't no homo anymore. That's crazy.
She made him laugh. Good for her. She made him laugh. God.
You got me.
As a straight man, which do you give less of a about, women's rights or gay rights?
See, that's hard, right? Because when it comes to the gay rights thing, I'm a little bit selfish. My Uncle Keith, that's my boy. Taught us how to hoop. Had an Audi like 2003 in Watts. You know, that's rare. And as far as the women's rights, it's only women in my family. So them is my rights. It's selfish, but I'm fighting for both. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God, what a brilliant response. What a brilliant response.
It is what it is. Shout out Uncle Keith.
What a sexy man. Jesus Christ.
R.P. Uncle Vincent. You know what I mean?
Well, would you rather have a thought daughter or a gay son?
Twins, both.
Aw.
Coming up.
Is self-love a message for everyone, or should some people hate themselves?
Some people should for sure hate themselves.
Who?
The tortured artist. Moi.
Oh. Do you hate yourself?
No, but I should.
Goodbye,
It's something
Vicky.
I'm working on. I gotta get my guilt up.
God.
Let's land this plane.
That's funny. It is. I got to tell you though. That's funny. It's dark though. A lot of black students of mine, in their writing, when they would write papers and essays and things like that, they would say things that really it kind of highlighted internalized racism. Let's put it that way. And like I didn't know, like how do I put it this? I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to say here. You don't really notice it unless you spend a lot of time and you're reading these young black men and women's papers and teaching them and really getting into their minds, and you start noticing trends that are like in their writing where there's something internalized. And it's really sad, actually. It kind of really brought it home to me about how a lot of racism and stuff is internalized, and that's part of the function of it. Is that it kind of it causes self-policing, right? Which means that the state and white people don't have to enforce it; they can just kind of sit back, and you will self-police with your internalized racism. Yeah. And it's really sad, guys. Like they're children and they have and it's really bothers me. There's like it drives me like kind of when we see videos of like darker skinned people who want light skin and are like putting stuff on their skin to make it lighter and shit like that. That's really depressing. You're beautiful the way you are. It's fine, right? Yeah. Anyway, I don't know how to phrase this. I don't want to really say the thing. I don't really want to share the things I read. I don't want to. That's private stuff. But like, it's a big thing. Yeah. Jonas. Oh my God, Jonas. You're absolutely right. Black women do get it the worst. There is sort of a teenage. So black teenage students I had, right? Women, girls. There's that sort of overlap. The kind of mix of being a woman and being black. There's a lot of dark stuff there in terms of like identity, and black women are their bodies are demonized, like literally their bodies are demonized. I don't know how to frame it. They are not perceived as beautiful or presented as beautiful. They're beautiful. Their bodies images. I'm not talking generally, but in a lot of cases, they have very low body. They have a very dysmorphic view of their bodies, and it's understandable why. Yeah, and they also it is much harder. Guys, again, I want to be clear. Whenever we talk about this stuff, I do get uncomfortable. I don't want you to think I'm speaking above the experience of all black girls. Okay, this is just my personal experience teaching black girls. All right. There is a big notion of like kind of self-judgment where it seemed that it was harder for black girls to express how they feel, because if they did, like anger, you're not allowed to be angry as a black girl, because there is a notion out there of like angry black women Okay. So yeah, a lot of talk of like keeping the anger in, or or very anger, a lot of anger in the writing that they then cannot verbally express, or I don't know how to frame this. Yeah, there's a lot of suppression that goes on of emotion and feeling, and yeah, a very negative body image. Okay. Um, and I wasn't always sure how to help them unpack it. It's one of the things I wish I was better at doing. I did my best, but Oxpecker, I remember when Michael Shea was asked how he'd react if he had a gay son, and he said, "Well, honestly, I'd be a bit sad." Yeah, but only as sad as I'd be if I had a straight daughter. I don't know. I just feel a need to protect my offspring from dicks. Oxpecker, that's funny. Okay, that's funny. Um, anyway.
What advice do you have for Americans struggling to stay sober in a dystopian police state?
The police.
What does it have to do with sobriety?
Nice.
I've never been high.
Oh.
Well, I was born high.
Mhm.
You know, crack baby, 90s.
Oh, really?
Oh
Yeah,
my
but,
God.
you know,
Oh.
after that, I cut cold turkey.
Do you have any vices at all? Like gambling, anything?
I don't know, negativity.
Oh.
I'm really working on like my disposition.
This is working on.
You get what I'm saying? Yeah, it used to be way worse. I'm doing really good.
Really?
Yeah, Jonas. Jonas says that's why I hate certain traits that are essentially adopted when it comes to the sexualization of black women. Yeah, Jonas, you're 100% right. There's also you see sexualization of having big lips or a fat ass. They take you. Exactly, Jonas. And I was gonna say, Jonas, there is also, I know, like, there is a objectification of black women where they are just sexual objects. They are not real people, right? Not only are black women often presented as like these dangerous, angry creatures. I don't know how to frame that. They're viewed not as beautiful, but their existence is also viewed as only sexual. Um, yeah. I'm not sure. I guess I remember reading an article once about like, I guess the sort of stereotype. This sounds gross, guys. I'm gonna say it anyway. For black women, is like a stripper, right? That's sort of the perception in people's mind that like black women exist as these kind of objects for black men, which is both a racism against black men and a racism and misogynistic thing against black women. And yeah, it's really gross stuff. It was really distressing to kind of read. It was distressing. It's a dark problem.
Yeah, it's not for me. It gets pretty dark because it feels like a scam. I'm not.
And by the way, capitalism has not helped this. There are so many products out there that are literally aimed at black women, to like, make this part of your body look bigger, make this part of your body look bigger. I mean, also at all women, but, and if you don't do it, like there's so much advertising directed, like playing off of that as well.
Against it, but I am against it.
This is you at your most positive and cheery.
I promise you, it's like my peak.
You're the first artist I've ever interviewed that has a disdain for artists.
I don't think that artists appreciate the regular, everyday person as much as we should. I don't like this.
Yes, Outer Signal. I would say, generally speaking, Outer Signal, I'm just being honest with you. I was better at dealing with misogyny than I was at dealing with internalized racism. I think the reason for that, listen, I mean, I feel that I think, and I was told I did help a little bit with internalized racism as well by teaching the history, but I'm not black, so I did all I could to understand it, but I couldn't really feel it because I hadn't been through that, so it was harder for me. But I was born with I have a twin sister, okay? And there'd be many times throughout our lives where we'd be standing next to each other, and like the difference in how I'm treated versus she's treated, just because she's a woman, so it's easier for me to do that, to kind of do the misogyny unpacking generally. Yeah, so I would say yes. I do. I have had. I was more successful with unpacking misogyny. Okay. Right. If that makes sense.
Pedestal.
Mm.
It's crazy.
If you could talk to the artists at home.
Love your family.
And listen, I don't mean to keep cutting this guy off, but I'm pretty empathetic. Let's put it that way. So like I can often kind of feel what other people are feeling, like just learning about their experience and stuff. But it's just a truth, guys. Since I'm a white guy, it's a very foreign experience to me to like not have to having the color of your skin be so impactful in so many areas of your life. It's so it's even though I am very empathetic, it is very hard for me to kind of understand that no matter, and I've tried a lot. I really try. I mean, I understand it academically. Like I do feel empathy, but it's never something that I've been fully able to get my head around emotionally because it's so much different than my experience. And anyway, if that makes sense. Okay. All right. You see Nathan Runyon, and then there's those weirdos who fetishize black women that they have to deal with. Yes, absolutely. Right.
We love your friends. Just because you're great doesn't mean you're not a piece of shit.
Well, music has always brought people together. What's a song that could fix the growing conflict in the Middle East?
I got a lot. The Big Payback. This is a Man's World. Write a Letter by The Whispers. Fight for Your Right to Party. Many Man 50 Cent.
Many Men by 50 Cent.
Yeah, that's off the top of my head.
Real fast, I'm sorry. You guys have gotten me thinking now about when I was a teacher. Let me just tell you one thing. I used to do this thing when I was talking about, like, I did a lot about Black history stuff, obviously. And I would literally ask my students, I got compliments for doing this, but I was actually shocked that no one got mad that I did this. But I would ask my students every year, I would say, how might it affect your learning? Because most of my students were Black. I said, how might it affect your learning that you're being taught by me, a white guy? What might be different if you're being taught by a Black guy, okay, or a Black man or a Black woman, okay? And my point in doing that, because there is, in fact, a very disproportionate number of teachers who are white. Very few teachers are Black. If you look at all the data, it's not proportional to the population. Far more teachers are white than Black, and not just because of population, proportionally. And it is true that there is psychology out there that, like, yeah, if you're a Black student, it is good to have someone who looks like you as sort of a role model, someone to kind of look up to that's in a professional position that is teaching you and things like that. So there is an argument to be made that by the very nature of there being few Black teachers, Black students won't get as much out of their education. In that they won't. White students often have someone who look like them, who they can relate to just from an appearance and experience perspective. Right. That is part of education. Right. Not Black students do not. And so I would make that a part of my lessons. So I would use that as a lesson. I'm like, do we see how me being here might, you know, is a structural thing. So I would actually make that a part of my lessons. And my students appreciated it and their parents appreciated it. So I tried to make certain structural things part of the lessons. Let me give you another example, okay? There was a math teacher who got mad at me for this because she was not used to teaching this way, who asked me to come to her class to do a history lesson that integrated statistics and history, okay? I'm sorry, statistics and politics. So I brought, and she got very upset. She privately later, she was this like middle-aged white lady. She did not like rocking the boat, but that's all I do. So I went to her classroom and I had a presentation showing rates of, these were seniors, by the way, rates of being put in jail for marijuana possession. Okay. So which showed that, there is a, for white and black folks. So it had like how many black folks are, per year are put in prison for marijuana, how many white folks are put in prison for marijuana. And so I showed that, and then I put next to it, and she talked about the statistics aspect of it. I talked about the stats, and then I put up a usage chart, which showed that the usage of marijuana between black and white folks is essentially exactly the same. Essentially exactly the same. And it became a lesson on, think class, why is it that there might be more black people arrested for using the same amount, even though they use it at the same rate as white people? Okay. And this teacher got really uncomfortable. And the students in the class loved it, and they started shouting out like, "Yeah, why is that? Huh? Why is that?" And like we're kind of like shaking their heads and stuff because they kind of anyway, some of them knew the point I was trying to make. But so I tried to do things like that as well. But I always, looking back, feel like I never did enough because there was too much to teach that the curriculum doesn't give you time for. But anyway, so I try to do things like that.
Why?
Cause shit, it's hard out there.
It's a great song.
Yeah.
Wow, Vince, you have a deep undercurrent.
You think so?
Yeah, you are as deep as the ocean. Are you kidding?
Thank you. We don't really know how deep the ocean is, though, do we?
Exactly.
Yeah, I feel you. That's deep. I like that. Thank you. That was kind of you.
Oh, yes.
Oh, of course, Jonas.
How do you think this went?
I think it went amazing.
What do you want your last words on screen to be?
I love you all, and thank you.
Well, thank you, Vince. Wow, Vince Staples, everyone. Thank you.
Was that too bad? That was too many N-bombs?
That was amazing. That was amazing. Oh, I like Vince. Okay, I like Vince. That was pretty cool. I will say, guys, something else. You guys keep getting me thinking about the teaching experience, and me, I'm like being critical of it. There's also, I didn't hear Jamie Jones. There's also like the I was always worried. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember what I was going to say. I lost my train of thought. Anyway, how's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Everyone good? Everyone good out there? How are we all doing? How's everyone doing out there? You want some boops, guys? You want some boops? You get a boop here, Drizilla. Boop. Outer Signal gets a boop. Boop. Lurking Snow Leopard gets a boop. Boop. Jay Williams gets a boop. Boop. Let's see here. Jonas gets a boop. Boop. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. Nathan Runyon gets a boop. Boop. I actually, somewhere in here, guys, I have a I actually have a picture that one of my students drew of me. I really I love it. Anyway, Fetty, you get to boop. Boop. SoCal gets a boop. Boop. TJ, I get a ghostly boop since I show up once a week. Okay. Boop. All right. Did everyone get a boop that wants a boop? All right, you guys. I'm going to go eat. I'm very hungry. I'm going to go eat. Thank you all for watching. I'll be back on tomorrow for our Saturday stream. Okay, folks? I love you all very much. Keep up the good fight. All right. I know you all will. Keep up the good fight. And don't forget, we're all fucking human, as always. We're all fucking human. Everyone's human. Okay. For the, all right. And Black Lives Matter. Okay, guys, Black Lives Matter. Let's never forget that Black Lives Matter. Okay. All right. So yeah, everyone ready for this? First of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine, free the Congo, free Sudan, free Ukraine, free Iran, free Jonas, I swear to God, free Venezuela, free everyone, everywhere, all at once, okay? And never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. Literally, just be careful with who you watch on the internet, okay? I mean, everyone makes mistakes. Even some really good YouTubers that I know of, I've occasionally heard make a mistake. It's just, just a matter of being human. We all make mistakes, right? We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, so they turn to more radical ends of the political spectrum. Look how I hate you, okay? We need major reforms in this country or revolutionary change. You cannot stand in the center against fascism. If you do, the fascists will walk all over you. Okay, as Vince Staples said, right? We need revolution. Okay, all right. I won't tell you what else he said, but you all heard it. Okay, so do not forget on the wall. Okay, on the wall behind me is a sword. It's right back here. You can barely see it. The name of the sword is Chainbreaker. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone of the sacrifices made by our ancestors. We cannot let their sacrifice go to waste. Please, please, please do not let these sacrifices of our ancestors go to waste, whether it be the men of the 54th Massachusetts, whether it be the men and the women of the NLA and Vietnam, whether it be the miners at the Battle of Blair Mountain, whoever it is, anywhere you go, we cannot forget their sacrifices. And by ancestors, guys, I don't necessarily mean blood relatives. I mean the people that came before us, that created the society we have, that have created the material conditions we have, okay? We need to not let their sacrifice go to waste. And on that note, folks, I will be back tomorrow on Saturday, all right? Don't forget to love yourselves, okay? It's not your fault that you were born in the United States or wherever you were born, okay? You don't really choose where you're born. Give yourself some grace. We live in very rough situations right now. It's okay to make mistakes. It is okay to make mistakes. All right. It's human. All right. Okay. Bye-bye, folks. See ya. Bye. Join our Discord. Oh, one last thing. I'm sorry, guys. One last thing. Fuck Israel. Fuck Israel. Okay. That's it.